Queen of Sorcery, by David Eddings. Prologue. Being an account of the battle of the kingdoms of the West against the invasion of Kal Torak, based upon the battle of Vomembre. In the youth of the world, the evil god Torak stole the orb of Aldur and fled seeking dominion. The orb resisted, and its fire maimed him with a dreadful burning. But he would not give it up, for it was precious to him. Then Belgariad, a sorcerer and a disciple of the god Aldur, led forth the king of the Alorns and his 3 sons, and they reclaimed the orb from the iron tower of Torak. Torak sought to pursue, but the wrath of the orb repelled him and drove him back. Belgariad set Kerek and his sons to be kings over 4 great kingdoms, an eternal guard against Torak. The orb he gave to Riva Irongrip to keep, saying that so long as a descendant of Riva held the orb, the West would be safe. Century followed upon century, with no menace from Torak, until the spring of 4865, when Drasnea was invaded by a vast horde of Nadraks, Tuls, and Murgos. In the center of this sea of Angarax was born the huge iron pavilion of Kal Torak, which means king and god. Cities and villages were razed and burned, for Kal Torak came to destroy, not to conquer. Those of the people who lived were given to the steel-masked Gorlam priests for sacrifice in the unspeakable rites of the Angarax. None survived, save those who fled to Belgariad, or were taken from the mouth of the Aldur River by Kerek warships. Next, the horde struck south at Belgariad, but there they found no cities. The nomadic Algarian horsemen fell back before them, then struck in vicious hit-and-run attacks. The traditional seat of the Algarian kings was the Stronghold, a man-made mountain with stone walls 30 feet thick. Against this the Angarax hurled themselves in vain, before settling down to besiege the place. The siege lasted for 8 futile years. This gave the West time to mobilize and prepare. The generals gathered at the Imperial War College at Tolhanath and planned their strategy. National differences were set aside, and Brand, the warder of Riva, was chosen to have full command. With him came 2 strange advisers, an ancient but vigorous man who claimed knowledge even of the Angarak kingdoms, and a strikingly handsome woman with a silver lock at her brow and an imperious manner. To these Brand listened, and to them he paid almost deferential respect. In the late spring of 4875, Kal Torak abandoned his siege and turned west toward the sea, pursued still by Algar horsemen. In the mountains, the Ulgos came forth from their caverns by night, and wreaked fearful slaughter on the sleeping Angarax. But still the forces of Kal Torak were beyond counting. After a pause to regroup, the host proceeded down the valley of the river Arend toward the city of Vomembre, destroying all in its path. Early in the summer the Angarax deployed for the assault upon the city. On the 3rd day of the battle a horn was heard to blow 3 times. Then the gates of Vomembre opened, and the Membrate knights charged out to fall upon the front of the Angarak horde, the iron-shod hoofs of their chargers trampling living and dead. From the left came Algar cavalry, Drasnian pikemen, and veiled Olgo irregulars. And from the right came the Cherk berserks and legions of Tonedra. Attacked on 3 sides, Kal Torak committed his reserves. It was then that the grey-clad ravens and Sendars and the Asturian archers came upon his forces from the rear. The Angarax fell like mown wheat and were overcome by confusion. Then the apostate, Zidar, the sorcerer, went in haste into the black iron pavilion, from which Kaltorak had not yet emerged. And to the accursed one he said,
Lord, thine enemies have thee surrounded in great numbers. Yea, even the grey ravens have come in their numbers to cast their defiance into thy teeth.
Kaltorak rose in anger and declared,
I will come forth, and the false keepers of Tragyaska, the jewel which was mine, shall see me and no fear of me. Send to me my kings.
Great Lord,
Zidar told him,
thy kings are no more. The battle has claimed their lives, and those of a multitude of thy Grotum priests as well.
Kaltorak's wrath grew at these words, and fire flared in his right eye, and from the eye that was not. He ordered his servants to bind his shield to the arm on which he had no hand, and he took up his dread black sword. With this he went forth to do war. Then came a voice from the midst of the ravens, saying,
In the name of Belar I defy thee, Torak. In the name of Aldur I cast my despite in thy teeth. Let the bloodshed be abated, and I will meet thee to decide the battle. I am Brand, warder of Riva. Meet me, or take thy stinking host away, and come no more against the kingdoms of the west.
Kaltorak strode apart from the host and cried,
Where is he who dares pit his mortal flesh against the king of the world? Behold, I am Torak, king of kings and lord of lords. I will destroy this loud-voiced raven. Mine enemies shall perish, and Sragyaska shall again be mine.
Brand stood forth. He bore a mighty sword, and a shield muffled with cloth. A grizzled wolf marched at his side, and a snowy owl hovered over his head. And he spake, saying, I am Brand, and I will contend with thee, foul and misshapen Torak. When Torak saw the wolf, he said,
Begone, Belgarath, flee, if thou wouldst save thy life.
And to the owl he said,
Abjure thy father, Polgara, and worship me. I will wed thee, and make thee queen of the world.
But the wolf howled defiance, and the owl screeched her scorn. Torak raised his sword and smote down upon the shield of Brand. Long they fought, and many and grievous were the wounds and blows they struck. Those who stood near to see them were amazed. The fury of Torak grew great, and his sword battered the shield of Brand, until the warder fell back before the onslaught of the accursed one. And then the wolf howled, and the owl shrieked in one voice together, and the strength of Brand was renewed. With a single motion, the raven warder unveiled his shield, in the center of which stood a round jewel, incised like the heart of a child. As Torak gazed upon it, the stone began to glow and to flame. The accursed one drew back from it. He dropped his shield and sword and raised his arms before his face to ward away the dread fire of the stone. Brand struck, and his sword pierced Torak's visor to strike into the eye which was not, and to plunge into the accursed one's head. Torak fell back and gave a great cry. He plucked out the sword and threw off his helmet. Those who watched recoiled in terror, for his face was seared by some great fire, and was horrible to behold. Weeping blood, Torak cried out again as he beheld the jewel which he had named Tragyaska, and for which he had brought his war into the west. Then he collapsed, and the earth resounded with his fall. A great cry went up from the host of the Angoraks when they saw what had befallen Kaltorak, and they sought to flee in their panic. But the armies of the west pursued them and slew them, so that when the smoky dawn broke on the 4th day, the host was no more. Brand asked that the body of the accursed one be brought to him, that he might behold him who would be king of all the world. But the body was not to be found, for in the night Zadar the sorcerer had cast an enchantment, and passed unseen through the armies of the west, bearing away the one he had chosen as master. Then Brand took counsel with his advisers, and Belgariad said to him, "Torak is not dead. He only sleeps, for he is a god and cannot be slain by any mortal weapon." "When will he awaken?" Brand asked. "I must prepare the west against his return." Bolgara answered, "When once again a king of Riva's line sits on his northern throne, the dark god will waken to do war with him." Brand frowned, saying, "But that is never." For all knew that the last Riven king had been slain with his family in 4002 by Nissen assassins. Again the woman spoke. "In the fullness of time, the Riven king will rise to claim his own, as the ancient prophecy foretells. More cannot be said." Brand was content, and set his armies to cleansing the battlefield of the wreckage of the Angarax. And when that was finished, the kings of the west gathered before the city of Omimbre and held council. Many were the voices raised in praise of Brand. Soon men began crying that Brand should henceforth be chosen as ruler of all of the west. Only Magan, ambassador of Imperial Tolnedra, protested in the name of his emperor, Ranbarun IV. Brand refused the honor, and the proposal was dropped, so that there was again peace among those assembled in council. But in return for peace, a demand was made of Tolnedra. Vigorum of the Olgos spoke first in a loud voice. "In fulfillment of the prophecy, thou must be promised a princess of Tolnedra to be wife unto the Raven King, who will come to save the world. This the gods require of us." Again Magan protested. "The hall of the Raven King is empty and desolate. No king sits upon the Raven throne. How may a princess of Imperial Tolnedra be wed with a phantom?" Then the woman who was Bolgara replied, "The Raven King will return to assume his throne and claim his bride. From this day forward, therefore, each princess of Imperial Tolnedra shall present herself in the hall of the Raven King upon her 16th birthday. She shall be clad in her wedding gown, and shall abide there for 3 days against the coming of the king. If he comes not to claim her, then she shall be free to return to her father for whatever he may decree for her." Magan cried out, "All Tolnedra shall rise against this indignity. No, it shall not be." The wise Gorim of the Olgos spoke again. "Tell your emperor that this is the will of the gods. Tell him also that in the day Tolnedra fails in this, the west shall rise against him, and scatter the sons of Nedra to the winds, and pull down the might of the empire, until Imperial Tolnedra is no more." At that, seeing the might of the armies before him, the ambassador submitted to the matter. All then agreed, and were bound to it. When that was done, the nobles of strife-torn Arendia came to Brand, saying, "The king of the Membrates is dead, and the duke of the Asturians also. Who now shall rule us? For 2,000 years has war between Membre and Asturia rent fair Arendia. How may we become one people again?" Brand considered. "Who is heir to the Membrate throne?" "Corodulan is crown prince of the Membrates," the nobles replied. "And to whom descends the Asturian line?" "Maya Serena is the daughter of the Asturian duke," they told him. Brand said, "Bring them to me." And when they were brought before Brand, he said to them, "The bloodshed between Membre and Asturia must end. Therefore, it is my will that you be wed to each other, and that the houses which so long have warred shall thus be joined." The two cried against the judgment, for they were filled with ancient enmity, and with pride of their separate lines. But Belgarath took Corodulan aside, and spoke in private with him. And Polgara withdrew Maesarena to a separate place, and was long in converse with her. No man learned then, or later, what was said to the two young people. But when they returned to where Brand waited, Maesarena and Corodulan were content that they should be wed. And this was the final act of the council that met after the battle of Vomimbre. Brand spoke to all of the kings and nobles one final time before departing for the north. "Much has been wrought here that is good, and shall endure. Behold, we have joined together against the Angaracs, and they have been overthrown. Torak is quelled, and the covenant we have made here among us prepares the west for the day of the prophecy, when the Riven King shall return, and Torak shall wake from his long sleep to contend again for empire and dominion. All that may be done in this day to prepare for the great and final war has been done. We can do no more. And here, perchance, the wounds of Arendia have been healed, and the strife of more than 2,000 years may see its end. So far as may be, I am content with it all. Hail, then, and farewell." He turned from them, and rode north with the grizzled man, who was Belgarath, and the queenly woman, who was Polgara, by his side. They took ship at Camar in Cinderia, and set sail for Riva. And Brand returned no more to the kingdoms of the west. But of his companions are many tales told, and of that telling, what may be true and what false, few men may know. Part 1. Arendia. Chapter 1. Wachun was no more. 24 centuries had passed since the city of the Wasaitarens had been laid waste, and the dark, endless forests of northern Arendia had reclaimed the ruins. Broken walls had toppled and been swallowed up in the moss and wet brown bracken of the forest floor, and only the shattered stumps of the once proud towers mouldered among the trees and fog to mark the place where Wachun had stood. Sodden snow blanketed the mist-shrouded ruins, and trickles of water ran down the faces of ancient stones, like tears. Geryon wandered alone down the tree-choked avenues of the dead city, his stout grey wool cloak drawn tight against the chill, and his thoughts as mournful as the weeping stones around him. Faldor's farm, with its green, sun-drenched fields, was so far behind him that it seemed lost in a kind of receding haze, and he was desperately homesick. No matter how hard he tried to hold on to them, details kept escaping him. The rich smells of Aunt Paul's kitchen were only a faint memory. The ring of Dernach's hammer in the smithy faded like the dying echo of the last note of a bell, and the sharp, clear faces of his playmates wavered in his remembrance of them until he could no longer be sure that he would even recognize them. His childhood was slipping away, and try though he might, he could not hold on to it. Everything was changing. That was the whole problem. The core of his life, the rock upon which his childhood had been built, had always been Aunt Paul. In the simple world of Faldor's farm, she had been Mistress Paul, the cook. But in the world beyond Faldor's gate she was Polgara the sorceress, who had watched the passage of 3 millennia with a purpose beyond mortal comprehension. And Mr. Wolf, the old vagabond storyteller, had also changed. Garrigan knew now that his old friend was in fact his great-great-grandfather, with an infinite number of additional greats added on for good measure, but that behind that roguish old face there had always been the steady gaze of Belgariad, the sorcerer, who had watched and waited as he had looked upon the folly of men and gods for 7,000 years. Garrigan sighed and trudged on through the fog. Their very names were unsettling. Garrigan had never wanted to believe in sorcery or magic or witchcraft. Such things were unnatural, and they violated his notion of solid, sensible reality. But too many things had happened to allow him to hold on to his comfortable skepticism any longer. In a single shattering instant, the last vestiges of his doubt had been swept away. As he had watched with stunned disbelief, Aunt Paul had erased the milky stains from the eyes of Marcia the witch with a gesture and a single word, restoring the madwoman's sight and removing her power to see into the future with a brutal even-handedness. Garrigan shuddered at the memory of Marcia's despairing wail. That cry somehow marked the point at which the world had become less solid, less sensible, and infinitely less safe. Uprooted from the only place he had ever known, unsure of the identities of the two people closest to him, and with his whole conception of the difference between the possible and the impossible destroyed, Garrigan found himself committed to a strange pilgrimage. He had no idea what they were doing in this shattered city, swallowed up in trees, and not the faintest idea where they would go when they left. The only certainty that remained to him was the single grim thought to which he now clung. Somewhere in the world there was a man who had crept through the pre-dawn darkness to a small house in a forgotten village, and had murdered Garrigan's parents. If it took him the rest of his life, Garrigan was going to find that man, and when he found him, he was going to kill him. There was something strangely comforting in that one solid fact. He carefully climbed over the rubble of a house that had fallen outward into the street and continued his gloomy exploration of the ruined city. There was really nothing to see. The patient centuries had erased nearly all of what the war had left behind, and slushy snow and thick fog hid even those last remaining traces. Garrigan sighed again, and began to retrace his steps toward the moldering stump of the tower where they had all spent the previous night. As he approached, he saw Mistress Wolf and Aunt Paul standing together some distance from the ruined tower, talking quietly. The old man's rust-colored hood was turned up, and Aunt Paul's blue cloak was drawn about her. There was a look of timeless regret on her face as she looked out at the foggy ruins. Her long, dark hair spilled down her back, and the single white lock at her brow seemed paler than the snow at her feet. "There he is now," Mr. Wolf said to her as Garrigan approached them. She nodded, and looked gravely at Garrigan. "Where have you been?" "No place. I was thinking, that's all. I see you've managed to soak your feet." Garrigan lifted one of his sodden brown boots and looked down at the muddy slush clinging to it. "The snow's wetter than I thought," he apologized. "Does wearing that thing really make you feel better?" Mr. Wolf asked, pointing at the sword Garrigan always wore now. "Everybody keeps saying how dangerous Arendia is," Garrigan explained. "Besides, I need to get used to it." He shifted the creaking new leather sword belt around until the wire-bound hilt was not so obvious. The sword had been an Aristide present from Barak, one of several gifts he had received when the holiday had passed while they were at sea.
It doesn't really suit you, you know," the old man told him somewhat disapprovingly.
"Leave him alone, father," Aunt Paul said almost absently. "It is his, after all, and he can wear it if he likes." "Shouldn't Hettar be here by now?" Garion asked, wanting to change the subject.
"He may have run into deep snow in the mountains of Sindaria," Wolf replied. "He will be here. Hettar's very dependable."
"I don't see why we just didn't buy horses in Kamar."
"They would not have been as good," Mr. Wolf answered, scratching at his short white beard. "We've got a long way to go, and I don't want to have to worry about a horse foundering under me somewhere along the way. It's a lot better to take a little time now than to lose more time later."
Garion reached back and rubbed at his neck where the chain of the curiously carved silver amulet Wolf and Aunt Paul had given him for Aristide had chafed his skin. "Don't worry at it, dear," Aunt Paul told him. "I wish you'd let me wear it outside my clothes," he complained. "Nobody can see it under my tunic. It has to be next to your skin." "Well, it's not very comfortable. It looks nice enough, I suppose, but sometimes it seems cold, and other times it's hot, and once in a while it seems to be awfully heavy. The chain keeps rubbing at my neck. I guess I'm not used to ornaments." "It's not entirely an ornament, dear. You'll get used to it in time."
Wolf laughed. "Maybe it will make you feel better to know that it took your aunt 10 years to get used to hers. I was forever telling her to put it back on."
"I don't know that we need to go into that just now, Father," Aunt Paul answered coolly. "Do you have one, too?" Garion asked the old man, suddenly curious about it.
"Of course."
"Does it mean something that we all wear them?" "It is a family custom, Garion," Aunt Paul told him, in a tone that ended the discussion. The fog eddied around them, as a chill, damp breeze briefly swirled through the ruins. Garion sighed. "I wish Hettar would get here. I'd like to get away from this place. It's like a graveyard." "It was not always this way," Aunt Paul said very quietly. "Well, what was it like?" "I was happy here. The walls were high and the towers soared. We all thought it would last forever." She pointed toward a rank patch of winter-browned brambles creeping over the broken stones. "Over there was a flower-filled garden where ladies in pale yellow dresses used to sit while young men sang to them from beyond the garden wall. The voices of the young men were very sweet, and the ladies would sigh and throw bright red roses over the wall to them, and down that avenue was a marble-paved square where the old men met to talk of forgotten wars and long-gone companions. Beyond that, there was a house with a terrace where I used to sit with friends in the evening to watch the stars come out, while a boy brought up chilled fruit, and the nightingales sang as if their hearts were breaking." Her voice drifted off into silence. "But then the Asturians came," she went on, and there was a different note then. "You would be surprised at how little time it takes to tear down something that took 1,000 years to build."
"Don't worry at it, Paul," Wolf told her. "These things happen from time to time. There's not a great deal we can do about it."
"I could have done something, Father," she replied, looking off into the ruins. "But you would not let me, remember?"
"Do we have to go over that again, Paul?" Wolf asked in a pained voice. "You have to learn to accept your losses. The Wasaderans were doomed anyway. At best, you would have only been able to stall off the inevitable for a few months. We are not who we are, and what we are, in order to get mixed up in things that don't have any meaning."
"So you said before." She looked around at the filmy trees marching away in the fog down the empty streets. "I did not think the trees would come back so fast," she said with a strange little catch in her voice. "I thought they might have waited a little longer."
"It's been almost 25 centuries, Paul."
"Really? It seems like only last year."
"Don't brood about it. It will only make you melancholy. Why don't we go inside? The fog's beginning to make us all a bit moody."
Unaccountably, Aunt Paul put her arm around Gerion's shoulders as they turned toward the tower. Her fragrance and the sense of her closeness brought a lump to his throat. The distance that had grown between them in the past few months seemed to vanish at her touch. The chamber in the base of the tower had been built of such massive stones that neither the passage of centuries, nor the silent probing tendrils of the tree roots, had been able to dislodge them. Great shallow arches supported the low stone ceiling, making the room seem almost like a cave. At the end of the room, opposite the narrow doorway, a wide crack between two of the rough-hewn blocks provided a natural chimney. Dernick had soberly considered the crack the previous evening, when they had arrived cold and wet, and then had quickly constructed a crude but efficient fireplace out of the rubble.
"It'll serve," the smith had said. "Not very elegant, perhaps, but good enough for a few days."
As Wolfe, Garion, and Aunt Paul entered the low, cave-like chamber, a good fire crackled in the fireplace, casting a looming shadow among the low arches and radiating a welcome warmth. Dernick, in his brown leather tunic, was stacking firewood along the wall. Barak, huge, red-bearded, and mail-shirted, was polishing his sword. Silk, in an unbleached linen shirt and black leather vest, lounged idly on one of the packs, toying with a pair of dice.
"Any sign of Hiltor yet?"
Barak asked, looking up.
"It's a day or so early,"
Mr. Wolfe replied, going to the fireplace to warm himself. "Why don't you change your boots, Garion?" Aunt Paul suggested, hanging her blue cloak on one of the pegs Dernick had hammered into a crack in the wall. Garion lifted his pack down from another peg and began rummaging through it. "Your stockings, too?"
"Is the fog lifting at all?"
Silk asked Mr. Wolfe.
"Not a chance."
"If I can persuade you all to move out from in front of the fire, I will see about supper," Aunt Paul told them, suddenly very businesslike. She began setting out a ham, a few loaves of dark peasant bread, a sack of dried peas, and a dozen or so leathery-looking carrots, humming softly to herself as she always did when she was cooking. The next morning, after breakfast, Garion pulled on a fleece-lined overvest, belted on his sword, and went back out into the fog-muffled ruins to watch for Hetar. It was a task to which he had appointed himself, and he was grateful that none of his friends had seen fit to tell him that it wasn't really necessary. As he trudged through the slush-covered streets toward the broken west gate of the city, he made a conscious effort to avoid the melancholy brooding that had blackened the previous day. Since there was absolutely nothing he could do about his circumstances, chewing on them would only leave a sour taste in his mouth. He was not exactly cheerful when he reached the low piece of wall by the west gate, but he was not precisely gloomy either. The wall offered some protection, but the damp chill still crept through his clothes, and his feet were already cold. He shivered and settled down to wait. There was no point in trying to see any distance in the fog, so he concentrated on listening. His ears began to sort out the sounds in the forest beyond the wall, the drip of water from the trees, the occasional sodden thump of snow sliding from the limbs, and the tapping of a woodpecker working on dead snags several 100 yards away. "That's my cow," a voice said suddenly from somewhere off in the fog. Garion froze and stood silently listening. "Keep her in your own pasture, then," another voice replied shortly. "Is that you, Limer?" the first voice asked. Right, you're all Dutton, aren't you?
I don't recognize you. How long's it been?
4 or 5 years, I suppose, Flammer judged.
How are things going in your village?
Dutton asked. We're hungry. The taxes took all our food.
Ours too. We've been eating boiled tree roots.
Haven't tried that yet. We are eating our shoes.
How's your wife? Dutton asked politely.
She died last year, Flammer answered in a flat, unemotional voice. My lord took our son for a soldier, and he was killed in a battle somewhere. They poured boiling pitch on him. After that, my wife stopped eating. Didn't take her long to die.
I'm sorry, Dutton sympathized. She was very beautiful.
They're both better off, Flammer declared. They aren't cold or hungry any more. Which kind of tree roots have you been eating?
Oh, birch is the best. Spruce has too much pitch and oak's too tough. You boil some grass with the roots to give them a bit of flavour.
I'll have to try it.
We've got to get back, Dutton said.
My lord's got me clearing trees, and he'll have me flogged if I stay away too long. Maybe I'll see you again sometime.
If we both live.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
The two voices drifted away. Gerion stood quite still for a long time after they were gone, his mind numb with shock and with tears of sympathy standing in his eyes. The worst part of it was the matter-of-fact way in which the two had accepted it all. A terrible anger began to burn in his throat. He wanted suddenly to hit somebody. Then there was another sound off in the fog. Somewhere in the forest nearby, someone was singing. The voice was a light, clear tenor, and Gerion could hear it quite plainly as it drew closer. The song was filled with ancient wrongs, and the refrain was a call to battle. Irrationally, Gerion's anger focused on the unknown singer. His vapid bawling about abstract injustices seemed somehow obscene in the face of the quiet despair of Flammer and Dutton. Without thinking, Gerion drew his sword and crouched slightly behind the shattered wall. The song came yet nearer, and Gerion could hear the step of a horse's hooves in the wet snow. Carefully, he poked his head out from behind the wall, as the singer appeared out of the fog no more than 20 paces away. He was a young man, dressed in yellow hose and a bright red jerkin. His fur-lined cloak was tossed back, and he had a long curved bow slung over one shoulder, and a well-sheathed sword at his opposite hip. His reddish-gold hair fell smoothly down his back from beneath a pointed cap with a feather rising from it. Although his song was grim, and he sang it in a voice throbbing with passion, there was about his youthful face a kind of friendly openness that no amount of scowling could erase. Gerion glared at this empty-headed young nobleman, quite certain that the singing fool had never made a meal of tree roots or mourned the passing of a wife who had starved herself to death out of grief. The stranger turned his horse, and, still singing, rode directly toward the broken arch of the gateway beside which Gerion lurked in ambush. Gerion was not normally a belligerent boy, and under other circumstances he might have approached the situation differently. The gaudy young stranger, however, had presented himself at precisely the wrong time. Gerion's quickly devised plan had the advantage of simplicity. Since there was nothing to complicate it, it worked admirably, up to a point. No sooner had the lyric young man passed through the gate than Gerion stepped from his hiding-place, grasped the back of the rider's cloak, and yanked him bodily out of the saddle. With a startled outcry and a wet splat, the stranger landed unceremoniously on his back in the slush at Gerion's feet. The second part of Gerion's plan, however, fell completely apart. Even as he moved in to take the fallen rider prisoner at sword point, the young man rolled, came to his feet, and drew his own sword, seemingly all in one motion. His eyes were snapping with anger, and his sword weaved threateningly. Gerion was not a fencer, but his reflexes were good,
and the chores he had performed at Faldor's farm had hardened his muscles. Despite the anger which had moved him to attack in the first place, he had no real desire to hurt this young man. His opponent seemed to be holding his sword lightly, almost negligently, and Geryon thought that a smart blow on the blade might very well knock it out of his hand. He swung quickly, but the blade flicked out of the path of his heavy swipe and clashed with a steely ring down on his own sword. Geryon jumped back and made another clumsy swing. The swords rang again. Then the air was filled with clash and scrape and bell-like rattle as the two of them banged and parried and feinted with their blades. It took Geryon only a moment to realize that his opponent was much better at this than he was, but that the young man had ignored several opportunities to strike at him. In spite of himself, he had begun to grin in the excitement of their noisy contest. The stranger's answering grin was open, even friendly.
"All right. That's enough of that."
It was Mr. Wolf. The old man was striding toward them with Barak and Silk close on his heels.
"Just exactly what do you two think you're doing?"
Geryon's opponent, after one startled glance, lowered his sword. "Belgariad," he began.
"Leldorin," Wolf's tone was scathing. "Have you lost what little sense you had to begin with?"
Several things clicked into place in Geryon's mind simultaneously as Wolf turned on him coldly.
"Well, Geryon, would you like to explain this?"
Geryon instantly decided to try guile. "Grandfather," he said, stressing the word and giving the younger stranger a quick warning look, "you didn't think we were really fighting, did you? Leldorin here was just showing me how you block somebody's sword when he attacks. That's all."
"Really?"
Wolf replied skeptically. "Of course," Geryon said, all innocence now. "What possible reason could there be for us to be trying to hurt each other?"
Leldorin opened his mouth to speak, but Geryon deliberately stepped on his foot.
"Leldorin's really very good," he rushed on, putting his hand in a friendly fashion on the young man's shoulder. "He taught me a lot in just a few minutes." "Let it stand." Silk's fingers flickered at him in the minute gestures of the Draznian secret language. "Always keep a lie simple." "The lad is an apt pupil, Belgariad," Leldorin said lamely, finally understanding.
"He's agile, if nothing else," Mr. Wolf replied dryly. "What is the idea behind all the frippery?" He indicated Leldorin's gaudy clothes. "You look like a maypole."
"The Membrates have started detaining honest Asturians for questioning," the young errand explained. "And I had to pass several of their strongholds. I thought that if I dressed like one of their toadies, I wouldn't be bothered."
"Maybe you've got better sense than I thought," Wolf conceded grudgingly. He turned to Silk and Barak. "This is Leldorin, son of the Baron of Wildentor. He'll be joining us."
"I wanted to talk to you about that, Belgariad," Leldorin put in quickly. "My father commanded me to come here, and I cannot disobey him, but I am pledged in a matter of extremest urgency."
"Every young nobleman in Asturias pledged in at least 2 or 3 such matters of urgency. I'm sorry, Leldorin, but the matter we are involved in is much too important to be postponed while you go out to ambush a couple of Membrate tax collectors."
Aunt Paul approached them out of the fog then, with Dernick striding protectively at her side. "What are they doing with the swords, father?" she demanded, her eyes flashing.
"Playing," Mr. Wolf replied shortly. "So they say. This is Leldorin. I think I have mentioned him to you."
Aunt Paul looked Leldorin up and down, with one raised eyebrow. "A very colourful young man."
"The clothes are a disguise. He's not as frivolous as all of that. Not quite, anyway. He's the best bowman in Asturia, and we might need his skill before we're done with all of this."
"I see," she said, somewhat unconvinced.
"There's another reason, of course," Wolf continued, "but I don't think we need to get into that just now, do we?"
"Are you still worried about that passage, Father?" she asked with exasperation. "The Marin Codex is very obscure, and none of the other versions say anything at all about the people it mentions. It could be pure allegory, you know."
"I have seen a few too many allegories turn out to be plain fact to start gambling at this point. Why don't we all go back to the tower? It's a bit cold and wet out here for lengthy debates on textual variations."
Garion glanced at Silk, baffled by this exchange, but the little man returned his look with blank incomprehension. "Will you help me catch my horse, Garion?" Loldoran asked politely, sheathing his sword. "Of course," Garion replied, also putting away his weapon. "I think he went that way." Loldoran picked up his bow, and the two of them followed the horse's tracks off into the ruins. "I'm sorry I pulled you off your horse," Garion apologized when they were out of the sight of the others. "No matter," Loldoran laughed easily. "I should have been paying more attention." He looked quizzically at Garion. "Why did you lie to Belgariad?" "It wasn't exactly a lie. We weren't really trying to hurt each other, and sometimes it takes hours trying to explain something like that." Loldoran laughed again, an infectious sort of laugh. In spite of himself, Garion could not help joining in. Both laughing, they continued together down an overgrown street between the low mounds of slush-covered rubble. Chapter 2. Loldoran of Wildentor was 18 years old, although his ingenuous nature made him seem more boyish. No emotion touched him that did not instantly register in his expression, and sincerity shone in his face like a beacon. He was impulsive, extravagant in his declarations, and probably, Garion reluctantly concluded, not overly bright. It was impossible not to like him, however. The following morning, when Garion pulled on his cloak to go out and continue his watch for Hetar, Loldoran immediately joined him. The young errand had changed out of his garish clothing, and now wore brown hose, a green tunic, and a dark brown wool cape. He carried his bow, and wore a quiver of arrows at his belt. As they walked through the snow toward the broken west wall, he amused himself by loosing arrows at targets only half visible ahead of him. "You're awfully good," Garion said admiringly, after one particularly fine shot. "I am an Asturian," Loldoran replied modestly. "We have been bowmen for 1,000 of years. My father had the limbs of this bow cut on the day that I was born, and I could draw it by the time that I was 8. "I imagine you had a great deal," Garion said, thinking of the dense forest all around them, and the tracks of game he had seen in the snow. "It is our most common pastime." Loldoran stopped to pull the arrow he had just shot from a tree trunk. "My father prides himself on the fact that beef or mutton are never served at his table." "I went hunting once, in Carrick." "Deer?" "No, wild boars. We didn't use bows, though. The Carricks hunt with spears." "Spears? How can you get close enough to kill anything with a spear?" Garion laughed a bit ruefully, remembering his bruised ribs and aching head. "Getting close isn't the problem. It's getting away after you've speared him that's the difficult part." Loldoran did not seem to grasp that. "The huntsmen form a line," Garion explained, "and they crash through the woods, making as much noise as they can. You take your spear and wait where the boars are likely to pass when they try to get away from the noise. Being chased makes them bad-tempered, and when they see you, they charge. That's when you spear them." "Well, isn't that dangerous?" Loldoran's eyes were wide. Garion nodded. "I almost got all my ribs broken." He was not exactly boasting. But he admitted to himself that he was pleased by Loldoran's reaction to his story.
"We don't have many dangerous animals in Astoria," Loldoran said almost wistfully. "A few bears and once in a while a pack of wolves."
He seemed to hesitate for a moment, looking closely at Geryon.
"Some men, though, find more interesting things to shoot at than wild stags."
He said it with a kind of secretive sidelong glance.
"Oh?"
Geryon was not quite sure what he meant.
"Hardly a day goes by that some membrate's horse doesn't come home riderless."
Geryon was shocked at that.
"Some men think that there are too many membrates in Astoria,"
Loldoran explained with heavy emphasis.
"I thought that the Arendish civil war was over." "There are many who do not believe that. There are many who believe that the war will continue until Astoria is free of the membrate crown."
Loldoran's tone left no question as to where he stood in the matter.
"Wasn't the country unified after the Battle of Omembre?"
Geryon objected.
"Unified? Well, how could anyone believe that? Astoria is treated like a subject province. The king's court is at Valmembre. Every governor, every tax collector, every bailiff, every high sheriff in the kingdom is membrate. There is not a single Asturian in a position of authority anywhere in Arendia. The membrates even refuse to recognize our titles. My father, whose line extends back 1,000 years, is called landowner. A membrate would sooner bite out his tongue than call him baron."
Loldoran's face had gone white with suppressed indignation.
"I didn't know that,"
Geryon said carefully, not sure how to handle the young man's feelings.
"Astoria's humiliation is almost at an end, however,"
Loldoran declared fervently.
"There are some men in Astoria for whom patriotism is not dead, and the time is not far off when these men will hunt royal game."
He emphasized his statement by snapping an arrow at a distant tree. That confirmed the worst of Geryon's fears. Loldoran was a bit too familiar with the details not to be involved in this plot. As if he had realized himself that he had gone too far, Loldoran stared at Geryon with consternation.
"Oh, I am a fool,"
he blurted, with a guilty look around him.
"I've never learned to control my tongue. Please, forget what I just said, Geryon. I know you are my friend, and I know you won't betray what I said in a moment of heat."
That was one thing Geryon had feared. With that single statement, Loldoran had effectively sealed his lips. He knew that Mr. Wolfe should be warned that some wild scheme was afoot, but Loldoran's declaration of friendship and trust had made it impossible for him to speak. He wanted to grind his teeth with frustration as he stared full in the face of a major moral dilemma. They walked on, neither of them speaking, and both a little embarrassed, until they reached the bit of a wall where Geryon had waited in ambush the day before. For a time they stared out into the fog, their strained silence growing more uncomfortable by the moment.
"What is it like in Sandaria?"
Loldoran asked suddenly.
"I have never been there." "There aren't so many trees,"
Geryon answered, looking over the wall at the dark trunks marching off in the fog.
"It's an orderly kind of place." "Why did you live there?" "At Faldor's farm. It's near Lake Arat." "Is the Faldor a nobleman?"
"Faldor? No, Faldor's as common as old shoes. He's just a farmer. Decent, honest, good-hearted. I miss him."
"A commoner, then,"
Loldoran said, seeming ready to dismiss Faldor as a man of no consequence.
"Rank doesn't mean very much in Sandaria,"
Geryon told him rather pointedly.
"What a man does is more important than what he is."
He made a wry face.
"I was a scullery boy. Not very pleasant, but somebody's got to do it, I suppose." "Oh, not a serf, certainly,"
Leldarin sounded shocked. "There aren't any serfs in Sindaria." "No serfs?" The young Aaron stared at him uncomprehendingly. "No," Garion said firmly. "We've never found it necessary to have serfs." Leldarin's expression clearly showed that he was baffled by the notion. Garion remembered the voices that had come to him out of the fog the day before, but he resisted the urge to say something about serfdom. Leldarin would never understand, and the two of them were very close to friendship. Garion felt that he needed a friend just now, and he did not want to spoil things by saying something that would offend this likable young man. "What sort of work does your father do?" Leldarin asked politely. "He's dead. So is my mother." Garion found that if he said it quickly, it did not hurt so much. Leldarin's eyes filled in sudden, impulsive sympathy. He put his hand consolingly on Garion's shoulder. "Oh, I'm sorry," his voice almost breaking. "It must have been a terrible loss." "I was a baby," Garion shrugged, trying to sound off-handed about it. "I don't even remember them." It was still too personal to talk about. "Some pestilence?" Leldarin asked gently. "No," Garion answered in the same flat tone. "They were murdered." Leldarin gasped, and his eyes went wide. "A man crept into their village at night and set fire to their house," Garion continued unemotionally. "My grandfather tried to catch him, but he got away. From what I understand, the man is a very old enemy of my family." "Oh, surely you're not going to let it stand like that?" Leldarin demanded. "No," Garion replied, still looking out into the fog. "As soon as I'm old enough, I'm going to find him and kill him." "Good lad!" Leldarin exclaimed, suddenly catching Garion in a rough embrace. "We will find him and cut him to pieces." "We? Well, I'll be going with you, of course," Leldarin declared. "No true friend could do any less." He was obviously speaking on impulse, but just as obviously he was totally sincere. He gripped Garion's hand firmly. "I swear to you, Garion, I will not rest until the murderer of your parents lies dead at your feet." The sudden declaration was so totally predictable that Garion silently berated himself for not keeping his mouth shut. His feelings in the matter were very personal, and he was not really sure he wanted company in his search for his faceless enemy. Another part of his mind, however, rejoiced in Leldarin's impulsive but unquestioning support. He decided to let the subject drop. He knew Leldarin well enough by now to realize that the young man undoubtedly made a dozen devout promises a day, quickly offered in absolute sincerity, and just as quickly forgotten. They talked then of other things, standing close together beside the shuttered wall with their dark cloaks drawn tightly around them. Shortly before noon, Garion heard the muffled sound of horses' hooves somewhere out in the forest. A few minutes later, Hettar materialized out of the fog with a dozen wild-looking horses trailing after him. The tall Algar wore a short, fleece-lined leather cape. His boots were mud-spattered and his clothes travel-stained, but otherwise he seemed unaffected by his 2 weeks in the saddle. "Garion," he said gravely, by way of greeting, and Garion and Leldarin stepped out to meet him. "We've been waiting for you," Garion told him, and introduced Leldarin. "We'll show you where the others are." Hettar nodded, and followed the 2 young men through the ruins to the tower where Mr. Wolf and the others were waiting. "Snow in the mountains," the Algar remarked laconically by way of explanation as he swung down from his horse. "It delayed me a bit." He pulled his hood back from his shaved head and shook out his long black scalp lock. "No harm's been done," Mr. Wolf replied. "Come inside to the fire, and have something to eat. We have got a lot to talk about." Hettar looked at the horses, his tan, weathered face growing strangely blank, as if he were concentrating. The horses all looked back at him, their eyes alert and their ears pointed sharply forward. Then they turned and picked their way off among the trees.
"Don't they stray?"
Dernick wanted to know.
"No,"
Hetar answered.
"I ask them not to."
Dernick looked puzzled, but he let it pass. They all went into the tower and sat near the fireplace. Aunt Paul cut dark bread and pale yellow cheese for them while Dernick put more wood on the fire.
"Cohag sent word to the clan chiefs,"
Hetar reported, pulling off his cape. He wore a black, long-sleeved, horse-hide jacket with steel discs riveted to it to form a kind of flexible armor.
"They are gathering at the stronghold for council."
He unbelted the curved saber he wore, laid it to one side, and sat near the fire to eat.
Wolf nodded. "Is anyone trying to get through to Prologue?"
"I sent a troop of my own men to the Gorham before I left,"
Hetar responded.
"They will get through if anyone can."
"I hope so," Wolf stated. "The Gorham's an old friend of mine, and I'll need his help before all of this is finished."
"Aren't your people afraid of the land of the Ulgos?"
Lulduran inquired politely.
"I have heard that there are monsters there that feed on the flesh of men."
Hetar shrugged.
"They stay in their lairs in the winter-time. Besides, they are seldom brave enough to attack a full troop of mounted men."
He looked over at Mr. Wolf.
"Southern Sindaria is crawling with Murgos. Or did you know that?"
"I could have guessed. Did they seem to be looking for anything in particular?"
"I do not talk with Murgos,"
Hetar said shortly. His hooked nose and fierce eyes made him look at that moment like a hawk about to swoop down to the kill.
"I'm surprised that you were not delayed even more,"
Silk bantered.
"The whole world knows how you feel about Murgos." "I indulged myself once," Hetar admitted. "I met 2 of them, alone on the highway. It did not take very long."
"Too less to worry about then," Breck grunted with approval. "I think it's time for some plain talk," Mr. Wolf said, brushing crumbs off the front of his tunic. "Most of you have some notion of what we are doing, but I don't want anybody blundering into something by accident. We are after a man named Zedar. He used to be one of my master's disciples. Then he went over to Torak. Early last fall he somehow slipped into the throne room at Riva and stole the Orb of Aldur. We are going to chase him down and get it back." "Isn't he a sorcerer too?" Beric asked, tugging absently at a thick red braid. "That is not the term we use. But yes, he does have a certain amount of that kind of power. We all did. Me, Beltira, and Belkira, Belzedar, all the rest of us. That's one of the things I wanted to warn you about." "You all seem to have the same sort of names," Silk noticed. "Our master changed our names when he took us as disciples. It was a simple change, but it meant a great deal to us." "Wouldn't that mean that your original name was Gareth?" Silk asked, his ferret eyes narrowing shrewdly. Mr. Wolf looked startled and then laughed. "I haven't heard that name for thousands of years. I have been Belgarath for so long that I had almost completely forgotten Gareth. It's probably just as well. Gareth was a troublesome boy, a thief and a liar, among other things." "Some things never change," Aunt Paul observed. "Nobody's perfect," Wolf admitted blandly. "Why did Zedar steal the orb?" Hetar asked, setting aside his plate. "He has always wanted it for himself," the old man replied. "That could be it, but more likely he's trying to take it to Torak. The one who delivers the orb to One Eye is going to be his favorite." "But Torak is dead," Lulduran objected. "The Raven Warder killed him at Vomimbre." "No, Torak is not dead, only asleep. Bran's sword was not the one destined to kill him. Zedar carried him off after the battle, and hid him someplace. Someday he will awaken. Probably someday very soon, if I am reading the signs right. We have got to get the orb back before that happens." "These sailors caused a lot of trouble," Beric rumbled. "You should have dealt with him a long time ago."
Possibly," Wolf admitted.
"Why don't you just wave your hand and make him disappear?"
Beric suggested, making a sort of gesture with his thick fingers. Wolf shook his head. "I can't. Not even the gods can do that." "Well, we've got some big problems, then," Silk said with a frown. "Every Mergo from here to Rakgoska's going to try to stop us from catching Zadar."
"Not necessarily,"
Wolf disagreed. "Zadar's got the orb, but Tochik commands the Grolums." "Tochik?" Loldoran asked. "The Grolum High Priest. He and Zadar hate each other. I think we can count on him to try to keep Zadar from getting to Torak with the orb."
Beric shrugged. "What difference does it make? You and Belgariad can use magic if we run into anything difficult, can you not?"
"There are limitations on that sort of thing," Wolf said a bit evasively.
"I don't understand,"
Beric said, frowning. Mr. Wolf took a deep breath. "All right, as long as it's come up, let's go into that too. A sorcery, if that's what you want to call it, is a disruption of the natural order of things. Sometimes it has certain unexpected effects, so you have to be very careful about what you do with it. Not only that, it makes—" He frowned then. "Well, let's call it a sort of noise. That's not exactly what it is, but it serves well enough to explain. Others with the same abilities can hear the noise. Once Belgariad and I start changing things, every Grolum in the West is going to know exactly where we are and what we are doing. They'll keep piling things in front of us until we're exhausted." "It takes almost as much energy to do things that way as it does to do them with your arms and back," Aunt Paul explained. "It is very tiring." She sat beside the fire, carefully mending a small tear in one of Gerion's tunics.
"I didn't know that,"
Beric admitted. "Not many people do." "If we have to, Paul and I can take certain steps," Wolf went on. "But we can't keep it up forever. And we can't simply make things vanish. I'm sure you can see why." "Oh, of course," Silk professed, though his tone indicated that he did not. "Everything that exists depends on everything else," Aunt Paul explained quietly. "If you were to unmake one thing, it is altogether possible that everything would vanish." The fire popped, and Gerion jumped slightly. The vaulted chamber seemed suddenly dark, and shadows lurked in the corners. "That cannot happen, of course," Wolf told them. "When you try to unmake something, your will simply recoils on you. If you say, 'Be not,' then you are the one who vanishes. That's why we are very careful about what we say." "Oh, I can understand why," Silk said, his eyes widening slightly. "Most of the things we will encounter can be dealt with by ordinary means. That is the reason we have brought you together. At least, that's one of the reasons. Among you, you will be able to handle most of the things that get in our way. The important thing to remember is that Belgariad and I have to get to Zadar before he can reach Torak with the orb. Zadar has found some way to touch the orb. I don't know how. If he can show Torak how it's done, no power on earth will be able to stop One Eye from becoming king and god over the whole world." They all sat in the ruddy, flickering light of the fire, their faces serious as they considered that possibility. "I think that
pretty well covers everything, don't you, Paul?"
"I believe so, Father," she replied, smoothing the front of her grey homespun gown. Later, outside the tower, as grey evening crept in among the foggy ruins of Voachun, and the smell of the thick stew Aunt Paul was cooking for supper drifted out to them, Geryon turned to Silk. "Is it all really true?" The small man looked out into the fog. "Let's act as if we believed that it is," he suggested. "Under the circumstances, I think it would be a bad idea to make a mistake." "Are you afraid too, Silk?" Silk sighed. "Yes," he admitted. "But we can behave as if we believed that we aren't, can't we?" "I guess we can try," Geryon said, and the two of them turned to go back into the chamber at the foot of the tower, where the firelight danced on the low stone arches, holding the fog and the chill at bay. Chapter 3. The next morning, Silk came out of the tower wearing a rich maroon doublet and a bag-like black velvet cap cocked jauntily over one ear. "What is all that about?" Aunt Paul asked him. "I chanced to cross an old friend in one of the packs," Silk replied airily. "Redek of Bakhtor by name." "What happened to Ambar of Kartu?" "Oh, Ambar's a good enough fellow, I suppose," Silk said a bit deprecatingly. "But a Murgo named Asherak knows about him, and may have dropped his name in certain quarters. Let's not look for trouble, if we don't have to."
"Not a bad disguise," Mr. Wolf agreed.
"One more Drasnian merchant on the Great West Road won't attract any attention, whatever his name." "Please," Silk objected in an injured tone. "The name is very important. You hang the whole disguise on the name."
"I don't see any difference,"
Barak asserted bluntly. "There is all the difference in the world. Surely you can see that Ambar's a vagabond with very little regard for ethics, while Redek's a man of substance, whose word is as good in all the commercial centers of the West. Besides, Redek's always accompanied by servants." "Servants?" One of Aunt Paul's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, just for the sake of disguise," Silk assured her quickly. "You, of course, could never be a servant, Lady Belgariad." "Oh, thank you. No one would ever believe it. You'll be my sister instead, traveling with me to see the splendors of Tol Hanath." "Your sister?" "Oh, well, you could be my mother instead, if you prefer," Silk suggested blandly. "Making a religious pilgrimage to Mar Terran, to atone for a colourful past." Aunt Paul gazed steadily at the small man for a moment, while he grinned impudently at her. "Someday, your sense of humour is going to get you into a great deal of trouble, Prince Kaldar." "Oh, I'm always in trouble, Lady Belgariad. I would not know how to act if I were not."
"Do you two suppose we could get started?" Mr. Wolf asked.
"Oh, just a moment more. If we meet anyone and have to explain things, you, Luldaran, and Geryon are Polgara's servants. Hetar, Barak, and Dernik are mine."
"Anything you say,"
the wolf agreed wearily. "Well, there are reasons."
"All right."
"Don't you want to hear them?"
"Not particularly."
Silk looked a bit hurt.
"Are we ready?"
"Everything's out of the tower," Dernik told him.
"Oh, just a moment. I forgot to put out the fire."
He went back inside. Wolf glanced after the smith in exasperation.
"What difference does it make?" he muttered. "This place is a ruin anyway."
"Leave him alone, Father," Aunt Paul said placidly. "It's the way he is." As they prepared to mount, Barak's horse, a large, sturdy grey, sighed and threw a reproachful look at Hetar, and the Algar chuckled.
"What's so funny?"
Barak demanded suspiciously. The horse said something. Never mind, Hettar replied. Then they swung into their saddles and threaded their way out of the foggy ruins and along the narrow, muddy track that wound into the forest. Sodden snow lay under wet trees, and water dripped continually from the branches overhead. They all drew their cloaks about them to ward off the chill and dampness. Once they were under the trees, Loldoran pulled his horse in beside Gerion's, and they rode together.
"Is Prince Keldar always so,
extremely complicated?"
Silk? Oh, yes. He's very devious. You see, he's a spy, and disguises and clever lies are second nature to him."
"A spy? Really?" Loldoran's eyes brightened as his imagination caught hold of the idea.
"He works for his uncle, the king of Drasnia," Garion explained. "From what I understand, the Drasnians have been at this sort of thing for centuries."
"We've got to stop and pick up the rest of the packs," Silk was reminding Mr. Wolf. "I have not forgotten."
"Packs?"
Loldoran asked.
"Silk picked up some wool, cloth, and kamar," Garion told him. "He said it would give us a legitimate reason to be on the highway. We hid them in a cave when we left the road to come to Vovachon." "He thinks of everything, doesn't he?" "He tries. We're lucky to have him with us." "Maybe we could have him show us a few things about disguises," Loldoran suggested brightly. "It might be very useful when we go looking for your enemy."
Garion had thought that Loldoran had forgotten his impulsive pledge. The young Aran's mind seemed too flighty to keep hold of one idea for very long, but he saw now that Loldoran only seemed to forget things. The prospect of a serious search for his parents' murderer, with this young enthusiast adding embellishments and improvisations at every turn, began to present itself alarmingly. By mid-morning, after they had picked up Silk's packs and lashed them to the backs of the spare horses, they were back out onto the Great West Road, the Tolnedran highway running through the heart of the forest. They rode south at a loping canter that ate up the miles. They passed a heavily burdened serf, clothed in scraps and pieces of sackcloth, tied on with bits of string. The serf's face was gaunt, and he was very thin under his dirty rags. He stepped off of the road and stared at them with apprehension until they had passed. Garion felt a sudden stab of compassion. He briefly remembered Lamer and Detton, and he wondered what would finally happen to them. It seemed important for some reason.
"Is it really necessary to keep them so poor?"
he demanded of Loldoran, unable to hold it in any longer.
"Who?"
Loldoran asked, looking around.
"That serf."
Loldoran glanced back over his shoulder at the ragged man.
"You didn't even see him,"
Garion accused. Loldoran shrugged.
"There are so many." "And they all dress in rags and live on the edge of starvation?"
"Membrate taxes," Loldoran replied, as if that explained everything.
"You seem to have always had enough to eat."
"I am not a serf, Garion," Loldoran answered patiently.
"The poorest people always suffer the most. It is the way the world is."
"It doesn't have to be."
"You just don't understand."
"No, and I never will."
"Naturally not,"
Loldoran said with infuriating complacency.
"You are not Erendish."
Garion clenched his teeth to hold back the obvious reply. By late afternoon, they had covered 10 leagues, and the snow had largely disappeared from the roadside.
"Shouldn't we start to give some thought to where we're going to spend the night, Father?"
Aunt Paul suggested. Mr. Wolf scratched thoughtfully at his beard as he squinted at the shadows hovering in the trees around them.
"I have an uncle who lives not far from here," Loldoran offered. "Count Reldegan. I am sure that he will be glad to give us shelter."
"Thin?" Mr. Wolf asked. "Dark hair?"
"It is grey now," Loldoran replied. "Do you know him?"
"I have not seen him for 20 years, Wolf told him. "As I recall, he used to be quite a hothead."
"Uncle Reldegan? You must have him confused with somebody else, Belgariad.
Maybe. How far is it to his house?
No more than a league and a half away.
Let's go see him, then, Wolf decided.
Laldron shook his reins and moved into the lead to show them the way.
"How are you and your friend getting along?" Silk asked, falling in beside Garion.
"Fine, I suppose,"
Garion replied, not quite sure how the rat-faced little man intended the question.
"It seems to be a little hard to explain things to him, though."
That is only natural. He is an errand, after all."
Garion quickly came to Laldron's defense. "He's honest and very brave."
"Yes, they all are, and that is part of the problem."
"I like him."
"Oh, so do I, Garion, but that does not keep me from realizing the truth about him."
"If you're trying to say something, why don't you just go ahead and say it?"
"All right, I will. Do not let friendship get the better of your good sense. Arendia is a very dangerous place, and errands tend to blunder into disasters quite regularly. Don't let your exuberant young companion drag you into something that's none of your business."
Silk's look was direct, and Garion realized that the little man was quite serious.
"I'll be careful," he promised.
"I knew that I could count on you," Silk said gravely. "Are you making fun of me?"
"Would I do that, Garion?"
Silk asked mockingly. Then he laughed, and they rode on together through the gloomy afternoon. The grey stone house of Count Reldigan was about a mile back in the forest from the highway, and it stood in the center of a clearing that extended beyond bowshot in every direction. Although it had no wall, it had somehow the look of a fort. The windows facing out were narrow and covered with iron gratings. Strong turrets, surmounted by battlements, stood at each corner, and the gate, which opened into the central courtyard of the house, was made of whole tree trunks, squared off and strapped together with iron bands. Garion stared at the brooding pile as they approached in the rapidly fading light. There was a kind of haughty ugliness about the house, a grim solidity that seemed to defy the world.
"It's not a very pleasant-looking sort of place, is it?" he said to Silk. "Asturian architecture is a reflection of their society. A strong house isn't a bad idea in a country where neighborhood disputes sometimes get out of hand."
"Are they also afraid of each other?"
"Just cautious, Garion, just cautious."
Laldron dismounted before the heavy gate and spoke to someone on the other side through a small grill. There was finally a rattling of chains and the grinding sound of heavy iron-shod bars sliding back.
"I would not make any quick moves once we are inside," Silk advised quietly. "There will probably be archers watching us."
Garion looked at him sharply.
"A quaint custom of the region,"
Silk informed him. They rode into a cobblestoned courtyard and dismounted. Count Reldigan, when he appeared, was a tall, thin man with iron-gray hair and a beard who walked with the aid of a stout cane. He wore a rich green doublet and black hose. Despite the fact that he was in his own house, he carried a sword at his side. He limped heavily down a broad flight of stairs from the house to greet them.
"Uncle,"
Laldron said, bowing respectfully.
"Nephew,"
the Count replied in polite acknowledgment.
"My friends and I have found ourselves in the vicinity,"
Laldron stated.
"We thought we might impose on you for the night."
"You are always welcome, nephew," Reldigan answered with a kind of grave formality. "Have you dined yet?"
"No, uncle."
"Then you must all take supper with me. May I know your friends?" Mr. Wolf pushed back his head and stepped forward. "You and I are already acquainted, Reldigan." The Count's eyes widened. "Belgariad, is it really you?" Wolf grinned. "Oh, yes. I'm still wandering about the world, stirring up mischief." Reldigan laughed then, and grasped Wolf's upper arm warmly.
Come inside, all of you. Let us not stand about in the cold.
He turned and limped up the steps toward the house.
What happened to your leg?
Wolf asked him.
An arrow in the knee, the Count shrugged. The result of an old disagreement, long since forgotten. As I recall, you used to get involved in quite a few of those. I thought for a while that you intended to go through life with your sword half drawn. I was an excitable youth, the Count admitted, opening the broad door at the top of the steps. He led them down a long hallway to a room of imposing size with a large blazing fireplace at each end. Great curving stone arches supported the ceiling. The floor was of polished black stone, scattered with fur rugs, and the walls, arches, and ceiling were whitewashed in gleaming contrast. Heavy carved chairs of dark brown wood set here and there, and a great table with an iron candelabra in its center stood near the fireplace at one end. A dozen or so leather-bound books were scattered on its polished surface. "Books, Raldigan?" Mr. Wolf said in amazement, as he and the others removed their cloaks and gave them to the servants, who immediately appeared. "You have mellowed, my friend?" The Count smiled at the old man's remark. "I'm forgetting my manners," Wolf apologized. "My daughter, Belgara. Paul, this is Count Raldigan, an old friend." "Milady," the Count acknowledged with an exquisite bow. "My house is honored." Aunt Paul was about to reply when two young men burst into the room, arguing heatedly. "You're an idiot, Barentine," the first, a dark-haired youth in a scarlet doublet, snapped. "It may please thee to think so, Tarasin," the second, a stout young man with pale curly hair and wearing a green and yellow-striped tunic, replied. "But whether it pleases thee or not, Asturia's future is in Membrite hands. Thy rancorous denouncements and sulphurious rhetoric shall not alter that fact." "Don't thee me, or thou me, Barentine," the dark-haired one sneered. "Your imitation Membrite courtesy turns my stomach." "Gentlemen, that is enough," Count Raldigan said sharply, rapping his cane on the stone floor. "If you two are going to insist on discussing politics, I'll have you separated, forcibly, if necessary." The two young men scowled at each other and then stalked off to opposite sides of the room. "My son, Thorasin," the Count admitted apologetically, indicating the dark-haired youth, "and his cousin Barentine, son of my late wife's brother. They have been wrangling like this for 2 weeks now. I had to take their swords away from them the day after Barentine arrived." "Political discussion is good for the blood, my lord," Silk observed. "Especially in the winter. The heat keeps the veins from clogging up." The Count chuckled at the little man's remark. "Prince Keldar, of the Royal House of Drasnia," Mr. Wolf introduced Silk. "Your Highness," the Count responded, bowing. Silk winced slightly. "Oh, please, my lord, I have spent a lifetime running from that mode of address, and I am sure that my connection with the royal family embarrasses my uncle almost as much as it embarrasses me." The Count laughed again with easy good nature. "Why don't we all adjourn to the dining table?" he suggested. 2 fat deer have been turning on spits in my kitchen since daybreak, and I recently obtained a cask of red wine from southern Tornedra. As I recall, Belgariad has always had a great fondness for good food and fine wines." "He has not changed, my lord," Aunt Paul told him. "My father is terribly predictable, once you get to know him." The Count smiled and offered her his arm as they all moved toward the door on the far side of the room. "Tell me, my lord, do you by chance have a bathtub in your house?" "Bathing in winter is dangerous, Lady Belgariad," the Count warned her. "My lord," she stated gravely, "I have been bathing, winter or summer, for more years than you could possibly imagine." "Let her bathe, Raldigan," Mr. Wolf urged. "Her temper deteriorates quite noticeably when she thinks she's getting dirty."
"A bath would not hurt you either, old wolf. You are starting to get a bit strong from the downwind side," Aunt Paul retorted tartly. Mr. Wolf looked a bit injured. Much later, after they had eaten their fill of venison, gravy-soaked bread, and rich cherry tarts, Aunt Paul excused herself and went with a maidservant to oversee the preparation of her bath. The men all lingered at the table over their wine cups, their faces washed with the golden light of the many candles in Raldigan's dining hall. "Let me show you to your rooms," Thoresen suggested to Leldarin and Gerion, pushing back his chair and casting a look of veiled contempt across the table at Varantain. They followed him from the room and up a long flight of stairs toward the upper stories of the house. "I don't want to offend you, Tor," Leldarin said as they climbed, "but your cousin has some peculiar ideas." Thoresen snorted. "Varantain is a jackass. He thinks he can impress the Membrates by imitating their speech and by fawning on them." His dark face was angry in the light of the candle he carried to light their way. "Why should he want to?" Leldarin asked. "He is desperate for some kind of holding he can call his own," Thoresen replied. "My mother's brother has very little land to leave him. The fat idiot's all calf-eyed over the daughter of one of the barons in his district, and since the baron won't even consider a landless suitor, Varantain's trying to wheedle an estate from the Membrate governor. He would swear fealty to the ghost of Kaltorak himself if he thought it would get him land." "Doesn't he realize that he has not got a chance?" Leldarin inquired. "There are too many land-hungry Membrate knights around the governor for him to even think of granting an estate to an Asturian." "I have told him the same thing myself," Thoresen declared, with scathing contempt. "But there is no reasoning with him. His behavior degrades our whole family." Leldarin shook his head commiseratingly as they reached an upper hall. He looked around quickly then. "I have to talk with you, Tor," he blurted, his voice dropping to a whisper. Thoresen looked at him sharply. "My father has committed me to Belgariad's service in a matter of great importance," Leldarin hurried on in that same hushed voice. "I do not know how long we will be gone, so you and the others will have to kill Corodulan without me." Thoresen's eyes went wide with horror. "We are not alone, Leldarin," he said in a strangled voice. "I'll go down to the other end of the hall," Gerion said quickly. "No," Leldarin replied firmly, taking hold of Gerion's arm. "Gerion is my friend, Thor. I have no secrets from him." "Leldarin, please. I'm not Asturian. I'm not even an errand. I don't want to know what you're planning." "But you will know, Gerion, as proof of my trust in you," Leldarin declared. "Next summer, when Corodulan journeys to the ruined city of Oaster to hold court there for the 6 weeks that maintain the fiction of Erendish unity, we are going to ambush him on the highway." "Leldarin!" Thoresen gasped, his face turning white. But Leldarin was already plunging on. "It won't be just a simple ambush, Gerion. This will be a master stroke at Membrae's heart. We are going to ambush him in the uniforms of Tolnedran legionnaires and cut him down with Tolnedran swords. Our attack will force Membrae to declare war on the Tolnedran Empire, and Tolnedra will crush Membrae like an eggshell. Membrae will be destroyed, and Asturia will be free." "Natchak will have you killed for this, Neldarin," Thoresen cried. "We have all been sworn to secrecy on a blood oath." "Tell the Murgo that I spit on his oath," Leldarin said hotly. "What need have Asturian patriots for a Murgo henchman?" "He is providing us with gold, you blockhead!" Thoresen raged, almost beside himself. "We need his good red gold to buy the uniforms, the swords, and to strengthen the backbones of some of our weaker friends."
"I don't need weaklings with me," Loldoran said intensely. "A patriot does what he does for the love of his country, not for Angarak gold."
Garion's mind was moving quickly now. His moment of stunned amazement had passed.
"There was a man in Cleric," he recalled. "The Earl of Yarvik. He also took Murgo gold and plotted to kill a king."
The two stared at him blankly.
"Something happens to a country when you kill its king," Garion explained. "No matter how bad the king is, or how good the people are who kill him, the country falls apart for a while. Everything is confused, and there's nobody to point the country in any one direction. Then, if you start a war between that country and another one at the same time, you add just that much more confusion. I think that if I were a Murgo, that's exactly the kind of confusion I'd want to see in all of the kingdoms of the West."
Garion listened to his own voice, almost in amazement. There was a dry, dispassionate quality in it that he instantly recognized. From the time of his earliest memories, that voice had always been there, inside his mind, occupying some quiet, hidden corner, telling him when he was wrong or foolish. But the voice had never actively interfered before in his dealings with other people. Now, however, it spoke directly to these two young men, patiently explaining.
"Angarak gold is not what it seems to be. There's a kind of power in it that corrupts you. Maybe that's why it's the color of blood. I would think about that before I accepted any more red gold from this Murgo Nachak. Why do you suppose he's giving you gold and helping you with this plan of yours? He's not an Asturian, so patriotism could not have anything to do with it, could it? I'd think about that, too."
Loldoran and his cousin looked suddenly troubled.
"I'm not going to say anything about this to anybody. You told me about it in confidence," Garion said. "And I really was not supposed to hear about it anyway. But remember that there's a lot more going on in the world right now than what's happening here in Arendia. Now, I think I'd like to get some sleep. If you will show me where my bed is, I'll leave you to talk things over all night, if you'd like."
All in all, Garion thought he had handled the whole thing rather well. He had planted a few doubts, at the very least. He knew Arends well enough by now to realize that it probably would not be enough to turn these two around, but it was a start. Chapter 4. The following morning, they rode out early, while the mist still hung among the trees. Count Reldigan, wrapped in a dark cloak, stood at his gate to bid them farewell, and Torasin, standing beside his father, seemed unable to take his eyes off of Garion's face. Garion kept his expression as blank as possible. The fiery young Asturian seemed to be filled with doubts, and those doubts might keep him from plunging headlong into something disastrous. It wasn't much, Garion realized, but it was the best he could manage under the circumstances.
"Come back again soon, Belgariad,"
Reldigan said.
"Some time when you can stay longer. We are very isolated here, and I would like to know what the rest of the world is doing. We will sit by the fire and talk away a month or two."
Mr. Wolf nodded gravely. "Maybe, when this business of mine is over, Reldigan." Then he turned his horse and led the way across the wide clearing that surrounded the Count's house and back once again into the gloomy forest.
"The Count is an unusual errand," Silk said lightly as they rode along.
"I think I actually detected an original thought or two in him last evening."
"He has changed a great deal," Wolf agreed.
"He sets a good table,"
Beric said.
"I haven't felt this full since I left Val Aulorn."
"You should," Aunt Paul said. "You ate the biggest part of one deer by yourself."
"You're exaggerating, Polgara,"
Beric told her.
"Oh, but not by very much,"
Hetor observed in his quiet voice. Loldoran had pulled his horse in beside Garion's, but he had not spoken.
His face was as troubled as his cousin's had been. It was obvious that he wanted to say something, and just as obvious that he didn't know how to begin. "Go ahead," Garion said quietly. "We're good enough friends that I'm not going to be upset if it doesn't come out exactly right." Leldarin looked at him a little sheepishly.
"Am I really that obvious?"
"Honest is a better word for it," Garion told him. "You have just never learned to hide your feelings, that's all."
"Was it really true? I'm not doubting your word, but was there really a Murkel and Kerek plotting against King Aneg?"
"Ask Silk," Garion suggested, "or Berek or Hetar, any of them. We were all there."
"Nachak is not like that, though,"
Leldarin said quickly, defensively. "Can you be sure? The plan was his in the first place, wasn't it? How did you happen to meet him?"
"We had all gone down to the Great Fair, Torreson, me, several of the others. We bought some things from a Murgo merchant, and Tor made a few remarks about Mimbrates. You know how Tor is. The merchant said that he knew somebody we might be interested in meeting, and he introduced us to Nachak. The more we talked with him, the more sympathetic he seemed to become to the way we all feel."
"Naturally."
"He told us what the king is planning. You wouldn't believe it."
"Probably not." Leldarin gave him a quick, troubled look.
"He is going to break up our estates and give them to landless Mimbrate nobles."
He said it accusingly.
"Did you verify that with anybody but Nachak?" "Well, how could we? The Mimbrates would not admit it if we confronted them with it. But it's the kind of thing that the Mimbrates would do."
"So you've only got Nachak's word for it, right? How did this plan of yours come up?"
"Nachak said that if he were an Asturian, he would not let anybody take his land. But he said that it would be too late to try to stop them when they came with knights and soldiers. He said that if he were doing it, he would strike before they were ready, and that he would do it in such a way that the Mimbrites would not know who had done it. That's when he suggested the Tolnedran uniforms."
"When did he start giving you money?"
"I'm not sure. Tor handled that part of it."
"Did he ever say why he was giving you this money?"
"He said it was out of friendship."
"Didn't that seem a little odd?"
"Well, I would give someone money out of friendship,"
Leldarin protested.
"You are an Asturian,"
Garion told him.
"You would give somebody your life out of friendship. Nachak's a Murgo. And I have never heard that they were all that generous. What it comes down to, then, is that a stranger tells you that the king's planning to take your land. Then he gives you a plan to kill the king and start a war with Tolnedra. And to make sure you succeed with his plan, he gives you the money. Is that about it?"
Leldarin nodded mutely, his eyes stricken.
"Weren't any of you just the least bit suspicious?"
Leldarin seemed almost about to cry.
"But it is such a good plan,"
he burst out finally.
"It could not help but succeed."
"And that's what makes it so dangerous," Garion replied.
"Oh, Garion, what am I going to do?"
Leldarin's voice was anguished now.
"I don't think there's anything you can do right now. Maybe later, after we've had time to think about it, we'll come up with something. If we can't, we can always tell my grandfather about it. He'll think of a way to stop it." "Oh, we can't tell anybody. We are pledged to silence,"
Leldarin reminded him.
"We might have to break that pledge,"
Garion said somewhat reluctantly.
"I don't see that either of us owes that Murgo anything. But it's going to have to be up to you, Leldarin. I won't say anything to anybody without your permission." "You decide," Leldarin pleaded then. "I cannot do it, Garion."
"You are going to have to.
I'm sure that if you think about it, you'll see why."
They reached the Great West Road, then, and Berek led them south at a brisk trot, cutting off the possibility of further discussion. A league or so down the road they passed a muddy village, a dozen or so turf-roofed huts with walls made of wattles plastered over with mud. The fields around the village were dotted with tree stumps, and a few scrawny cows grazed near the edge of the forest. Garion could not control his indignation as he looked at the misery implicit in the crude collection of hovels. "Laldarin! Look!" "What? Where?" The blond young man came out of his troubled preoccupation quickly, as if expecting some danger. "The village. Look at it." "It is only a serf's village," Laldarin said indifferently. "I have seen hundreds like it." He seemed ready to return to his own inner turmoil. "In Sundaria, we wouldn't keep pigs in places like that." Garion's voice rang with fervor now. If he could only make his friend see. Two ragged serfs were dispiritedly hacking chunks of firewood from one of the stumps near the road. As the party approached, they dropped their axes and bolted in terror for the forest. "Does it make you proud, Laldarin?" Garion demanded. "Does it make you feel good to know that your own countrymen are so afraid of you that they run from the very sight of you?" Laldarin looked baffled. "They are serfs, Garion." He said it as if that explained it all. "They are men. They are not animals. Men deserve to be treated better." "I can't do anything about it. They aren't my serfs." And with that, Laldarin's attention turned inward again as he continued to struggle with the dilemma Garion had placed upon him. By late afternoon, they had covered 10 leagues, and the cloudy sky was gradually darkening as evening approached. "I think we're going to have to spend the night in the forest, Belgariad," Silk said, looking around. "There is no chance of reaching the next Tolnedron hostel." Mr. Wolf had been half dozing in his saddle. He looked up, blinking a bit. "All right. But let's get back from the road a bit. Our fire could attract attention, and too many people know that we are in Arendia already." "There's your woodcutter's track right there." Dernick pointed at a break in the trees just ahead. "It should lead us back in the trees." "All right," Wolf agreed. The sounds of their horses' hooves were muffled by the sodden leaves of the forest floor as they turned in among the trees to follow the narrow track. They rode silently for the better part of a mile, until a clearing opened ahead of them. "How about there?" Dernick asked. He indicated a brook trickling softly over mossy stones on one side of the clearing. "It will do," Wolf agreed. "We're going to need shelter," the smith observed. "I bought tents in Kamar," Silk told him. "They're in the packs." "That was foresighted of you," Aunt Paul complimented him. "I have been in Arendia before, my lady. I am familiar with the weather."
"Garion and I will go get wood for the fire, then," Dernick said, climbing down from his horse and untying his axe from his saddle.
"I'll help you," Laldarin offered, his face still troubled. Dernick nodded and led the way off into the trees. The woods were soaked, but the smith seemed to know almost instinctively where to find dry fuel. They worked quickly in the lowering twilight, and soon had 3 large bundles of limbs and faggots. They returned to the clearing where Silk and the others were erecting several dun-colored tents. Dernick dropped his wood and cleared a space for the fire with his foot. Then he knelt and began striking sparks with his knife from a piece of flint into a wad of dry tinder that he always carried. In a short time he had a small fire going, and Aunt Paul set out her pots beside it, humming softly to herself. Hettar came back from tending the horses, and they all stood watching Aunt Paul preparing a supper from the stores that Count Reldigan had pressed on them before they had left his house that morning. After they had eaten, they sat around the fire talking quietly.
"How far have we come today?"
Dernick asked.
12 leagues,
Hettar estimated.
"How much farther do we have to go to get out of this forest?"
"It is 80 leagues from Kamar to the Central Plain,"
Laldarin replied. Dernick sighed. "A week or more. I'd hope that it'd be only a few days."
"I know what you mean, Dernick,"
Beric agreed.
It is gloomy under all these trees.
The horses picketed near the brook stirred uneasily. Hettar rose to his feet.
Something wrong?
Beric asked, also rising.
There shouldn't be,
Hettar started, and then he stopped.
Back, he snapped. Away from the fire. The horses say there are men out there, many with weapons.
He jumped back from the fire, drawing his saber. Luldurin took one startled look at him and bolted for one of the tents. Gerion's sudden disappointment in his friend was almost like a blow to the stomach. An arrow buzzed into the light and shattered on Beric's mail shirt.
"Arm yourselves!"
the big man roared, drawing his sword. Gerion grasped Aunt Paul's sleeve and tried to pull her from the light. "Stop that!" she snapped, jerking her sleeve free. Another arrow whizzed out of the foggy woods. Aunt Paul flicked her hand as if brushing away a fly, and muttered a single word. The arrow bounced back as if it had struck something solid and fell to the ground. Then, with a hoarse shout, a gang of rough, burly men burst from the edge of the trees and splashed across the brook, brandishing swords. As Beric and Hettar leaped forward to meet them, Luldurin re-emerged from the tent with his bow and began loosing arrows so rapidly that his hands seemed to blur as they moved. Gerion was instantly ashamed that he had doubted his friend's courage. With a choked cry, one of the attackers stumbled back, an arrow through his throat. Another doubled over sharply, clutching at his stomach, and fell to the ground, groaning. A third, quite young, and with a pale, downy beard on his cheeks, dropped heavily and sat plucking at the feathers on the shaft protruding from his chest. He sat with a bewildered expression on his boyish face. Then he sighed and slumped over on his side, with a stream of blood coming from his nose. The ragged-looking men faltered under the rain of Luldurin's arrows, and then Beric and Hettar were upon them. With a great sweep, Beric's heavy sword shattered an upflung blade and crunched down into the angle between the neck and shoulder of the black-whiskered man who had held it. The man collapsed. Hettar made a quick feint with his saber, then ran it smoothly through the body of a pock-marked ruffian. The man stiffened, and a gush of bright blood burst from his mouth as Hettar pulled out his blade. Durnik ran forward with his axe and silk drew his long dagger from under his vest and ran directly at a man with a shaggy brown beard. At the last moment he dived forward, rolled, and struck the bearded man full in the chest with both feet. Without pausing, he came up and ripped his dagger into his enemy's belly. The dagger made a wet, tearing sound as it sliced upward, and the stricken man clutched at his stomach with a scream, trying to hold in the blue-colored loops and coils of his entrails that seemed to come boiling out through his fingers. Gerion dived for the pax to get his own sword, but was suddenly grabbed roughly from behind. He struggled for an instant, and then felt a stunning blow on the back of his head, and his eyes filled with a blinding flash of light.
"This is the one we want,"
a rough voice rasped as Gerion sank into unconsciousness. He was being carried. That much was certain. He could feel the strong arms under him. He did not know how long it had been since he had been struck on the head. His ears still rang, and he was more than a little sick to his stomach. He stayed limp, but carefully opened one eye. His vision was blurred and uncertain, but he could make out Beric's bearded face looming above him in the darkness, and merged with it, as once before in the snowy woods outside Val Alworn, he seemed to see the shaggy face of a great bear. He closed his eyes, shuddered, and started to struggle weakly.
"Is all right, Gerion?"
Beric said, his voice sunk in a kind of despair.
"It's me."
Gerion opened his eyes again, and the bear seemed to be gone. He was not even sure he had ever really seen it.
"Are you all right?"
Beric asked, setting him on the ground.
"They hit me on the head,"
Gerion mumbled, his hand going to the swelling behind his ear.
"They won't do it again,"
Beric muttered, his tone still despairing. Then the huge man sank to the ground and buried his face in his hands. It was dark and difficult to see, but it looked as if Beric's shoulders were shaking with a kind of terrible suppressed grief, a soundless, wrenching series of convulsive sobs.
"Where are we?"
Garion asked, looking around into the darkness.
Barak coughed and wiped at his face. "Quite a ways from the tents. It took me a little while to catch up to the two who were carrying you off."
What happened?
Garion was still a bit confused.
"They are dead. Can you stand up?"
I don't know.
Garion tried to get up, but a wave of giddiness swept over him, and his stomach churned.
"Never mind. I will carry you."
Beric said it in a now grimly practical voice. An owl screeched from a nearby tree, and its ghostly white shape drifted off through the trees ahead of them. As Beric lifted him, Garion closed his eyes and concentrated on keeping his stomach under control. Before long, they came out into the clearing and its circle of firelight.
"Is he all right?"
Aunt Paul asked, looking up from bandaging a cut on Dernick's arm.
"A bump on the head, that is all,"
Beric replied, setting Garion down.
"Did you run them off?"
His voice was harsh, even, brutal.
"Those that could still run,"
Silk answered, his voice a bit excited and his ferret eyes bright.
"They left a few behind."
He pointed at a number of still shapes, lying near the edge of the firelight. Loldoran came back into the clearing, looking over his shoulder, and with his bow half drawn. He was out of breath, his face was pale, and his hands were shaking.
"Are you all right?"
he asked as soon as he saw Garion. Garion nodded, gently fingering the lump behind his ear.
"I tried to find the two who took you,"
the young man declared.
But they were too quick for me. There is some kind of animal out there. I heard it growling while I was looking for you. Awful growls."
"The beast is gone now,"
Beric told him flatly. "And what's the matter with you?" Silk asked the big man.
"Nothing."
"Who were these men?"
Garion asked. "Robbers, most likely," Silk surmised, putting away his dagger. "It is one of the benefits of a society that holds men in serfdom. They get bored with being serfs and go out into the forest, looking for excitement and profit."
"You sound just like Garion," Loldoran objected. "Can you people not understand that serfdom's part of the natural order of things here? Our serfs could not take care of themselves alone, so those of us in higher station accept the responsibility of caring for them."
"Oh, of course you do," Silk agreed sarcastically. "They are not so well fed as your pigs, nor as well kennelled as your dogs, but you do care for them, don't you?"
"That will do, Silk," Aunt Paul said coolly. "Let's not start bickering among ourselves."
She tied a last knot on Dornick's bandage and came over to examine Garion's head. She touched her fingers gently to the lump, and he winced.
"Doesn't seem too serious," she observed. "Well, it hurts all the same," he complained.
"Oh, of course it does, dear," she said calmly. She dipped a cloth in a pail of cold water and held it to the lump. "You are going to have to learn to protect your head, Garion. If you keep banging it like this, you're going to soften your brains." Garion was about to answer that, but Hetar and Mr. Wolf came back into the firelight just then.
"They are still running,"
Hetar announced. The steel discs on his horsehide jacket gleamed red in the flickering light, and his saber was streaked with blood. "They seem to be awfully good at that part of it. Is everyone here all right?" Wolf asked.
"A few bumps and bruises is about all," Aunt Paul told him. "It could have been much worse."
"Let's not start worrying about what could have been."
"Shall we remove those?"
Beric growled, pointing at the bodies littering the ground near the brook.
"Shouldn't they be buried?"
Dernick asked. His voice shook a little, and his face was very pale.
"Too much trouble,"
Beric said bluntly.
"Their friends can come back later and take care of it, if they feel like it."
"Well, isn't that just a little uncivilized?"
Dernick objected.
Beric shrugged. "It is customary."
Mr. Wolf rolled one of the bodies over and carefully examined the dead man's gray face.
Looks like an ordinary Arendish outlaw. Hard to say for sure.
Lolderon was retrieving his arrows, carefully pulling them out of the bodies.
"Let's drag them all over there a ways,"
Beric said to Hettar.
"I'm getting tired of looking at them."
Dernick looked away, and Garion saw 2 great tears standing in his eyes. "Does it hurt, Dernick?" he asked sympathetically, sitting on the log beside his friend.
I killed one of those men, Garion,"
the smith replied with a shake in his voice.
"I hit him in the face with my axe. He screamed, and his blood splashed all over me. Then he fell down and kicked on the ground with his heels until he died."
"You didn't have any choice, Dernick," Garion told him. "They were trying to kill us."
I've never killed anyone before,"
Dernick said, the tears now running down his face.
"He kicked the ground for such a long time. Such a terribly long time."
"Why don't you go to bed, Garion?" Aunt Paul suggested. Her eyes were on Dernick's tear-streaked face. Garion understood. "Good night, Dernick." He got up and started toward one of the tents. He glanced back once. Aunt Paul had seated herself on the log beside the smith, and was speaking quietly to him with one of her arms comfortingly about his shoulders. Chapter 5. The fire had burned down to a tiny orange flicker outside of the tent, and the forest around the clearing was silent. Garion lay with a throbbing head, trying to sleep. Finally, long past midnight, he gave it up. He slid out from under his blanket and went searching for Aunt Paul. Above the silvery fog, a full moon had risen, and its light made the mist luminous. The air around him seemed almost to glow as he picked his way carefully through the silent camp. He scratched on the outside of her tent flap and whispered, "Aunt Paul?" There was no answer. "Aunt Paul!" A bit louder. "It's me, Garion. May I come in?" There was still no answer, nor even the faintest sound. Carefully he pulled back the flap and peered inside. The tent was empty. Puzzled, even a bit alarmed, he turned and looked around the clearing. Hettar stood watch not far from the picketed horses, his hawk face turned toward the foggy forest, and his cape drawn about him. Garion hesitated a moment and then stepped quietly behind the tents. He angled down through the trees and the filmy, luminous fog toward the brook, thinking that if he bathed his aching head in the cold water, it might help. He was about 50 yards from the tents when he saw a faint movement among the trees ahead. He stopped. A huge gray wolf padded out of the fog and stopped in the center of a small open space among the trees. Garion drew in his breath sharply and froze beside a large, twisted oak. The wolf sat down on the damp leaves as if he were waiting for something. The glowing fog illuminated details Garion would not have been able to see on an ordinary night. The wolf's ruff and his shoulders were silvery, and his muzzle was shot with gray. He carried his age with enormous dignity, and his yellow eyes seemed calm and very wise, somehow. Garion stood absolutely still. He knew the slightest sound would instantly reach the sharp ears of the wolf, but it was more than that. The blow behind his ear had made him light-headed, and the strange glow of moon-drenched fog made this encounter seem somehow unreal. He found that he was holding his breath. A large, snowy white owl swooped over the open space among the trees on ghosting wings, settled on a low branch, and perched there, looking down at the wolf with an unblinking stare. The gray wolf looked calmly back at the perched bird. Then, though there was no breath of wind, it seemed somehow that a sudden eddy in the shimmering fog made the figures of the owl and the wolf hazy and indistinct. When it cleared again, Mr. Wolf stood in the center of the opening, and Aunt Paul in her grey gown was seated rather sedately on the limb above him.
"It has been a long time since we've hunted together, Belgariad."
"Yes, it has, Father." She raised her arms and pushed her fingers through the long, dark weight of her hair. "I'd almost forgotten what it was like." She seemed to shudder then with a strange kind of pleasure. "It is a very good night for it."
"A little damp," he replied, shaking one foot.
"It's very clear above the tree-tops, and the stars are particularly bright. It's a splendid night for flying."
"I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Did you happen to remember what you were supposed to be doing?"
"Don't be sarcastic, Father."
"Well?"
"There's no one in the vicinity but errands, and most of them are asleep."
"You're sure?"
"Of course. There isn't a Grolem for 5 leagues in any direction. Did you find the ones you were looking for?"
"They weren't hard to follow. They're staying in a cave, about 3 leagues deeper into the forest. Another one of them died on their way back there. A couple more probably won't live until morning. The rest of them seemed a little bitter about the way things turned out."
"I can imagine. Did you get close enough to hear what they were saying?"
He nodded. "There's a man in one of the villages nearby who watches the road and lets them know when somebody passes by who might be worth robbing."
"Then they are just ordinary thieves?"
"Not exactly. They were watching for us in particular. We had all been described to them in rather complete detail."
"I think I'll go talk to this villager," she said grimly. She flexed her fingers in an unpleasantly suggestive manner.
"It's not worth the time that it would take," Wolf told her, scratching thoughtfully at his beard. "All he would be able to tell you is that some Murgo offered him gold. Grolems don't bother to explain very much to their hirelings."
"We should attend to him then, Father. We don't want him lurking behind us," she insisted, "trying to buy up every brigand in Arendia to send after us."
"After tomorrow, he won't buy much of anything," Wolf replied with a short laugh. "His friends plan to lure him out into the woods in the morning and cut his throat for him, among other things."
"Good. I'd like to know who this Grolem is, though."
Wolf shrugged. "What difference does it make? There are dozens of them in northern Arendia, all stirring up as much trouble as they can. They know what's coming as well as we do. We can't expect them to just sit back and let us pass."
"Shouldn't we put a stop to it?"
"We don't have the time. It takes forever to explain things to errands. If we move fast enough, maybe we can slip by before the Grolems are ready."
"And if we can't?"
"Then we'll do it the other way. I have got to get to Zadar before he crosses into Taurmogos. If too many things get in my way, I'll have to be more direct."
"You should have done that from the beginning, Father. Sometimes you are too delicate about things."
"Are you going to start that again? That's always your answer to everything, Belgariad. You are forever fixing things that would fix themselves if you would just leave them alone, and changing things when they don't have to be changed."
"Don't be cross, Father. Help me down now."
"Why not fly down?"
"Don't be absurd."
Garion slipped away among the mossy trees, trembling violently as he went. When Aunt Paul and Mr. Wolf returned to the clearing, they roused the others. "I think we had better move on," Wolf told them. "We're a little vulnerable out here. It's safer on the highway, and I'd like to get past this particular stretch of woods."
The dismantling of their night's encampment took less than an hour, and they started back among the woodcutters' track toward the Great West Road. Though it was still some hours before dawn, the moon-bathed fog filled the night with a misty luminosity, and it seemed almost as if they rode through a shining cloud that had settled among the dark trees. They reached the highway and turned south again.
"I'd like to be a very good way from here when the sun comes up. But we don't want to blunder into anything," Wolf said quietly. "So,
Keep your eyes and ears open." They set off at a canter, and had covered a good 3 leagues by the time the fog had begun to turn to a pearly grey with the approach of morning. As they rounded a broad curve, Hettar suddenly raised his arm, signalling for a halt.
"What's wrong?"
Berak asked him.
"Horses ahead. Coming this way."
"Are you sure? I don't hear anything."
40 at least,"
Hettar answered firmly.
"There,"
Dernick said, his head cocked to one side.
"Hear that?"
Faintly they all heard a jingling clatter some distance off in the fog.
"We could hide in the woods until they have passed,"
Lotharan suggested.
"It is better to stay on the road,"
Wolf replied. "Let me handle it," Silk said confidently, moving into the lead. "I have done this sort of thing before." They proceeded at a careful walk. The riders who emerged from the fog were encased in steel. They wore full suits of polished armor, and round helmets with pointed visors that made them look strangely like huge insects. They carried long lances with colored pennons at their tips, and their horses were massive beasts also encased in armor.
"Membrite knights,"
Lotharan snarled, his eyes going flat.
"Keep your feelings to yourself,"
Wolf told the young man.
"If any of them say anything to you,
answer in such a way that they will think that you are a Membrite sympathizer,
like young Barantains back at your uncle's house."
Lotharan's face hardened.
"Do as he tells you, Lotharan. This is not the time for heroics."
"Hold!"
the leader of the armored column commanded, lowering his lance until the steel point was leveled at them.
"Let one come forward so that I may speak with him."
The knight's tone was peremptory. Silk moved toward the steel-cased man, his smile ingratiating.
"We are glad to see you, Sir Knight,"
he lied glibly.
"We were set upon by robbers last night, and we have been riding in fear of our lives."
"What is thy name?"
the knight demanded, raising his visor.
"And who are these who accompany thee?"
"I am Redict of Boktor, my lord,"
Silk answered, bowing and pulling off his velvet cap.
"The merchant of Dresnia, bound for Tolhanath with Sendarian woolens in hopes of catching the winter market."
The armored man's eyes narrowed suspiciously.
"Thy party seems overlarge for so simple an undertaking, worthy merchant."
"The 3 there are my servants,"
Silk told him, pointing at Berak, Hettar, and Dernick.
"The old man and the boy serve my sister, a widow of independent means, who accompanies me so that she might visit Tolhanath."
"What of the other?"
the knight pressed.
"The Asturian."
"A young nobleman, travelling to Valmimbre to visit friends there. He graciously consented to guide us through this forest."
The knight's suspicion seemed to relax a bit.
"Thou madest mention of robbers. Where did this ambush take place?"
"About 3 or 4 leagues back. They set upon us after we had made our night's encampment. We managed to beat them off, but my sister was terrified."
"This province of Asturia seethes with rebellion and brigandage," the knight said sternly. "My men and I are sent to suppress such offences. Come here, Asturian."
Lotharan's nostrils flared, but he obediently came forward.
"I will require thy name of thee."
"My name is Lotharan, Sir Knight. How may I serve thee?"
"These robbers thy friends spoke of, were they commons, or men of quality?"
"Serfs, my lord, ragged and uncouth, doubtless fled from lawful submission to their masters to take up outlawry in the forest."
"How may we expect duty and proper submission from serfs, when nobles raise detestable rebellion against the crown?"
the knight asserted.
Truly, my lord,"
Lotharan agreed with a show of sadness that was a trifle overdone.
"Much have I argued that self-same point with those who speak endlessly of Membrite oppression and o'erweening arrogance. My appeals for reason and dutiful respect for His Majesty our Lord King, however, are greeted with derision and cold despite."
"Thy wisdom becomes thee, young Lotharan,"
the knight approved. "Regrettably, I must detain thee and thy companions in order that we may verify certain details." "But, Sir Knight," Silk protested vigorously, "a change in the weather could destroy the value of my merchandise in Tolhaneth. I pray you, don't delay me." "I regret the necessity, good merchant. But Asturia is filled with dissemblers and plotters. I can permit none to pass without meticulous examination." There was a stir at the rear of the membrate column. In single file, resplendent in burnished breastplates, plumed helmets, and crimson capes, 100 Tonedran legionnaires rode slowly along the flank of the armored knights. "What seems to be the problem here?" the legion commander, a lean, leather-faced man of 40 or so, asked politely as he stopped not far from Silk's horse. "We do not require the assistance of the legions in this matter," the knight said coldly. "Our orders are from Vomimbre. We were sent to help restore order in Asturia, and we were questioning these travelers to that end." "I have great respect for orders, Sir Knight," the tall Nedrin replied, "but the security of the highway is my responsibility." He looked inquiringly at Silk. "I am Radek of Boktor, Captain," Silk told him. "A Dresdian merchant bound for Tolhaneth. I have documents, if you wish to see them." "Documents are easily forged," the knight declared. "So they are," the Tolnedran agreed. "But to save time, I make it a practice to accept all documents at face value. A Dresdian merchant with goods in his packs has a legitimate reason to be on the Imperial Highway, Sir Knight. There is no reason to detain him, is there?" "We seek to stamp out banditry and rebellion," the knight asserted hotly. "Well then, stamp away," the captain said. "But off the highway, if you don't mind. By treaty, the Imperial Highway is Tonedran territory. What you do once you are 50 yards back in the trees is your affair. What happens on this road is mine. I am certain that no true membrate knight would want to humiliate his king by violating a solemn agreement between the Arendish crown and the Emperor of Tonedra, would he?" The knight looked at him helplessly. "I think that you should proceed, good merchant," the Tolnedran told Silk. "I know that all Tolhaneth awaits your arrival breathlessly." Silk grinned at him and bowed floridly in his saddle. Then he gestured to the others, and they all rode slowly past the fuming membrate knight. After they had passed, the legionnaires closed ranks across the highway, effectively cutting off any pursuit.
"Good man there," Beric said. "I don't think much of Tornedrans ordinarily, but that one is different."
"Let's move right along," Mr. Wolf said. "I'd rather not have those knights doubling back on us after the Tornedrans leave." They pushed their horses into a gallop and rode on, leaving the knights behind arguing heatedly with the legion commander in the middle of the road. They stayed that night at a thick-walled Tolnedran hostel, and for perhaps the first time in his life Garion bathed without the insistence or even the suggestion of his aunt. Though he had not had the chance to become directly involved in the fight in the clearing the night before, he felt somehow as if he were spattered with blood, or worse. He had not before realized how grotesquely men could be mutilated in close fighting. Watching a living man disemboweled or brained had filled him with a kind of deep shame that the ultimate inner secrets of the human body could be so grossly exposed. He felt unclean. He removed his clothing in the chilly bathhouse, and even, without thinking, the silver amulet Mr. Wolf and Aunt Paul had given him, and then he entered the steaming tub where he scrubbed at his skin with a coarse brush and strong soap, much harder than even the most meticulous obsession with personal cleanliness would have required. For the next several days they moved southward at a steady pace, stopping each night at the evenly spaced Tolnedran hostels, where the presence of the hard-faced legionnaires was a continual reminder that all of the might of Imperial Tonedra guaranteed the safety of travelers who sought refuge there. On the 6th day after the fight in the forest, however, Luldaran's horse pulled up lame. Dernek and Hetar, under Aunt Paul's supervision, spent several hours brewing poultices over a small fire by the roadside and applying steaming compresses to the animal's leg, while Wolf fumed at the delay. By the time the horse was fit to continue, they all realized that there was no chance to reach the next hostel before dark. "Well, old wolf," Aunt Paul said after they had remounted, "what now? Do we ride on at night, or do we try to take shelter in the forest again?"
"I haven't decided," Wolf answered shortly.
"If I remember right, there is a village not far ahead," Luldaran, now mounted on an Algar horse, stated. "It is a poor place, but I think it has an inn. Of sorts."
"Oh, that sounds ominous," Silk said. "What exactly do you mean by 'of sorts'?"
"The lord of this demons is notoriously greedy. His taxes are crushing, and his people have little left for themselves. The inn is not so good."
"We'll have to chance it," Wolf decided, and led them off at a brisk trot. As they approached the village, the heavy clouds began to clear off, and the sun broke through wanly. The village was even worse than Luldaran's description had led them to believe. A half-dozen ragged beggars stood in the mud on the outskirts, their hands held out imploringly and their voices shrill. The houses were nothing more than rude hovels oozing smoke from the pitiful fires within. Scrawny pigs rooted in the muddy streets, and the stench of the place was awful. A funeral procession slogged through the mud toward the burial ground on the other side of the village. The corpse, carried on a board, was wrapped in a ragged brown blanket, and the richly robed and cowled priests of Haldan, the Arendish god, chanted an age-old hymn that had much to do with war and vengeance, but little to do with comfort. The widow, a whimpering infant at her breast, followed the body, her face blank and her eyes dead. The inn smelled of stale beer and half-rotten food. A fire had destroyed one end of the common room, charring and blackening the low-beamed ceiling. The gaping hole in the burned wall was curtained off with a sheet of rotting canvas. The fire pit in the center of the room smoked, and the hard-faced innkeeper was surly. For supper he offered only bowls of watery gruel, a mixture of barley and turnips. "Oh, charming,"
Silk said sardonically, pushing away his untouched bowl.
"I am a bit surprised at you, Luldaran. Your passion for correcting wrongs seems to have overlooked this place. Might I suggest that your next crusade include a visit to the lord of this domain? His hanging seems long overdue."
"I had not realized that it was so bad,"
Luldaran replied in a subdued voice. He looked around as if seeing certain things for the first time. A kind of sick horror began to show itself in his transparent face. Geryon, his stomach churning, stood up.
"I think I'll go outside."
"Not too far," Aunt Paul warned. The air outside was at least somewhat cleaner, and Geryon picked his way carefully toward the edge of the village, trying to avoid the worst of the mud.
"Please, my lord?"
A little girl with huge eyes begged.
"Have you a crust of bread to spare?"
Geryon looked at her helplessly. "I'm sorry."
He fumbled through his clothes, looking for something to give to her, but the child began to cry and turned away. In the stump-dotted field beyond the stinking streets, a ragged boy about Geryon's own age was playing a wooden flute as he watched a few scrubby cows. The melody he played was heartbreakingly pure, drifting unnoticed among the hovels, squatting in the slanting rays of the pale sun. The boy saw him, but did not break off his playing. Their eyes met with a kind of grave recognition, but they did not speak. At the edge of the forest beyond the field, a dark-robed and hooded man astride a black horse came out of the trees and sat,
watching the village. There was something ominous about the dark figure, and something vaguely familiar as well. It seemed somehow to Geryon that he should know who the rider was, but though his mind groped for a name, it tantalizingly eluded him. He looked at the figure at the edge of the woods for a very long time, noticing without even being aware of it that though the horse and rider stood in the full light of the setting sun, there was no shadow behind them. Deep in his mind, something tried to shriek at him, but all bemused, he merely watched. He would not say anything to Aunt Paul or the others about the figure at the edge of the woods, because there was nothing to say. As soon as he turned his back, he would forget. The light began to fade, and because he had begun to shiver, he turned to go back to the inn, with the aching song of the boy's flute soaring toward the sky above him. Chapter 6. Despite the promise of the brief sunset, the next day dawned cold and murky, with a chill drizzle that wreathed down among the trees and made the entire forest sodden and gloomy. They left the inn early and soon entered a part of the wood that seemed more darkly foreboding than even the ominous stretches through which they had previously passed. The trees here were enormous, and many vast, gnarled oaks lifted their bare limbs among the dark firs and spruces. The forest floor was covered with a kind of gray moss that looked diseased and unwholesome. Luldaran had spoken little that morning, and Geryon assumed that his friend was still struggling with the problem of Nachak's scheme. The young Asturian rode along, wrapped in his heavy green cloak, his reddish-gold hair damp and dispirited-looking in the steady drizzle. Geryon pulled in beside his friend, and they rode silently for a while.
"What's troubling you, Luldaran?"
he asked finally.
"I think that all my life I have been blind, Geryon,"
Luldaran replied.
"Oh? In what way?"
Geryon said it carefully, hoping that his friend had finally decided to tell Mr. Wolf everything.
"I saw only Membray's oppression of Asturia. I never saw our own oppression of our own people. I've been trying to tell you that," Geryon pointed out. "What made you see it finally?" "The village where we stayed last night," Luldaran explained. "I have never seen so poor and mean a place, with people crushed into such hopeless misery. How can they bear it?" "Do they have any choice?" "Well, my father at least looks after the people on his land," the young man asserted defensively. "No one goes hungry or without shelter. But those people, they're treated worse than animals. I've always been proud of my station, but now it makes me ashamed."
Tears actually stood in his eyes now. Geryon was not sure how to deal with his friend's sudden awakening. On the one hand, he was glad that Luldaran had finally seen what had always been obvious, but on the other, he was more than a little afraid of what this newfound perception might cause his mercurial companion to leap into. "I will renounce my rank," Luldaran declared suddenly, as if he had been listening to Geryon's thoughts. "And when I return from this quest, I'll go among the serfs and share their lives, their sorrows." "What good will that do? How would your suffering in any way make theirs less?" Luldaran looked up sharply, a half-dozen emotions chasing each other across his open face. Finally he smiled, but there was determination in his blue eyes.
"Yeah, you are right, of course. You always are. It's amazing how you can always see directly to the heart of a problem, Geryon." "Just what have you got in mind?"
Geryon asked a little apprehensively.
"I will lead them in a revolt. I will sweep across Arendia with an army of serfs at my back."
His voice rang as his imagination fired with the idea. Geryon groaned.
"Why is that always your answer to everything, Luldaran?" he demanded. "In the first place, the serfs don't have any weapons, and they don't know how to fight. No matter how hard you talk, you'd never get them to follow you. In the second place, if they did, every nobleman in Arendia would join ranks against you. They'd butcher your army, and afterward things would be 10 times worse. In the third place, you'd just be starting another civil war, and that's exactly what the Murgos want."
Loldoran blinked several times as Gerion's words sank in. His face gradually grew mournful again.
"I had not thought of that," he confessed. "I didn't think you had. You're going to keep making these mistakes as long as you keep carrying your brain in the same scabbard with your sword, Loldoran."
Loldoran flushed at that, and then he laughed ruefully.
"That is a pointed way of putting it, Gerion," he said reproachfully. "I'm sorry," Gerion apologized quickly. "Maybe I should have said it another way." "No," Loldoran told him. "I'm an errand. I tend to miss things if they are not said directly." "Well, it's not that you're stupid, Loldoran," Gerion protested. "That's a mistake everyone makes. Our ends aren't stupid. They're just impulsive." "All this was more than just impulsiveness," Loldoran insisted sadly, gesturing out at the damp moss lying under the trees. "This what?" Gerion asked, looking around. "This is the last stretch of forest before we come out on the plains of central Arendia. It is the natural boundary between Mimbra and Asturia." "The woods look all the same as the rest," Gerion observed, looking around. "Not really," Loldoran said somberly. "This was the favorite ground for ambush. The floor of this forest is carpeted with old bones. Look there," he pointed. At first it seemed to Gerion that what his friend indicated was merely a pair of twisted sticks protruding from the moss, with the twigs at their ends entangled in a scrubby bush. Then, with revulsion, he realized that they were the greenish bones of a human arm. The fingers clutched at the bush in a last convulsive agony. Outraged, he demanded, "Why didn't they bury him?" "It would take 1,000 men, 1,000 years, to gather all the bones that lie here and commit them to the earth," Loldoran intoned morbidly. "Whole generations of Arendia rest here. Mimbrite, Glassite, Asturian. All lie where they fell, and the moss blankets their endless slumber."
Gerion shuddered, and pulled his eyes away from the mute appeal of that lone arm rising from the sea of moss on the floor of the forest. The curious lumps and hummocks of that moss suggested the horror which lay mouldering beneath. As he raised his eyes, he realized that the uneven surface extended as far as he could see. "How long until we reach the plain?" he asked in a hushed voice. "2 days, probably." 2 days? And it's all like this? Loldoran nodded. "Why?" Gerion's tone was harsher, more accusing than he had intended.
"At first for pride and honor," Loldoran replied. "Later for grief and revenge. Finally it was simply because we did not know how to stop. As you said before, sometimes we are not very bright." "But always brave," Gerion answered quickly. "Oh, yes," Loldoran admitted. "Always brave. It is our national curse."
"Belgariad,"
Hetar said quietly from behind them.
"The horses smell something."
Mr. Wolf roused himself from the doze in which he usually rode.
"What?"
"The horses," Hetar repeated.
"Something is out there frightening them."
Wolf's eyes narrowed and then grew strangely blank. After a moment he drew in a sharp breath with a muttered curse.
"Elgroths,"
he swore.
"What's an Elgroth?"
Dernick asked.
"An unhuman, somewhat distantly related to trolls." "I saw a troll once," Beric said. "A big ugly thing with claws and fangs."
"Will they attack us?"
Dernick asked.
"Almost certainly."
Wolf's voice was tense.
"Hetar, you're going to have to keep the horses under control. We don't dare get separated."
"Where did they come from?"
Leldurin asked.
There aren't any monsters in this forest?
They came down up to the mountains of Olga. Sometimes they do show when they're hungry, Wolf answered. They don't leave survivors to report their presence.
You had better do something, Father, Aunt Paul said. They're all around us.
Leldurin looked quickly around as if getting his bearings.
We are not far from Elrond's Tor. We might be able to hold them off if we get there.
Elrond's Tor?
Beric said. He had already drawn his heavy sword.
It is a high hillock covered with boulders,
Leldurin explained.
It's almost like a fort. Elrond held it for a month against a Mimbret army.
Sounds promising, Silk said. It would get us out of the trees, at least. He looked nervously around at the forest, looming about them in drizzling rain. Let's try for it, Wolf decided. They haven't worked themselves up to the point of attacking yet, and the rain's confusing their sense of smell. A strange barking sound came from back in the forest.
Is that them?
Garion asked, his voice sounding shrill in his own ears. They're calling to each other, Wolf told him. Some of them have seen us. Let's pick up the pace a bit, but don't start running until we see the Tor. They nudged their nervous horses into a trot and moved steadily along the muddy road as it began to climb toward the top of a low ridge.
"Half a league," Leldurin said tensely. "Half a league and we should see the Tor."
The horses were difficult to hold in, and their eyes rolled wildly at the surrounding woods. Garion felt his heart pounding, and his mouth was suddenly dry. It started to rain a bit harder. He caught a movement out of the corner of his eye and looked quickly. A man-like figure was loping along parallel to the road about 100 paces back in the forest. It ran half-crouched, its hands touching the ground. It seemed to be a loathsome gray color.
"Over there!"
Garion cried.
"I saw him,"
Beric growled.
"Not quite as big as a troll."
Silk grimaced. Big enough.
"If they attack, be careful of their claws," Wolf warned. "They're venomous."
"Oh, that's exciting," Silk said.
"There's the Tor,"
Aunt Paul announced quite calmly.
"Let's run,"
Wolf barked. The frightened horses, suddenly released, leaped forward and fled up the road, their hooves churning. An enraged howl came from the woods behind them, and the barking sound grew louder all around them.
"We're going to make it,"
Dernick shouted in encouragement. But suddenly a half-dozen snarling Algroths were in the road in front of them, their arms spread wide and their mouths gaping hideously. They were huge, with ape-like arms and claws instead of fingers. Their faces were goatish, surrounded by short, sharp-pointed horns, and they had long, yellow fangs. Their gray skin was scaly and reptilian. The horses screamed and one reared, trying to bolt. Garion clung to his saddle with one hand and fought the reins with the other. Beric beat at his horse's rump with the flat of his sword, and kicked savagely at the animal's flanks until the horse, finally more afraid of him than the Algroths, charged. With two great sweeps, one to either side, Beric killed two of the beasts as he plunged through. A third, claws outstretched, tried to leap on his back, but stiffened and collapsed face down in the mud, with one of Leldurin's arrows between its shoulders. Beric wheeled his horse and chopped at the three remaining creatures.
"Let's go!"
he bellowed. Garion heard Leldurin gasp and turned quickly. With sick horror he saw that a lone Algroth had crept out of the woods beside the road and was clawing at his friend, trying to hook him out of the saddle. Weakly, Leldurin beat at the goat face with his bow. Garion desperately drew his sword, but Hettar, coming from behind, was already there. His curved saber ran through the beast's body, and the Algroth shrieked and fell, writhing to the ground, beneath the pounding hooves of the pack animals. The horses, running now in sheer panic, scrambled toward the slope of the boulder-strewn Tor. Garion glanced back over his shoulder and saw Leldurin swaying dangerously in his saddle. His hand pressed to his bleeding side. Garion pulled in savagely on his reins and turned his horse.
"Save yourself, Garion,"
Leldurin shouted, his face deadly pale.
"No!"
Garion sheathed his sword, pulled in beside his friend and took his arm, steadying him in the saddle. Together they galloped toward the tor, with Geryon straining to hold the injured young man. The tor was a great jumble of earth and stone, thrusting up above the tallest trees around it. Their horses scrambled and clattered up the side among the wet boulders. When they reached the small, flat area at the top of the tor where the pack animals huddled together, trembling in the rain, Geryon slid out of his saddle in time to catch Lolderin, who toppled slowly to one side.
"Over here,"
Aunt Paul called sharply. She was pulling her small bundle of herbs and bandages out of one of the packs.
"Dernick, I'll need a fire at once."
Dernick looked around helplessly at the few scraps of wood lying in the rain at the top of the tor.
"I'll try," he said doubtfully.
Lalderin's breathing was shallow and very fast. His face was still a deadly white, and his legs would not hold him. Geryon held him up, a sick fear in the pit of his stomach. Hettar took the wounded man's other arm, and between them they half-carried him to where Aunt Paul knelt, opening her bundle.
"I have to get the poison out immediately," she told them. "Geryon, give me your knife."
Geryon drew his dagger and handed it to her. Swiftly she ripped open Lalderin's brown tunic along his side, revealing the savage wounds the Algaroth's claws had made.
"This will hurt. Hold him."
Geryon and Hettar took hold of Lalderin's arms and legs, holding him down. Aunt Paul took a deep breath and then deftly sliced open each of the puffy wounds. Blood spurted and Lolderin screamed once, then he fainted.
"Hettar,"
Barak shouted from atop a boulder near the edge of the slope.
"We need you."
"Go,"
Aunt Paul told the hawk-faced Alga.
"We can handle this now. Geryon, you stay here."
She was crushing some dried leaves and sprinkling the fragments into the bleeding wounds.
"The fire, Dernick," she ordered.
"It won't start, Mistress Paul," Dernick replied helplessly. "It's too wet."
She looked quickly at the pile of sodden wood the smith had gathered. Her eyes narrowed, and she made a quick gesture. Geryon's ears rang strangely, and there was a sudden hissing. A cloud of steam burst from the wood, and then crackling flames curled up from the sticks. Dernick jumped back, startled.
"The small pot, Geryon,"
Aunt Paul instructed.
"And water, quickly."
She pulled off her blue cloak and covered Lolderin with it. Silk, Barak, and Hettar stood at the edge of the slope, heaving large rocks over the edge. Geryon could hear the clatter and clash of the rocks, striking the boulders below, and the barking of the Algaroths, punctuated by an occasional howl of pain. He cradled his friend's head in his lap, terribly afraid.
"Is he going to be all right?"
he appealed to Aunt Paul.
"It's too early to tell. Don't bother me with questions just now."
"They're running,"
Barak shouted.
"They're still hungry,"
Wolf replied grimly.
"They'll be back."
From far off in the forest there came the sound of a brassy horn.
"What's that?"
Silk asked, still puffing from the effort of heaving the heavy stones over the edge.
"Someone I've been expecting,"
Wolf answered, with a strange smile. He raised his hands to his lips and whistled shrilly.
"I can manage now, Geryon,"
Aunt Paul said, mashing a thick paste into a steaming pad of wet linen bandage.
"You and Dernick go help the others."
Reluctantly, Geryon lowered Lalderin's head to the wet turf and ran over to where Wolf stood. The slope below was littered with dead and dying Algaroths, crushed by the rocks Barak and the others had hurled down on them.
"They're going to try again,"
Barak said, hefting another rock.
"Can they get at us from behind?"
Silk shook his head.
"No, I checked.
The back of the hill is a sheer face." The Algaroths came out of the woods below, barking and snarling as they loped forward with their half-crouched gait. The first of them had already crossed the road when the horn blew again, very close this time. And then a huge horse, bearing a man in full armor, burst out of the trees and thundered down upon the attacking creatures. The armored man crouched over his lance and plunged directly into the midst of the startled Algaroths. The great horse screamed as he charged, and his iron-shod hoofs churned up big clots of mud. The lance crashed through the chest of one of the largest Algaroths and splintered from the force of the blow. The splintered end took another full in the face. The knight discarded the shattered lance and drew his broadsword with a single sweep of his arm. With wide swings to the right and left, he chopped his way through the pack, his war-horse trampling the living and the dead alike into the mud of the road. At the end of his charge he whirled and plunged back again, once more opening a path with his sword. The Algroths turned and fled howling into the woods.
"Bandorlan!"
Wolf shouted.
"Up here!"
The armored knight raised his blood-spattered visor and looked up the hill.
"Permit me to disperse this rabble first, mine ancient friend,"
he answered gaily, clanging down his visor and plunging into the rainy woods after the Algroths.
"Hitar!"
Barak shouted, already moving. Hitar nodded tersely, and the two of them ran to their horses. They swung into their saddles and plunged down the wet slope to the aid of the stranger.
"Your friend shows a remarkable lack of good sense," Silk observed to Mr. Wolf, wiping the rain from his face. "Those things will turn on him any second now."
"It's probably not occurred to him that he is in any danger," Wolf replied. "He's a membrate, and they tend to think they're invincible."
The fight in the woods seemed to last for a long time. There were shouts and ringing blows and shrieks of terror from the Algroths. Then Hitar, Barak, and the strange knight rode out of the trees and trotted up the tor. At the top the armored man clanged down from his horse.
"Well met, mine old friend,"
he boomed to Mr. Wolf.
"Our friends below are most frolicsome."
His armor gleamed wetly in the rain.
"I'm glad we found something to entertain you,"
Wolf said dryly.
"I can still hear them,"
Dernick reported.
"I think they are still running. Their cowardice hath deprived us of an amusing afternoon,"
the knight observed, regretfully sheathing his sword and removing his helmet.
"We must all make sacrifices,"
Silk drawled. The knight sighed.
"All too true. Thou art a man of philosophy, I see."
He shook the water out of the white plume on his helmet.
"Forgive me," Mr. Wolf said. "This is Mandorallan, Baron of Volmandor. You'll be going with us. Mandorallan, and this is Prince Keldor of Drasnir, and Barak, Earl of Trelheim, and cousin to King Anheg of Sharak. Over there is Hitar, son of Clohag, chief of the clan chiefs of Belgariad. The practical one is Goodman Dernick of Sundaria, and this boy is Gerion, my grandson, several times removed."
Mandorallan bowed deeply to each of them.
"I greet you, comrades all," he declaimed in a booming voice. "Our adventure hath seen a fortuitous beginning. And pray tell, who is this lady, whose beauty doth bedazzle mine eye?"
"A pretty speech, Sir Knight,"
Aunt Paul replied with a rich laugh, her hand going almost unconsciously to her damp hair.
"I'm going to like this one, Father."
"The legendary Lady Pulgara?"
Mandorallan asked.
"My life has now seen its crown."
His courtly bow was somewhat marred by the creaking of his armor.
"Our injured friend is Leldarin, son of the Baron of Wildantor," Wolf continued. "You may have heard of him."
Mandorallan's face darkened slightly.
"Indeed, rumour, which sometimes doth run before us like a barking dog, has suggested that Leldarin of Wildantor hath raised on occasion foul rebellion against the crown. That's of no matter now," Wolf stressed. "The business which has brought us together is much more serious than all of that. We'll have to put it aside." "It shall be as you say, noble Belgarath,"
Mandorallan declared immediately, though his eyes still lingered on the unconscious Leldarin.
"Grandfather?"
Gerion called, pointing at a mounted figure that had suddenly appeared on the side of the stony hilltop. The figure was robed in black and sat a black horse. He pushed back his hood to reveal a polished steel mask cast in the form of a face that was at once beautiful and strangely repelling. A voice deep in Gerion's mind told him that there was something important about the strange rider, something he should remember, but whatever it was eluded him.
"Abandon this quest, Belgarath,"
The voice was hollow behind the mask.
"You know me better than that, Kamdar,"
Mr. Wolf said calmly, quite obviously recognizing the rider.
"Was this childishness with the Algroths your idea?"
"And you should know me better than that,"
the figure retorted derisively.
"When I come against you, you can expect things to be a bit more serious. For now, there are enough underlings about to delay you. That's all we really need. Once Zedar has carried Kragaska to my master, you can try your power against the might and will of Torak, if you'd like."
"Are you running errands for Zedar, then?"
"I run no man's errands,"
the figure replied with a heavy contempt. The rider seemed solid, as real as any of them standing on the hilltop, but Garion could see the filmy drizzle striking the rocks directly beneath the horse and man. Whatever the figure was, the rain was falling right through it.
"Why are you here, then, Kamdar?"
Wolf demanded.
"Let's call it curiosity, Belgariad. I wanted to see for myself how you would manage to translate the prophecy into everyday terms."
The figure looked around at the others on the hilltop.
"Clever,"
it said with a certain grudging admiration.
"Where did you find them all?"
"I didn't have to find them, Kamdar,"
Wolf answered.
"They have been there all along. If any part of the prophecy is valid, then it all has to be valid, doesn't it? There is no contrivance involved at all. Each one has come down to me through more generations than you can imagine."
The figure seemed to hiss with a sharp intake of its breath.
"It isn't complete yet, old man."
"It will be, Kamdar," Wolf replied confidently. "I have already seen to that."
"Which one is the one who will live twice?"
the figure asked suddenly. Wolf smiled coldly, but did not answer.
"Hail, my queen,"
the figure said mockingly then to Aunt Paul.
"Grolum courtesy always leaves me quite cold,"
she returned with a frosty look.
"I am not your queen, Kamdar."
"You will be, Belgariad. My master said that you are to become his wife when he comes into his kingdom. You will be queen of all the world."
"Well, then that puts you at a bit of a disadvantage, doesn't it, Kamdar? If I'm to become your queen, you can't really cross me now, can you?"
"I can work around you, Belgariad, and once you've become the bride of Torak, his will becomes your will. I am sure you won't hold any grudges at this point."
"I think we have had enough of this, Kamdar," Mr. Wolf said. "Your conversation's beginning to bore me. You can have your shadow back now."
He waved his hand negligently, as if brushing away a troublesome fly.
"Go,"
he commanded. Once again Garion felt that strange surge and that hollow roaring in his mind. The horseman vanished.
"You didn't destroy him, did you?"
Silk gasped in a shocked voice.
"No,"
Mr. Wolf told him.
"It was all just an illusion. It's a childish trick the Grolums find impressive. A shadow can be projected over quite some distance if you want to take the trouble. All I did was send his shadow back to him."
He grinned suddenly with a slight twist to his lips.
"Of course I selected a somewhat indirect route. It may take a few days to make the trip. It won't actually hurt him, but it's going to make him a bit uncomfortable, and extremely conspicuous."
"A most unseemly spectre," Mandorallan observed.
"Who was this rude shed?"
"It was Kamdar,"
Aunt Paul said, returning her attention to the injured Luldaran.
"One of the chief priests of the Grolums. Father and I have met him before."
"I think we had better get off of this hilltop.
How soon will Loldoran be able to ride?
"A week, at least," Aunt Paul replied. "If then."
That's out of the question. We cannot stay here.
"He can't ride," she told him firmly.
Couldn't I make a litter of some sort? Dernick suggested. I'm sure I can make something we can sling between two horses, so we can move him without hurting him. Well, Paul? Wolf asked.
"It might be all right," she said a little dubiously.
Let's do it then. We're much too exposed up here, and we've got to move on.
Dernick nodded, and went to the packs for rope to use in building the litter.
Chapter 7. Sir Mandorellan, Baron of Omandor, was a man of slightly more than medium height. His hair was black and curly, his eyes were deep blue, and he had a resonant voice in which he expressed firmly held opinions. Garion did not like him. The knight's towering self-confidence, an egotism so pure that there was a kind of innocence about it, seemed to confirm the worst of Loldoran's dark pronouncements about Mimbrets, and Mandorellan's extravagant courtesy to Aunt Paul struck Garion as beyond the bounds of proper civility. To make matters even worse, Aunt Paul seemed quite willing to accept the knight's flatteries at face value. As they rode through the continuing drizzle along the Great West Road, Garion noted with some satisfaction that his companions appeared to share his opinion. Barak's expression spoke louder than his words. Silk's eyebrows lifted sardonically at each of the knight's pronouncements, and Dernick scowled. Garion, however, had little time to sort out his feelings about the Mimbret. He rode close beside the litter upon which Loldoran tossed painfully as the Algroth poison seared into his wounds. He offered his friend what comfort he could, and exchanged frequent worried looks with Aunt Paul, who rode nearby. During the worst of Loldoran's paroxysms, Garion helplessly held the young man's hand, unable to think of anything else to do to ease the pain.
"Bear thine infirmity with fortitude, good youth,"
Mandorellan cheerfully advised the injured Asturian after a particularly bad bout that left Loldoran gasping and moaning.
"This discomfort of thine is but an illusion. Thy mind can put it to rest if thou wouldst have it so."
"That's exactly the kind of comfort I'd expect from a Mimbret," Loldoran retorted from between clenched teeth. "I think I'd rather you didn't ride so close. Your opinions smell almost as bad as your armor."
Mandorellan's face flushed slightly. "The venom which doth rage through the body of our injured friend hath, it seemed, bereft him of civility as well as sense," he observed coldly.
Loldoran half raised himself in the litter, as if to respond hotly, but the sudden movement seemed to aggravate his injury, and he lapsed into unconsciousness.
His wounds are grave," Mandorellan stated. "Thy poultice, Lady Belgariad, may not suffice to save his life."
"He needs rest. Try not to agitate him so much."
"I will place myself beyond the reach of his eye," Mandorellan replied. "Through no fault of mine own, my visage is hateful to him, and doth stir him to unhealthful choler."
He moved his war-horse ahead at a canter until he was some distance in front of the rest of them.
"Do they all talk like that?"
Garion asked with a certain rancor. "These and thous and doths."
"Mimbrates tend to be very formal," Aunt Paul explained. "You'll get used to it."
"I think it sounds stupid," Garion muttered darkly, glaring after the knight.
"An example of good manners won't hurt you all that much, Garion."
They rode on through the dripping forest as evening settled among the trees.
"Aunt Paul?"
Garion asked finally.
"Yes, dear." "What was that Grollum talking about when he said that about you and Torak?" "It's something Torak said once when he was raving. The Grollums took it seriously, that's all."
She pulled her blue cloak tighter about her.
"Doesn't it worry you?" "Not particularly." "What was that prophecy the Grollum was talking about?" "I didn't understand any of that."
The word prophecy, for some reason, stirred something very deep in him.
The Mren Codex. It's a very old version, and the writing's almost illegible. It mentions companions, the bear, the rat, and the man who will live twice. It is the only version that says anything about them. Nobody knows for certain that it really means anything. Grandfather thinks it does, doesn't he? Your grandfather has a number of curious notions. Old things impress him, probably because he's so old himself.
Garion was going to ask her about this prophecy that seemed to exist in more than one version, but Loldoran moaned then, and they both immediately turned to him. They arrived shortly thereafter at a Tolnedran hostel, with thick whitewashed walls and a red tile roof. Aunt Paul saw to it that Loldoran was placed in a warm room, and she spent the night sitting by his bed caring for him. Garion padded worriedly down the dark hallway in his stockinged feet a half-dozen times before morning to check on his friend, but there seemed to be no change. By daybreak the rain had let up. They started out in the grayish dawn with Mandorallan, still riding some distance ahead of them until they reached at last the edge of the dark forest and saw before them the vast open expanse of the Arendish central plain, dun-colored and sere in the last few weeks of winter. The knight stopped there and waited for them to join him, his face somber.
"What's the trouble?"
Silk asked him. Mandorallan pointed gravely at a column of black smoke rising from a few miles out on the plain.
"What is it?"
Silk inquired, his rat face puzzled.
"Smoke in Arendia can mean but one thing," the knight replied, pulling on his plumed helmet. "Abide here, dear friends. I will investigate, but I fear the worst."
He set his spurs to the flanks of his charger and leaped forward at a thunderous gallop.
"Wait!"
Barak roared after him, but Mandorallan rode on obliviously.
"That idiot," the big Carrack fumed. "I had better go with him in case there's trouble."
"It isn't necessary,"
Loldoran advised weakly from his litter.
"Not even an army would dare to interfere with him."
"I thought you didn't like him,"
Barak said, a little surprised.
"I don't," Loldoran admitted. "But he is the most feared man in Arendia. Even in Astoria we have heard of Sir Mandorallan. No sane man would stand in his way."
They drew back into the shelter of the forest and waited for the knight to come back. When he returned, his face was angry.
This is I feared. A war doth rage in our path. A senseless war, since the two barons involved are kinsmen and the best of friends."
"Can we go around it?"
"Nay, Prince Keldor. Their conflict is so widespread that we would be waylaid ere we had gone 3 leagues. I must, it appear, buy us passage."
"Do you think they'll take money to let us pass?" Dernick asked dubiously.
"In Arendia, there is another way to make such purchase, good man," Mandorallan responded. "May I prevail upon thee to obtain 6 or 8 stout poles, perhaps 20 feet in length, and about as thick as my wrist at the butt?"
"Of course." Dernick took up his axe.
"What have you got in mind?" Barak rumbled.
"I challenge them," Mandorallan announced calmly.
"One or all. No true knight could refuse me without being cold craven. Wilt thou be my second and deliver my challenge, my lord?"
"What if you lose?" Silk suggested.
"Lose?"
Mandorallan seemed shocked.
"I? Lose?"
"Oh, let it pass," Silk said. By the time Dernick had returned with the poles, Mandorallan had finished tightening various straps beneath his armor. Taking one of the poles, he vaulted into his saddle and started at a rolling trot toward the column of smoke, with Barak at his side.
"Is this really necessary, Father?"
Aunt Paul asked.
"We have to get through, Paul. Don't worry. Mandorallan knows what he's doing."
After a couple of miles they reached the top of a hill and looked down at the battle below. Two grim black castles faced each other across a broad valley, and several villages dotted the plain on either side of the road. The nearest village was in flames, with a great pillar of greasy smoke rising from it toward the lead-gray sky overhead. Serfs armed with scythes and pitchforks were attacking each other with a sort of mindless ferocity on the road itself. Some distance off, pikemen were gathering for a charge, and the air was thick with arrows. On two opposing hills, parties of armored knights with bright-colored pennons on their lances watched the battle. Great siege engines lofted boulders into the air to crash down on the struggling men, killing, so far as Garion could tell, friend and foe indiscriminately. The valley was littered with the dead and the dying.
"Stupid,"
Wolf muttered darkly. "No one I know has ever accused errands of brilliance," Silk observed. Mandorallan set his horn to his lips and blew a shattering blast. The battle paused as the soldiers and serfs all stopped to stare up at him. He sounded his horn again, and then again, each brassy note a challenge in itself. As the two opposing bodies of knights galloped through the knee-high, winter-yellowed grass to investigate, Mandorallan turned to Barak.
"If it please thee, my lord,"
he requested politely,
"deliver my challenge as soon as they approach us."
Barak shrugged.
"It's your skin,"
he noted. He eyed the advancing knights and then lifted his voice in a great roar.
"Sir Mandorallan, Baron of Vomandor, desires entertainment," he declaimed. "It would amuse him if each of your parties would select a champion to joust with him. If, however, you are all such cowardly dogs that you have no stomach for such a contest, cease this brawling and stand aside so that your betters may pass."
"Oh, splendidly spoken,
my lord Barak,"
Mandorallan said with admiration.
"I've always had a way with words,"
Barak replied modestly. The two parties of knights warily rode closer.
"For shame, my lords,"
Mandorallan chided them.
"Ye will gain no honour in this sorry war. So, Daragon, what hath caused this contention?"
"An insult, Sir Mandorallan," the noble replied. He was a large man, and his polished steel helmet had a golden circlet riveted above the visor. "An insult so vile that it may not go unpunished."
"It was I who was insulted,"
a noble on the other side contended hotly.
"What was the nature of this insult, Sir Othorain?"
Mandorallan inquired. Both men looked away uneasily, and neither spoke.
"Ye have gone to war over an insult which cannot even be recalled?"
Mandorallan said incredulously.
"I had thought, my lords, that ye were serious men, but I now perceive my error." "Don't the nobles of Arendia have anything better to do?"
Barak asked in a voice heavy with contempt.
"Of Sir Mandorallan the bastard, we have all heard,"
a swarthy knight in black enamelled armour sneered.
"But who is this red-bearded ape who so maligns his betters?"
Barak asked Mandorallan.
"You are going to take that?" "It is more or less true," Mandorallan admitted with a pained look, "since there was some temporary irregularity about my birth, which still raises questions about my legitimacy. This knight is Sir Haldoran, my third cousin, twice removed. Since it's considered unseemly in Arendia to spill the blood of kinsmen, he thus cheaply gains reputation for boldness by casting the matter in my teeth." "That's a stupid custom," Barak grunted. "In Kerak, kinsmen kill each other with more enthusiasm than they kill strangers."
Alas," Mandorallan sighed, "this is not Kerak."
"Would you be offended if I dealt with this?" Barak asked politely.
Not at all." Barak moved closer to the swarthy knight.
"I am Barak, Earl of Trelheim," he announced in a loud voice, "kinsman to King Anheg of Kerak, and I see that certain nobles in Arendia have even fewer manners than they have brains."
"The lords of Arendia are not impressed by the self-bestowed titles of the pigsty kingdoms of the north," Sir Haldoran retorted coldly.
"I find your words offensive, friend," Barak said ominously.
"And I find thy ape-face and scraggly beard amusing," Sir Haldoran replied.
Barak did not even bother to draw his sword. He swung his huge arm in a wide circle and crashed his fist with stunning force against the side of the swarthy knight's helmet. Sir Haldoran's eyes glazed as he was swept from the saddle, and he made a vast clatter when he struck the ground.
"Would anyone else like to comment about my beard?" Barak demanded.
Gently, my lord," Mandralan advised. He glanced down with a certain satisfaction at the unconscious form of his senseless kinsman twitching in the tall grass.
"Will we docilely accept this attack on our brave companion?"
one of the knights in Baron Derrigan's party demanded in a harshly accented voice.
"Kill them all!"
He reached for his sword.
"On the instant thy sword leaves its sheath, thou art a dead man, Sir Knight,"
Mandralan coolly advised him. The knight's hand froze on his sword hilt.
"For shame, my lords,"
Mandralan continued accusingly.
"Surely ye know that by courtesy and common usage, my challenge, until it is answered, guarantees my safety and that of my companions. Choose your champions or withdraw. I tire of all of this and presently will become irritable."
The two parties of knights pulled back some distance to confer, and several men-at-arms came to the hilltop to pick up Sir Haldoran.
"That one who was going to draw his sword was a Murgo,"
Garion said quietly.
"I noticed that,"
Hetar murmured, his dark eyes glittering.
"Aye, they're coming back,"
Dernick warned.
"I will joust thee, Sir Mandralan,"
Baron Derrigan as he approached.
"I doubt not that thy reputation is well deserved, but I also have taken the prize in no small number of tourneys. I would be honoured to try a lance with thee." "And I too will try my skill against thine, Sir Knight," Baron Autorane declared. "My arm is also feared in some parts of Arendia."
"Oh, very well," Mandralan replied.
"Let us seek level ground and proceed. The day wears on, and my companions and I have business to the south."
They all rode down the hill to the field below, where the two groups of knights drew up on either side of a course which had been quickly trampled out in the high yellow grass. Tharajan galloped to the far end, turned, and sat waiting, his blunted lance resting in his stirrup.
"Thy courage becomes thee, my lord,"
Mandralan called, taking up one of the poles Dernick had cut.
"I shall try not to injure thee too greatly. Art thou prepared to meet my charge?"
"I am," the Baron replied, lowering his visor. Mandralan clapped down his visor, lowered his lance, and set his spurs to his war-horse.
"It's probably inappropriate under the circumstances," Sulk murmured, "but I can't help wishing that our overbearing friend could suffer some humiliating defeat."
Mr. Wolf gave him a withering look.
"Forget it."
"Is he that good?" Sulk asked wistfully.
"Watch,"
Wolf told him. The two knights met in the center of the course with a resounding crash, and their lances both shattered at the stunning impact, littering the trampled grass with splinters. They thundered past each other, turned, and rode back, each to his original starting place.
Darajan,
Garion noticed, swayed somewhat in the saddle as he rode. The knights charged again, and their fresh lances also shattered.
Dernick said thoughtfully, "I should have cut more poles."
But Baron Darajan swayed even more as he rode back this time, and on the third charge his faltering lance glanced off Mandorlan's shield. Mandorlan's lance, however, struck true, and the Baron was hurled from his saddle by the force of their meeting. Mandorlan reined in his charger and looked down at him.
"Art thou able to continue, my lord?"
he asked politely. Garajan staggered to his feet.
"I do not yield," he gasped, drawing his sword.
"Splendid," Mandorlan replied. "I feared that I might have done thee harm."
He slid out of his saddle, drew his sword, and swung directly at Garajan's head. The blow glanced off the Baron's hastily raised shield, and Mandorlan swung again without pause. Garajan managed one or two feeble swings before Mandorlan's broadsword caught him full on the side of the helmet. He spun once and collapsed face down on the earth.
"My lord?"
Mandorlan inquired solicitously. He reached down, rolled over his fallen opponent, and opened the dented visor of the Baron's helmet.
"Art thou unwell, my lord? Dost thou wish to continue?"
He did not reply. Blood ran freely from his nose, and his eyes were rolled back in his head. His face was blue, and the right side of his body quivered spasmodically.
Since this brave knight is unable to speak for himself, I declare him vanquished."
He looked around, his broadsword still in his hand.
"Would any here gainsay my words?"
There was a vast silence.
"Will some few then remove him from the field?"
Mandorlan suggested.
"His injuries do not appear grave. A few months in bed should make him whole again."
He turned to Baron Ultoren, whose face had grown visibly pale.
"Well, my lord, shall we proceed?" he said cheerfully. "My companions and I are impatient to continue our journey."
Sir Ultoren was thrown to the ground on the first charge, and broke his leg as he fell.
"Ill luck, my lord,"
Mandorlan observed, approaching on foot with his drawn sword.
"Dost thou yield?"
"I cannot stand,"
Ultoren said from between clenched teeth.
"I have no choice but to yield."
"And I and my companions may continue our journey?"
"You may freely depart,"
the man on the ground replied painfully.
"Not just yet,"
a harsh voice interrupted. The armored Murgo pushed his horse through the crowd of other mounted knights until he was directly in front of Mandorlan. "I thought he might decide to interfere," Aunt Paul said quietly. She dismounted and stepped out onto the hoof-churned course. "Move out of the way, Mandorlan," she told the knight.
"Nay, my lady,"
Mandorlan protested. Wolf barked sharply.
"Move, Mandorlan."
Mandorlan looked startled and stepped aside.
"Well, Grolum,"
Aunt Paul challenged, pushing back her hood. The mounted man's eyes widened as he saw the white lock in her hair, and then he raised his hand almost despairingly, muttering rapidly under his breath. Once again Garion felt that strange surge, and the hollow roaring filled his mind. For an instant Aunt Paul's figure seemed surrounded by a kind of greenish light. She waved her hand indifferently, and the light disappeared. "You must be out of practice," she told him. "Would you like to try again?" The Grolum raised both hands this time, but got no further. Maneuvering his horse carefully behind the armored man, Dernick had closed on him. With both hands he raised his axe and smashed it down directly on top of the Grolum's helmet. "Dernick!" Aunt Paul shouted. "Get away!" But the smith, his face set grimly, swung again, and the Grolum slid senseless from his saddle with a crash. "You fool!" Aunt Paul raged. "What do you think you are doing?"
"He was attacking you, Mistress Paul,"
Dernick explained, his eyes still hot. "Get down off that horse." He slid down. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? He could have killed you."
"I will protect you, Mistress Paul," Dernick replied stubbornly. I'm not a warrior or a magician, but I won't let anybody try to hurt you."
Her eyes widened in surprise for an instant, then narrowed, then softened. Garion, who had known her from childhood, recognized her rapid changes of emotion. Without warning, she suddenly embraced the startled Dernick. "You great, clumsy, dear fool! Never do that again! Never! You almost made my heart stop." Garion looked away with a strange lump in his throat and saw the brief, sly smile that flickered across Mr. Wolf's face. A peculiar change had come over the knights lining the sides of the course. Several of them were looking around with amazed expressions of men who had just been roused from some terrible dream. Others seemed suddenly lost in thought. Sir Ultherain struggled to rise.
"Nay, my lord,"
Mandorlan told him, pressing him gently back down.
"Thou wilt do thyself injury."
"What have we done?" the Baron groaned, his face anguished. Mr. Wolf dismounted and knelt beside the injured man.
"It wasn't your fault,"
he informed the Baron.
"Your war was the Murgo's doing. It twisted your minds and set you on each other."
"Sorcery?" Ultherain gasped, his face growing pale.
Wolf nodded. "He's not really a Murgo, but a Grolem priest."
"And the spell is now broken?"
Wolf nodded again, glancing at the unconscious Grolem.
"Chain that Murgo," the Baron ordered the assembled knights. He looked back at Wolf. "We have ways of dealing with sorcerers," he said grimly. "We will use the occasion to celebrate the end of our unnatural war. This Grolem sorcerer has cast his last enchantment."
"Good,"
Wolf replied with a bleak smile. "Sir Mandorlan," Baron Ultherain said, wincing as he shifted his broken leg, "in what way may we repay thee and thy companions for bringing us to our senses?"
"That peace has been restored is reward enough," the Baron replied somewhat pompously.
"For, as all the world knows, I am the most peace-loving man in the kingdom." He glanced once at Leldarin, lying nearby on the ground in his litter, and a thought seemed to occur to him.
"I would, however, ask a boon of thee. We have in our company a brave Asturian youth of noble family, who hath suffered grievous injury. We would leave him, if we might, in thy care."
"His presence shall honour me, Sir Mandorlan," Ultherain assented immediately. "The women of my household will care for him most tenderly." He spoke briefly to one of his retainers, and the man mounted and rode quickly toward one of the nearby castles. Leldarin protested weakly. "You're not going to leave me behind? I'll be able to ride in a day or so." He began to cough rackingly.
"I think not,"
Mandorlan disagreed with a cool expression.
"The results of thy wounding have not yet run their natural course."
"I won't stay with Mimbritz," Leldarin insisted. "I would rather take my chances on the road."
"Young Leldarin,"
Mandorlan replied bluntly, even harshly,
"I know thy distaste for the men of Mimbre.
Thy wound, however, will soon begin to abscess and then suppurate, and raging fever and delirium will afflict thee, making thy presence a burden upon us. We have not the time to care for thee, and thy sore need would delay us in our quest." Garion gasped at the brutal directness of the knight's words. He glared at Mandorlan with something very close to hatred. Leldarin's face, meanwhile, had gone white. "Thank you for pointing that out to me, Sir Mandorlan. I should have considered it myself. If you will help me to my horse, I'll leave immediately." "You will stay right where you are," Aunt Paul told him flatly. Baron Ultherain's retainer returned with a group of household servants and a blonde girl of about 17 wearing a rose-colored gown of stiff brocade and a velvet cloak of teal. "My younger sister, Lady Ariana,"
Oterain introduced her. She is a spirited girl, and though she is young, she is already well versed in the care of the sick. I won't trouble her for long, my lord, Leldoran declared. I will be returning to Astoria within a week. Lady Ariana laid a professional hand to his forehead. Nay, good youth. Thy visit, I think, will be protracted. I'll leave within the week, Leldoran repeated stubbornly. She shrugged. As it pleases thee. I expect that my brother will be able to spare some few servants to follow after thee, to provide thee that decent burial which, if I misjudge not, thou wilt require before thou hast gone 10 leagues. Leldoran blinked. Aunt Paul took Lady Ariana to one side and spoke with her at some length, giving her a small packet of herbs and certain instructions. Leldoran motioned to Gerion, and Gerion went to him immediately and knelt beside the litter. So it ends, the young man murmured. I wish I could go with you. You'll be well in no time at all, Gerion assured him, knowing that it was not true. Maybe you can catch up with us later. Leldoran shook his head. No, I am afraid not. He began to cough again, the spasms seeming to tear at his lungs. We don't have much time, my friend. So, listen carefully. Gerion, near tears, took his friend's hand. You remember what we were talking about that morning after we left my uncle's house? Gerion nodded. You said that I was the one who would have to decide if we were to break our pledge to Tarasin and the others to keep silent. I remember, Gerion told him. All right. I have decided. I release you from your pledge. Do what you have to do. It would be better if you told my grandfather about it yourself, Leldoran. I can't, Gerion. The words would stick in my throat. I'm sorry, but that's the way I am. I know that Natchak's only using us, but I gave the others my word. I am an errand, Gerion. I will keep my word even though I know it is wrong. So it is up to you. You are going to have to keep Natchak from destroying my country. I want you to go straight to the king himself. To the king? Oh, he'd never believe me. Make him believe you. Tell him everything. Gerion shook his head firmly. I won't tell him your name, or Terrasen's. You know what he'd do to you if I did. We do not matter, Leldoran insisted, coughing again. I'll tell him about Natchak, Gerion said stubbornly, but not about you. Where do I tell him to find this Murgo? He will know, Leldoran replied, his voice very weak now. Natchak's the ambassador to the court at Vomimbre. He is the personal representative of Taurogas, king of the Murgos. Gerion was stunned at the implications of that. He has got all the gold from the bottomless mines of Taumurgos at his command. The plot he gave my friends and me could just be one of a dozen or more, all aimed at destroying Arendia. You have got to stop him, Gerion. Promise me. The pale young man's eyes were feverish, and his grip on Gerion's hand was tightening. I'll stop him, Leldoran. I don't know how yet, but one way or another I will stop him. Leldoran sank weakly back on the litter, his strength seeming to run out as if the necessity for extracting that promise had been the only thing sustaining him. Goodbye, Leldoran, Gerion said softly, his eyes filling with tears. Goodbye, my friend, Leldoran barely more than whispered. Then his eyes closed, and the hand gripping Gerion's went limp. Gerion stared at him with a dreadful fear, until he saw the faint flutter of his pulse in the hollow of his throat. Leldoran was still alive, if only barely. Gerion tenderly put down his friend's hand,
and pulled the rough gray blanket up around his shoulders. Then he stood up and walked quickly away with tears running down his cheeks. The rest of the farewells were brief, and they remounted and rode at a trot toward the Great West Road. There were a few cheers from the serfs and pikemen as they passed, but in the distance there was another sound. The women from the villages had come out to search for their men among the bodies littering the field, and their wails and shrieks mocked the cheers. With deliberate purpose, Gerion pushed his horse forward until he drew in beside Mandorallan. "I have something to say to you," he said hotly. "You're not going to like it, but I don't really care."
"Oh?"
the knight replied mildly. "I think the way you talked to Leldarin back there was cruel and disgusting. You might think you are the greatest knight in the world, but I think you're a loud-mouthed braggart with no more compassion than a block of stone, and if you don't like it, what do you plan to do about it?"
"Ah," Mandorallan said, "that. I think that thou hast misunderstood, my young friend. It was necessary in order to save his life. The Asturian youth is very brave, and so gives no thought to himself. Had I not spoken so to him, he would surely have insisted upon continuing with us, and would soon have died."
"Died?" Gerion scoffed. "And Paul could have cured him?"
"It was the Lady Belgariad herself who informed me that his life was in danger," Mandorallan replied. "His honor would not permit him to seek proper care, but that same honor prevailed upon him to remain behind, lest he delay us."
The knight smiled wryly.
"He will, I think, be no fonder of me for my words than thou art, but he will be alive, and that is what matters, is it not?"
Gerion stared at the arrogant-seeming membrate, his anger suddenly robbed of its target. With painful clarity he realized that he had just made a fool of himself. "I'm sorry," he apologized grudgingly. "I didn't realize what you were doing."
Mandorallan shrugged. "It is not important. I am frequently misunderstood. As long as I know what my motives are, and that they are good, however, I am seldom very concerned with the opinions of others. I am glad, though, that I have the opportunity to explain this to thee. Thou art to be my companion, and it ill behooves companions to have misapprehensions about each other."
They rode on in silence as Gerion struggled to readjust his thinking. There was, it seemed, much more to Mandorallan than he had suspected. They reached the highway then and turned south again, under a threatening sky. Chapter 8. The Arendish plain was a vast rolling grassland only sparsely settled. The wind sweeping across the dried grass was raw and chill. Dirty-looking clouds scudded overhead as they rode on. The necessity for leaving the injured Leldarin behind had put them all into a melancholy mood, and, for the most part, they travelled in silence for the next several days. Gerion rode at the rear with Hettar and the pack-horses, doing his best to stay away from Mandorallan. Hettar was a silent man, who seemed undisturbed by hours of riding without conversation. But after 2 days of this, Gerion made a deliberate effort to draw the hawk-faced Algar out. "Why is it that you hate the Murgos so much, Hettar?" he asked, for want of something better to say.
"All Alons hate Murgos,"
Hettar answered quietly.
"Yes," Gerion admitted, "but it seems to be something personal with you. Why is that?"
Hettar shifted in his saddle, his leather clothing creaking.
"They killed my parents," he replied.
Gerion felt a sudden shock as the Algar's words struck a responsive note.
"How did it happen?"
He asked it before he realized that Hettar might prefer not to talk about it.
"I was 7,
Hettar told him in an unemotional voice.
"We were going to visit my mother's family. She was from a different clan.
We had to pass near the eastern escarpment, and a Murgo raiding party caught us. My mother's horse stumbled, and she was thrown. The Murgos were on us before my father and I could get her back onto her horse. They took a long time to kill my parents. I remember that my mother screamed once, near the end.
The Algar's face was as bleak as a rock, and his flat, quiet voice made his story seem that much more dreadful.
After my parents were dead, the Murgos tied a rope around my feet and dragged me behind one of their horses. When the rope finally broke, they thought I was dead, and they all rode off. They were laughing about it, as I recall. Clohag found me a couple of days later.
As clearly as if he had been there, Garion had a momentary picture of a child, dreadfully injured and alone, wandering in the emptiness of eastern Algaria with only grief and a terrible hatred keeping him alive.
I killed my first Murgo when I was 10.
Hettar went on in that same flat voice.
He was trying to escape from us, and I rode him down and put a javelin between his shoulders. He screamed when the javelin went through him. That made me feel better. Clohag thought that if he made me watch the Murgo die, it might cure me of the hatred. He was wrong about that, though.
The tall Algar's face was expressionless, and his wind-whipped scalp-lock tossed and flowed out behind him. There was a kind of emptiness about him, as if he were devoid of any feeling but that one driving compulsion. For an instant, Garion dimly understood what Mr. Wolf had been driving at when he had warned about the danger of becoming obsessed with a desire for revenge. But he pushed the notion out of his mind. If Hettar could live with it, so could he. He felt a sudden fierce admiration for this lonely hunter in black leather. Mr. Wolf was deep in conversation with Mandorallan, and the two of them loitered until Hettar and Garion caught up with them. For a time they rode along together.
"It is our nature,"
the knight in his gleaming armor was saying in a melancholy voice.
"We are overproud, and it is our pride that dooms our poor Arendia to internecine war."
"That can be cured," Mr. Wolf said.
"How?" Mandorallan asked. "It is in our blood. I myself am the most peaceful of men, but even I am subject to our national disease. Moreover, our divisions are too great, too buried in our history, and our souls to be purged away. The peace will not last, my friend. Even now Asturian arrows sing in the forests, seeking Membre targets, and Membre, in reprisal, burns Asturian houses and butchers the hostages. War is inevitable, I fear."
"No," Wolf disagreed. "It's not."
"But how may it be prevented?" Mandorallan demanded. "Who can cure our insanity?"
"I will, if I have to," Wolf told him quietly, pushing back his grey hood. Mandorallan smiled wanly.
I appreciate thy good intentions, Belgariad, but that is impossible, even for thee."
"Nothing is actually impossible, Mandorallan," Wolf answered in a matter-of-fact voice. "Most of the time, I prefer not to interfere with other people's amusements. But I can't afford to have Arendia going up in flames just now. If I have to, I will step in and put a stop to any more foolishness."
"Hast thou in truth such power?"
Mandorallan asked somewhat wistfully, as if he could not quite bring himself to believe it. "Yes," Wolf replied prosaically, scratching at his short white beard. "As a matter of fact, I do." Mandorallan's face grew troubled, even a bit awed, at the old man's quiet statement, and Garion found his grandfather's declaration profoundly disturbing. If Wolf could actually stop a war single-handedly, he would have no difficulty at all thwarting Gerian's own plans for revenge. It was something else to worry about. Then Silk rode back toward them. "The Great Fair's just ahead," the rat-faced man announced. "Do we want to stop, or should we go around it?" "We might as well stop. It's almost evening, and we need some supplies," Wolf decided. "The horses could use some rest too," Hetar said. "They are starting to complain." "You should have told me," Wolf said, glancing back at the pack train. "They are not really in bad shape yet," Hetar informed him, "but they are starting to feel sorry for themselves. They are exaggerating, of course, but a little rest would not hurt them." "Exaggerating?" Silk sounded shocked. "You don't mean to say that horses can actually lie, do you?" Hetar shrugged. "Of course. They lie all the time. They are very good at it." For a moment Silk looked outraged at the thought, and then he suddenly laughed. "Somehow that restores my faith in the order of the universe," he declared. Wolf looked pained. "Silk," he said pointedly, "you are a very evil man. Did you know that?" "Oh, one does one's best," Silk replied mockingly. The Arendish Fair lay at the intersection of the Great West Road and the mountain track leading down out of Ugoland. It was a vast collection of blue, red, and yellow tents, and broad-striped pavilions, stretching for a league or more in every direction. It appeared like a brightly hued city in the midst of the dun-colored plain, and its brilliant pennons snapped bravely in the endless wind under a lowering sky. "I hope I'll have time to do some business," Silk said, as they rode down a long hill toward the fair. The little man's sharp nose was twitching now. "I'm starting to get out of practice." A half-dozen mud-smeared beggars crouched miserably beside the road, their hands outstretched. Mondorallen paused and scattered some coins among them.
"You shouldn't encourage them,"
Barak growled.
"Charity is both a duty and a privilege, my Lord Barak,"
Mondorallen replied. "Why don't they build houses here?" Gerion asked Silk, as they approached the central part of the fair. "Oh, nobody stays here that long," Silk explained. "The fair is always here, but the population is very fluid. Besides, buildings are taxed. Tents are not." Many of the merchants who came out of their tents to watch the party pass seemed to know Silk, and some of them greeted him warily, suspicion plainly written on their faces. Barak observed dryly,
"I see that your reputation's preceded you, Silk."
Silk shrugged. The price of fame."
"Isn't there some danger that somebody will recognize you as that other merchant?" Durnick asked.
"The one the
Murgos are looking for?"
"You mean Ambar? Oh, it's not very likely. Ambar does not come to Arendia very often, and he and Redek don't look a bit alike."
"But they're the same man," Durnick objected. "They're both you."
"Ah," Silk said, raising a finger. "You and I both know that, but they do not. To you I always look like myself, but to others I look quite different." Durnick looked profoundly skeptical.
"Redek, old friend,"
a bald Drasnian merchant called from a nearby tent.
"Delvor,"
Silk replied delightedly. "I haven't seen you in years."
"You look prosperous," the bald man observed.
"Oh, getting by," Silk responded modestly. "What are you dealing in now?"
"I've got a few Malorian carpets," Delvor told him. "Some of the local nobles are interested, but they don't like the price."
His hands, however, were already speaking of other matters. "Your uncle sent out word that we were to help you if necessary. Do you need anything?"
"What are you carrying in your packs?" he asked aloud.
"Sindarian woolens," Silk answered, "and a few other odds and ends. Have you seen any Murgos here at the fair?" The hands continued flying. "One, but he left for Vomimbre a week ago. There are some Nadraks on the far side of the fair, though." "They're a long way from home," Silk gestured. "Are they really in business?" Delvor answered. "It's hard to say." "Can you put us up for a day or so?" "I'm sure we can work out something," Delvor replied with a sly twinkle in his eyes and a flick in his hands. Silk's fingers betrayed his shock at the suggestion. "Business is business, after all," Delvor gestured. "You must come aside," he said aloud. "Take a cup of wine, have some supper. We have years of catching up to do." "We'd be delighted," Silk returned, somewhat sourly. "Could it be that you've met your match, Prince Keldar?" Aunt Paul inquired softly, with a faint smile, as the little man helped her down from her horse in front of Delvor's brightly striped pavilion. "Delvor? Hardly. He's been trying to get even with me for years, ever since a ploy of mine in your Gorak cost him a fortune. I'll let him think he's got me for a while, though. It will make him feel good, and I will enjoy it that much more when I pull the rug out from under him." She laughed. "You're incorrigible." He winked back at her. The interior of Delvor's main pavilion was ruddy in the light of several glowing braziers that put out a welcome warmth. The floor was covered with a deep blue carpet, and large red cushions were scattered here and there to sit upon. Once they were inside, Silk quickly made the introductions. "I am honored, Ancient One," Delvor murmured, bowing deeply to Mr. Wolf and then to Aunt Paul. "What can I do to help?" Wolf replied, "Right now, we need information more than anything." He pulled off his heavy cloak. "We ran into a Grolem stirring up trouble a few days north of here. Can you nose about and find out what's happening between here and Vomimbre? I'd like to avoid any more neighborhood squabbles, if possible." "I will make the inquiries," Delvor promised. "I'll be moving around too," Silk said. "Between us, Delvor and I should be able to sift out most of the loose information in the fair." Wolf looked at him inquiringly. "Radek of Boktor never passes up a chance to do business," the little man explained, just a bit too quickly. "It would look very strange if he stayed in Delvor's tent." "I see," Wolf said. "We wouldn't want anything to spoil our disguise, now would we?" Silk asked innocently. His long nose, however, was twitching even more violently. Wolf surrendered. "All right, but don't get exotic. I don't want a crowd of outraged customers outside this tent in the morning, howling for your head." Delvor's porters took the packs from the spare horses, and one of them showed Hetar the way to the horse pens on the outskirts of the fair. Silk began rummaging through the packs. A myriad of small, expensive items began to pile up on Delvor's carpet, as Silk's quick hands dipped into the corners and folds of the wool cloth. "I wondered why you needed so much money in Kamar," Wolf commented dryly. "Oh, just part of the disguise," Silk replied. "Radek always has a few curios with him for trade along the way." "That's a very convenient explanation," Barak observed, "but I wouldn't run it into the ground if I were you." "If I can't double our old friend's money in the next hour, I'll retire permanently," Silk promised. "Oh, I almost forgot. I'll need Geryon to act as a porter for me. Radek always has at least one porter." "Try not to corrupt him too much," Aunt Paul said. Silk bowed extravagantly and set his black velvet cap at a jaunty angle. With Geryon at his heels, carrying a stout sack of his treasures, he swaggered out onto the great Erendish fair like a man going into battle. A fat Tolnedran, 3/10 down the way, proved troublesome, and succeeded in getting a jeweled dagger away from Silk for only 3 times what it was worth. But 2 Erendish merchants in a row bought identical silver goblets at prices which, though widely different, more than made up for the setback. "I love to deal with errands," Silk gloated as they moved on down the muddy streets between the pavilions. The sly little Drasnian moved through the fair, wreaking havoc as he went. When he could not sell, he bought. When he could not buy, he traded. And when he could not trade, he dredged for gossip and information. Some of the merchants, wiser than their fellows, saw him coming and promptly hid from him. Geryon, swept along by the little man's enthusiasm, began to understand his friend's fascination with this game, where profit was secondary to the satisfaction of besting an opponent. Silk's predations were broadly ecumenical. He was willing to deal with anyone. He met them all on their own ground. Tolnedrins, Erins, Kereks, fellow Drasnians, Sendars, all fell before him. By mid-afternoon he had disposed of all of what he had bought in Kamar. His full purse jingled, and the sack on Geryon's shoulder was still as heavy, but now it contained entirely new merchandise. Silk, however, was frowning. He walked along, bouncing a small, exquisitely blown glass bottle on the palm of his hand. He had traded 2 ivory-bound books of Rassite verse to a Revan for the little bottle of perfume. "What's the trouble?" Geryon asked him as they walked back toward Delvor's pavilions. "I'm not sure who won," Silk told him shortly. "What?" "I don't have any idea what this is worth." "Well, why did you take it, then?" "I didn't want him to know that I didn't know its value." "We'll sell it to somebody else." "How can I sell it if I don't know what to ask for it? If I ask too much, nobody will talk to me, and if I ask too little, I'll be laughed out of the fair." Geryon started to chuckle. "I don't see that it's all that funny, Geryon," Silk said sensitively. He remained moody and irritable as they entered the pavilion. "Here's the profit I promised you," he told Mr. Wolf somewhat ungraciously as he poured coins into the old man's hand. "What's bothering you?" Wolf asked, eyeing the little man's grumpy face. "Nothing," Silk replied shortly. Then he glanced over at Aunt Paul, and a broad smile suddenly appeared on his face. He crossed to her and bowed. "My dear Lady Polgara, please accept this trifling memento of my regard for you." With a flourish he presented the perfume bottle to her. Aunt Paul's look was a peculiar mixture of pleasure and suspicion. She took the small bottle and carefully worked out the tightly fitting stopper. Then, with a delicate gesture, she touched the stopper to the inside of her wrist and raised the wrist to her face to catch the fragrance. "Why, Keldar," she exclaimed with delight, "this is a princely gift." Silk's smile turned a bit sickly, and he peered sharply at her, trying to determine if she was serious or not. Then he sighed and went outside, muttering darkly to himself about the duplicity of ravens. Delvor returned not long afterward, dropping his striped cloak in one corner, and held out his hand to one of the glowing braziers. "As nearly as I was able to find out, things are quiet between here and Vomimbre," he reported to Mr. Wolf. "But 5 Murgos just rode into the fair with 24 tolls behind them." Hetar looked up quickly, his hawk face alert. Wolf frowned. "Did they come from the north or the south?" "They claim to have come from Vomimbre, but there's red clay on the toll's boots. I don't think there's any clay between here and Vomimbre, is there?"
"None," Mondoralin declared firmly. "The only clay in the region is to the north." Wolf nodded. "Get Silk back inside," he told Barak. Barak went to the tent flap. "Couldn't it just be coincidence?" Durnik wondered. "I don't think we want to take that chance," Wolf answered. "We'll wait until the fair settles down for the night, and then slip away." Silk came back inside, and he and Delvor spoke together briefly. "It won't take the Murgos long to find out we've been here," Barak rumbled, tugging thoughtfully at his red beard. "Then we'll have them dogging our heels every step of the way from here to Vomimbre. Wouldn't it simplify things if Hetar, Mondoralin, and I go pick a fight with them? 5 dead Murgos aren't going to follow anybody." Hetar nodded with a certain dreadful eagerness.
I don't know if that would set too well with the Tonedran legionnaires who police the fair, Silk drawled. Policemen seem to worry about unexplained bodies. It upsets their sense of neatness.
Barak shrugged. It was a thought.
I think I've got an idea, Delvor said, pulling on his cloak again. They set up their tents near the pavilions of the Nadrax. I'll go do some business with them. He started toward the tent flap, then paused. I don't know if it means anything, he told them, but I found out that the leader is a Murgo named Ashrak. Garion felt a sudden chill at the mention of the name. Barak whistled and looked suddenly very grim.
We're going to have to attend to that one sooner or later, Belgarath, he declared.
You know him? Delvor did not seem very surprised. We've met a time or two, Silk replied in an offhanded way. He's starting to make a nuisance of himself, Aunt Paul agreed. I'll get started, Delvor said. Garion lifted the tent flap to allow Delvor to leave, but as he glanced outside, he let out a startled gasp and jerked the flap shut again. What's the matter? Silk asked. I think I just saw Brill out there in the street.
Let me see,
Dernick said. His fingers parted the flap slightly, and he and Garion both peered out. A slovenly figure loitered in the muddy street outside. Brill had not changed much since they had left Faldor's farm. His tunic and hose were still patched and stained, his face was still unshaven, and his cast eye still gleamed with a kind of unwholesome whiteness.
It's Brill, all right. Close enough for me to smell him.
Delvor looked at the smith inquiringly.
Brill bathes irregularly, Dernick explained. He's a fragrant sort of fellow.
May I? Delvor asked politely. He glanced out over Dernick's shoulder. Oh, that one. He works for the Nadrax. I thought that was a little strange, but he didn't seem so important, so I didn't bother to investigate.
Dernick, Wolf said quickly, step outside for a moment. Make sure that he sees you, but don't let him know that you know he's there. After he sees you, come back inside. Hurry. We don't want to let him get away.
Dernick looked baffled, but he lifted the tent flap and stepped out. What are you up to, Father? Aunt Paul asked rather sharply. Don't just stand there smirking, old man. That's very irritating.
It's perfect,
Wolf chortled, rubbing his hands together. Dernick came back in, his face worried.
He saw me, he reported. Are you sure it's a good idea? Of course, Wolf replied. Ashrak's obviously here because of us. He's going to be looking all over the fair for us.
Why make it easy for him, then?
We won't, Wolf replied. Ashrak's used Brill before. In Muros, remember? He brought Brill down here because Brill would recognize you or me or Dernick or Garion. Probably Barak, too, and maybe Silk. Is he still out there?
Garion peered out through the narrow opening. After a moment he saw the unkempt Brill half hidden between two tents across the street. He's still there, he answered.
We want to keep him there, Wolf said. We'll have to be sure that he doesn't get bored and go back to report to Ashrak that he's found us.
Silk looked at Delvor, and they both began to laugh.
What's so funny? Barak demanded suspiciously.
You almost have to be a Drasnian to appreciate it, Silk replied. He looked at Wolf admiringly. Sometimes you amaze me, old friend. Mr. Wolf winked at him.
Mondoralin confessed, That plan still escapes me.
May I? Silk asked Wolf. He turned back to the knight. It goes like this, Mondoralin. Asarak's counting on Brill to find us for him. But as long as we keep Brill interested enough, he'll delay going back to tell Ashrak where we are. We've captured Ashrak's eyes, and that puts him at quite a disadvantage. Mandralan then asked. "But will this curious Sindar not follow us as soon as we leave the tent? When we ride from the fair, the Murkos will be immediately behind us."
"The back wall of the tent is only canvas, Mandralan," Silk pointed out gently. "With a sharp knife, you can make as many doors in it as you like." Delver winced slightly, then sighed. "I'll go see the Murkos," he said. "I think I can delay them even more." "Dernick and I will go out with you," Silk told his bald friend. "You go one way, we'll go another. Brill will follow us, and we can lead him back here." Delver nodded, and the three of them went out. Barak asked sourly,
"Isn't this all unnecessarily complicated? Brill doesn't know Hathor. Why not just have Hathor slip out the back, circle around behind him, and stick a knife between his ribs? Then we could stuff him in a sack and drop him in a ditch somewhere after we leave the fair."
Wolf shook his head.
"Eshrek would miss him," he replied. "I want him to tell the Murgos that we are in this tent. With any luck, they'll sit outside for a day or so before they realize that we're gone."
For the next several hours, various members of the party went out into the street in front of the tent on short and wholly imaginary errands to hold the attention of the lurking Brill. When Gerion stepped out into the gathering darkness, he put on a show of unconcern, although his skin prickled as he felt Brill's eyes on him. He went into Delver's supply tent and waited for several minutes. The noise from a tavern pavilion several rows of tents over seemed very loud in the growing stillness of the fair, as Gerion waited nervously in the dark supply tent. Finally, he drew a deep breath and went out again, one arm tucked up as if he were carrying something. "I found it, Dernick," he announced as he re-entered the main pavilion. "There's no need to improvise, dear," Aunt Paul remarked. "I just wanted to sound natural," he replied innocently. Delver returned soon after that, and they all waited in the warm tent as it grew darker outside and the streets emptied. Once it was fully dark, Delver's porters pulled the packs out through a slit in the back of the tent. Silk, Delver, and Hathor went with them to the horse pens on the outskirts of the fair, while the rest remained long enough to keep Brill from losing interest. In a final attempt at misdirection, Mr. Wolf and Barak went outside to discuss the probable conditions of the road to Prolgu and the Ogland.
"It might not work,"
Wolf admitted, as he and the big red-bearded man came back inside.
"Eshrek's sure to know that we are following Zadar south. But if Brill tells him that we're going to Prolgu, it might make him divide his forces to cover both roads."
He looked around the inside of the tent.
"All right. Let's go."
One by one they squeezed out through the slit in the back of the tent and crept into the next street. Then, walking at a normal pace like serious people on honest business, they proceeded toward the horse pens. They passed the tavern pavilion, where several men were singing. The streets were mostly empty by now, and the night breeze brushed the city of tents, fluttering the pennons and banners. Then they reached the edge of the fair, where Silk, Delver, and Hathor waited with their mounts. "Good luck," Delver said as they prepared to mount. "I'll delay the Murgos for as long as I can." Silk shook his friend's hand. "I'd still like to know where you got those lead coins." Delver winked at him.
"What's this?"
Wolf asked. "Delvor's got some Tonedran crowns stamped out of lead and gilded over," Silk told him. "He hid some of them in the Murgos' tent, and tomorrow morning he's going to go to the Legionnaires with a few of them, and accuse the Murgos of passing them. When the Legionnaires search the Murgos' tent, they are sure to find the others."
"Money's awfully important to Tonedrans," Barak observed. "If the Legionnaires get excited enough about those coins, they might start hanging people."
Delver smirked. "Wouldn't that be a terrible shame?" They mounted then, and rode away from the horse pens toward the highway. It was a cloudy night, and once they were out in the open, the breeze was noticeably brisk. Behind them the fair gleamed and twinkled under the night sky like some vast city. Geryon drew his cloak about him. It was a lonely feeling to be on a dark road on a windy night, when everyone else in the world had a fire and a bed and walls around him. Then they reached the great west road stretching pale and empty across the dark, rolling Arendish plain, and turned south again. Chapter 9. The wind picked up again shortly before dawn, and was blowing briskly by the time the sky over the low foothills to the east began to lighten. Geryon was numb with exhaustion by then, and his mind had drifted into an almost dreamlike trance. The faces of his companions all seemed strange to him as the pale light began to grow stronger. At times he even forgot why they rode. He seemed caught in a company of grim-faced strangers pounding along a road to nowhere through a bleak, featureless landscape, with their wind-whipped cloaks flying dark behind them like the clouds scudding low and dirty overhead. A peculiar idea began to take hold of him. The strangers were somehow his captors, and they were taking him away from his real friends. The idea seemed to grow stronger the farther they rode, and he began to be afraid. Suddenly, without knowing why, he wheeled his horse and broke away, plunging off to the side of the road and across the open field beside it. "Geryon!" a woman's voice called sharply from behind, but he set his heels to his horse's flanks and sped even faster across the rough field. One of them was chasing him. A frightening man in black leather with a shaved head and a dark lock at his crown, flowing behind him in the wind. In a panic, Geryon kicked at his horse, trying to make the beast run even faster, but the fearsome rider behind him closed the gap quickly and seized the reins from his hands. "What are you doing?" he demanded harshly. Geryon stared at him, unable to answer. Then the woman in the blue cloak was there, and the others not far behind her. She dismounted quickly and stood looking at him with a stern face. She was tall for a woman, and her face was cold and imperious. Her hair was very dark, and there was a single white lock at her brow. Geryon trembled. The woman made him terribly afraid. "Get down off that horse," she commanded. "Gently, Paul," a silvery-haired old man with an evil face said. A huge, red-bearded giant rode closer, threatening, and Geryon, almost sobbing with fright, slid down from the horse. "Come here," the woman ordered. Falteringly, Geryon approached her. "Give me your hand," she said. Hesitantly, he lifted his hand, and she took his wrist firmly. She opened his fingers to reveal that ugly mark on his palm that he seemed to always have hated, and then put his hand against the white lock in her hair. "Aunt Paul!" he gasped, the nightmare suddenly dropping away. She put her arms about him tightly and held him for some time. Strangely, he was not even embarrassed by that display of affection in front of the others. "This is serious, Father," she told Mr. Wolf. "What happened, Geryon?" Wolf asked, his voice calm. "I don't know," Geryon replied. "It was as if I didn't know any of you, and you were my enemies, and all I wanted to do was run away and try to get back to my real friends." "Are you still wearing the amulet I gave you?" "Yes." "Have you had it off at any time since I gave it to you?" "Well, just once," Geryon admitted, "when I took a bath in the Tolnedron hostel." Wolf sighed. "You cannot take it off. Not ever. Not for any reason. Take it out from under your tunic." Geryon drew out the silver pendant with the strange design. The old man took a medallion out from under his own tunic. It was very bright, and there was upon it the figure of a standing wolf, so lifelike that it looked almost ready to lope away. Aunt Paul, her one arm still about Geryon's shoulders, drew a similar amulet out of her bodice. Upon the disk of her medallion was the figure of an owl. "Hold it in your right hand, dear," she instructed, firmly closing Geryon's fingers over the pendant. Then, holding her amulet in her own right hand, she placed her left hand over his closed fist. Wolf, also holding his talisman, put his hand on theirs. Gerion's palm began to tingle, as if the pendant were suddenly alive. Mr. Wolf and Aunt Paul looked at each other for a long moment, and the tingling in Gerion's hand suddenly became very strong. His mind seemed to open, and strange things flickered before his eyes. He saw a round room very high up somewhere. A fire burned, but there was no wood in it. At a table there was seated an old man who looked somewhat like Mr. Wolf, but obviously was someone else. He seemed to be looking directly at Gerion, and his eyes were kindly, even affectionate. Gerion was suddenly overwhelmed with a consuming love for this old man. "That should be enough," Wolf judged, releasing Gerion's hand.
"Who was the old man?"
Gerion asked.
"My master,"
Wolf replied.
"What happened?"
Dernick asked, his face concerned.
"It's probably better not to talk about it,"
Aunt Paul said.
"Do you think you could build a fire? It's time for breakfast."
"There's some trees over there. Well, we can get out of the wind,"
Dernick suggested. They all remounted and rode toward the trees. After they had eaten, they sat by the small fire for a while. They were tired, and none of them felt quite up to facing the blustery morning again. Gerion felt particularly exhausted, and he wished that he were young enough to sit close beside Aunt Paul and, perhaps, put his head in her lap and sleep, as he had done when he was very young. The strange thing that had happened made him feel very much alone, and more than a little frightened.
"Dernick,"
he said, more to drive the mood away than out of any real curiosity.
"What sort of bird is that?"
He pointed.
"A raven, I think,"
Dernick answered, looking at the bird circling above them.
I thought so too," Gerion said. "But they don't usually circle, do they?"
Dernick frowned.
Maybe it's watching something on ground."
"How long has it been up there?" Wolf asked, squinting up at the large bird.
"I think I first saw it when we were crossing the field."
Mr. Wolf glanced over at Aunt Paul.
"What do you think?"
She looked up from one of Gerion's stockings she had been mending.
"I'll see."
Her face took on a strange, probing expression. Gerion felt a peculiar tingling again. On an impulse, he tried to push his own mind out toward the bird.
"Gerion,"
Aunt Paul said, without looking at him,
"stop that." "I'm sorry,"
he apologized quickly, and pulled his mind back where it belonged. Mr. Wolf looked at him with a strange expression, then winked at him.
"It's Camdar,"
Aunt Paul announced calmly. She carefully pushed her needle into the stocking and set it aside. Then she stood up and shook off her blue cloak.
"What have you got in mind?"
Wolf asked.
"I think I'll go have a little chat with him,"
she replied, flexing her fingers like talons.
"You'd never catch him,"
Wolf told her.
"Your feathers are too soft for this kind of wind. There is an easier way."
The old man swept the windy sky with a searching gaze.
"Over there."
He pointed at a barely visible speck above the hills to the west.
"You had better do it, Paul. I don't get along with birds."
"Of course, Father,"
she agreed. She looked intently at the speck, and Gerion felt the tingle as she sent her mind out again. The speck began to circle, rising higher and higher, until it disappeared. The raven did not see the plummeting eagle until the last instant, just before the larger bird's talons struck. There was a sudden puff of black feathers, and the raven, screeching with fright, flapped wildly away with the eagle in hot pursuit.
"Nicely done, Paul,"
Wolf approved.
"It will give him something to think about,"
she smiled.
"Don't stare, Dernick."
Dernick was gaping at her, his mouth open.
"How did you do that?"
"Do you really want to know?"
she asked. Dernick shuddered and looked away quickly.
"I think that just about settles it," Wolf said. "Disguises are probably useless now. I'm not sure what Camdar's up to, but he's going to be watching us every step of the way. And we might as well arm ourselves and ride straight on to Vomimbre." "Aren't we going to follow the trail any more?" Beric asked.
"The trail goes south," Wolf replied. "I can pick it up again once we cross over into Tolnedra. But first I want to stop by and have a word with King Coradulan. There are some things he needs to know."
Coradulan? Dunnick looked puzzled. "Wasn't that the name of the first Arendish king? Seems to me somebody told me that once."
"All Arendish kings are named Coradulan," Silk told him. "And the queens are all named Maya Serena. It's all part of the fiction the royal family here maintains, to keep the kingdom from flying apart. They have to marry as closely within the bloodline as possible to maintain the illusion of the unification of the houses of Mimbre and Asturia. It makes them all a bit sickly, but there's no help for it, considering the peculiar nature of Arendish politics." "All right, Silk," Aunt Paul said reprovingly.
Manduralan looked thoughtful. "Could it be that this Hamdar, who so dogs our steps, is one of great substance in this dark society of the Grolums?" he asked.
"He'd like to be," Wolf answered. "Zadar and Tuchek are Torak's disciples, and Hamdar wants to be one as well. He has always been Tuchek's agent, but he may believe that this is his chance to move up in the Grolum hierarchy. Tuchek's very old, and he spends all of his time in the temple of Torak at Raktal. Maybe Hamdar thinks it's time that someone else become high priest."
"Is Torak's body at Raktal?" Silk asked quickly.
Mr. Wolf shrugged. "Nobody knows for sure, but I doubt it. After Zadar carried him away from the battlefield at Vomimbre, I don't think he'd have just handed him over to Ktuchek. He could be in Meloria, or somewhere in the southern reaches of Hrol Murgos. It's hard to say.
But at the moment, Hamdar's the one we have to worry about," Silk concluded.
"Not if we keep moving," Wolf replied.
"We'd better get moving, then,"
Beric said, standing up. By mid-morning the heavy clouds had begun to break up, and patches of blue sky showed here and there. Enormous pillars of sunlight stalked ponderously across the rolling fields that waited, damp and expectant, for the first touches of spring. With Manduralan in the lead, they had ridden hard, and had covered a good 6 leagues. Finally they slowed to a walk to allow their steaming horses to rest.
"How much further is it to Vomimbre, grandfather?" Garion asked, pulling his horse in beside Mr. Wolf.
60 leagues, at least," Wolf answered. "Probably closer to 80.
"That's a long way," Garion winced as he shifted in his saddle.
"Yes."
"I'm sorry I ran away like that back there,"
Garion apologized. "It wasn't your fault. Hamdar was playing games."
"But why did he pick me? Couldn't he have done the same thing to Dunnick or Beric?"
Mr. Wolf looked at him. "You are younger, more susceptible."
"That's not really it, is it?"
Garion accused. "No," Wolf admitted, "not really. But it is an answer, of sorts."
"This is another one of those things you aren't going to tell me, isn't it?"
I suppose you could say that," Wolf answered blandly. Garion sulked about that for a while, but Mr. Wolf rode on, seemingly unconcerned by the boy's reproachful silence. They stopped that night at a Tolnedran hostel, which, like all of them, was plain, adequate, and expensive. The next morning the sky had cleared, except for billowy patches of white clouds scampering before the brisk wind. The sight of the sun made them all feel better, and there was even some bantering between Silk and Barak as they rode along, something Garion had not heard in all of the weeks they had spent traveling under the gloomy skies of northern Arendia. Manduralan, however, scarcely spoke that morning, and his face grew more somber with each passing mile. He was not wearing his armor, but instead a mail suit and a deep blue surcoat. His head was bare, and the wind tugged at his curly hair. On a nearby hilltop, a bleak-looking castle brooded down at them as they passed, its grim walls high and haughty-looking. Mandralan seemed to avoid looking at it, and his face became even more melancholy. Garion found it difficult to make up his mind about Mandralan. He was honest enough with himself to admit that much of his thinking was still clouded by Laldharan's prejudices. He didn't really want to like Mandralan, but aside from the habitual gloominess which seemed characteristic of all Arans, and the studied and involuted archaisms of the old man's speech, and his towering self-confidence, there seemed little actually to dislike. A half-league along the road from the castle, a ruin sat at the top of a long rise. It was not much more than a single wall with a high archway in the center and broken columns on either side. Near the ruin, a woman sat on horseback, her dark red cape flowing in the wind. Without a word, almost without seeming to think about it, Mandralan turned his war-horse from the road and cantered up the rise toward the woman, who watched his approach without any seeming surprise, but also with no particular pleasure.
"Where's he going?" Beric asked.
"She's an acquaintance of his," Mr. Wolf said dryly.
"Are we supposed to wait for them?"
"He can catch up with us." Mandralan had stopped his horse near the woman, and dismounted. He bowed to her, and held out his hands to help her down from her horse. They walked together toward the ruin, not touching, but walking very close to each other. They stopped beneath the archway and talked. Behind the ruin, clouds raced in the windy sky, and their enormous shadows swept uncaring across the mournful fields of Arendia.
"We should have taken a different route. I wasn't thinking, I guess," Wolf said.
"Is there some problem?"
Dernick asked.
"Nothing unusual.
In Arendia," Wolf answered.
"I suppose it is my fault. Sometimes I forget the kinds of things that can happen to young people."
"Don't be cryptic, Father," Aunt Paul told him. "It's very irritating. Is this something we should know about?"
Wolf shrugged.
It isn't any secret. Half of Arendia knows about it. A whole generation of Erendish virgins cry themselves to sleep every night over it."
"Father," Aunt Paul snapped exasperatedly.
"Right," Wolf said.
"When Mandralan was about Garion's age, he showed a great deal of promise. Strong, courageous, not too bright. The qualities that make a good knight. His father asked me for advice, and I made arrangements for the young man to live, for a while, with the Baron of Voebor. That's his castle back there. The Baron had an enormous reputation, and he provided Mandralan with the kind of instruction he needed. Mandralan and the Baron became almost like father and son, since the Baron was quite a bit older. Everything was going along fine until the Baron got married. His bride, however, was much younger, about Mandralan's age."
"I think I see where this is going,"
Dernick remarked disapprovingly.
"Not exactly,"
Wolf disagreed.
"After the honeymoon, the Baron returned to his customary nightly pursuits, and left a very bored young lady wandering around his castle. It is a situation with all kinds of interesting possibilities. Anyway, Mandralan and the lady exchanged glances, then words, the usual sort of thing." "It happens in Cinderia, too," Dernick observed. "Well, I'm sure the name we have for it's very different from the one they use here."
His tone was becoming critical, even offended.
"You're jumping to conclusions, Dernick,"
Wolf told him.
"Things never went any further. It might have been better if they had. Adultery isn't really all that serious, and in time they'd have gotten bored with it. But since they both loved and respected the Baron too much to dishonor him, Mandralan left the castle before things could get out of hand. Now they both suffer in silence. Oh, it's all very touching, but it seems like a waste of time to me. Of course I am older."
"You are older than everyone, father," Aunt Paul said.
"You didn't have to say that, Paul."
Silk laughed sardonically. "I am glad to see that our stupendous friend at least has the bad taste to fall in love with another man's wife. His nobility was beginning to get rather cloying." The little man's expression had that bitter self-mocking cast to it Gerion had first seen in Valalorn, when they had spoken with Queen Porin.
"Does Baron know about it?"
Dernick asked.
"Naturally,"
Wolf replied.
"That's the part that makes the errands get all mushy inside about it. There was a knight once, stupider than most errands, who made a bad joke about it. The Baron promptly challenged him and ran a lance through him during the duel. Since then, very few people have found the situation humorous."
"Aye,
still disgraceful,"
Dernick said. "Their behavior is above reproach, Dernick," Aunt Paul maintained firmly. "There is no shame in it as long as it does not go any further."
"Decent people don't allow that in the first place,"
Dernick asserted.
"You'll never convince her, Dernick,"
Mr. Wolf told the smith.
"Belgariad spent too many years associating with the Vassite errands. They were as bad or worse than the Membrates. You cannot wallow in that kind of sentimentality for that long without some of it rubbing off. Fortunately, it hasn't totally blotted out her good sense. She's only occasionally girlish and gushy. If you can avoid her during those seizures, it's almost as if there's nothing wrong with her."
"My time was spent a little more usefully than yours, father," Aunt Paul observed acidly. "As I remember, you spent those years carousing in the waterfront dives in Kamar. And then there was that uplifting period you spent amusing the depraved women of Meragor. I am certain those experiences broadened your concept of morality enormously."
Mr. Wolf coughed uncomfortably and looked away.
Behind them, Mandoralin had remounted and begun to gallop back down the hill. The lady stood in the archway with her red cloak billowing in the wind, watching him as he rode away. They were 5 days on the road before they reached the river Arend, the boundary between Arendia and Tolnedra. The weather improved as they moved farther south, and by the morning, when they reached the hill overlooking the river, it was almost warm. The sun was very bright, and a few fleecy clouds raced overhead in the fresh breeze.
Mandoralin remarked, "The high road of Almembre branches to the left just there."
"Yes," Wolf said.
"Let's go down into that grove near the river, make ourselves a bit more presentable. Appearances are very important in Vomembre, and we don't want to arrive looking like vagabonds."
3 brown-robed and hooded figures stood humbly at the crossroads, their faces down and their hands held out in supplication. Mr. Wolf reined in his horse and approached them. He spoke with them briefly, then gave each a coin. "Who are they?" Gerion asked. "Monks from Mar Terran," Silk replied. "And where's that?" "It's a monastery in southeastern Tolnedra, where Meragor used to be," Silk told him. "The monks try to comfort the spirits of the Merags." Mr. Wolf motioned to them, and they rode on past the 3 humble figures at the roadside.
"They say that no Murgos have passed here in the last 2 weeks. Are you sure that you can believe them?" "Probably. The monks won't lie to anybody." "Then they'll tell anybody who comes by that we have passed here?" Wolf nodded. "They'll answer any question anyone puts to them." "That's an unsavory habit," Beric grunted darkly. Mr. Wolf shrugged and led the way among the trees beside the river. "This ought to do," he decided, dismounting in a grassy glade. He waited while the others climbed down from their horses. "All right," he told them. "We're going to Omimbre. I want you all to be careful about what you say while we're there. Membrates are very touchy, and the slightest word could be taken as an insult." Aunt Paul interrupted. "I think you should wear the white robe Thorak gave you, Father." "Please, Paul," Wolf said. "I'm trying to explain something."
"I heard you, father," she said, pulling open one of the packs. "You tend to belabor things too much." She held up the white robe and looked at it critically. "You should have folded it more carefully. You've wrinkled it."
"I am not going to wear that thing."
"Yes, you are, father. We might have to argue about it for an hour or two, but you'll wind up wearing it in the end anyway. Why not just save yourself all of the time and aggravation?"
"It's silly."
"Lots of things are silly, father. I know the errands better than you do. You'll get more respect if you look the part. Mandurallan and Hetar and Barak will wear their armor. Dernick and Silk and Geryon can wear the doublets Forak gave them in Sindar. I'll be wearing my blue gown, and you will wear the white robe. I insist, father."
"You what?" "Now, listen here, Belgariad."
"Be still, father," she said absently, examining Geryon's blue doublet.
Wolf's face darkened, and his eyes bulged dangerously.
"Was there something else?" she asked with a level gaze.
Mr. Wolf let it drop.
"He's as wise as they say he is," Silk observed.
An hour later they were on the high road to Vomimbre, under a sunny sky. Mandurallan, once again in full armor and with a blue and silver pennon streaming from the tip of his lance, led the way, with Barak in his gleaming mail shirt and black bearskin cape riding immediately behind him. At Aunt Paul's insistence, the big Kerach had combed the tangles out of his red beard, and even rebraided his hair. Mr. Wolf, in his white robe, rode sourly, muttering to himself, and Aunt Paul set her horse demurely at his side in a short fur-lined cape and with a blue satin headdress surmounting the heavy mass of her dark hair. Geryon and Dernick were ill at ease in their finery, but Silk wore his doublet and black velvet cap with a kind of exuberant flair. Hetar's sole concession to formality had been the replacement of a ring of beaten silver for the leather thong, which usually caught in his scalp-lock. The serfs and even the occasional knight they encountered along the way stood aside and saluted respectfully. The day was warm, the road was good, and their horses were strong. By mid-afternoon they crested a high hill, overlooking the plain which sloped down to the gates of Vomimbre. Chapter 10. The city of the Mimbrate Errands reared almost like a mountain beside the sparkling river. Its thick, high walls were surmounted by massive battlements, and great towers and slender spires with bright banners at their tips rose within the walls, gleaming golden in the afternoon sun. "Behold, Vomimbre," Mandurallan proclaimed with pride, "queen of cities. Upon that rock the tide of Angrak crashed and recoiled and crashed again. Upon this field they met their ruin. The soul and pride of Arendia doth reside within that fortress, and the power of the Dark One may not prevail against it." "We have been here before, Mandurallan," Mr. Wolf said sourly.
"Don't be impolite, father,"
Aunt Paul said to the old man. Then she turned to Mandurallan, and to Geryon's amazement she spoke in an idiom he had never heard from her lips before.
"Wilt thou, Sir Knight, convey us presently into the palace of thy king? We must needs take counsel with him in matters of gravest urgency."
She delivered this without the least trace of self-consciousness, as if the archaic formality came quite naturally to her.
"Forasmuch as thou art the mightiest living knight, we place ourselves under the protection of thy arm."
Mandurallan, after a startled instant, slid with a crash from his war-horse and sank to his knees before her. "My lady Belgariad," he replied in a voice throbbing with respect, with reverence even, "I accept thy charge, and will convey thee safely unto King Coradulan. Should any man question thy paramount right to the king's attention, I shall prove his folly upon his body." Aunt Paul smiled at him encouragingly, and he vaulted into the saddle with a clang, and led the way at a rolling trot, his whole bearing seething with a willingness to do battle. "What was that all about?" Wolf asked.
"Mandurallan needed something to take his mind off of his troubles," she replied.
He has been out of sorts for the last few days." As they drew closer to the city, Gerion could see the scars on the great walls where heavy stones from the Angarak catapults had struck the unyielding rock. The battlements high above were chipped and pitted from the impact of showers of steel-tipped arrows. The stone archway that led into the city revealed the incredible thickness of the walls, and the iron-bound gate was massive. They clattered through the archway and into the narrow, crooked streets. The people they passed seemed for the most part to be commoners, who quickly moved aside. The faces of the men in dun-colored tunics and the women in patched dresses were dull and uncurious.
"They don't seem very interested in us," Gerion commented quietly to Dernick.
"I don't think the ordinary people and the gentry pay much attention to each other here," Dernick replied. "Well, they live side by side, but they don't know anything about each other. Maybe that is what's wrong with Arendia."
Gerion nodded soberly. Although the commoners were indifferent, the nobles at the palace seemed afire with curiosity. Word of the party's entrance into the city apparently had raced ahead of them through the narrow streets, and the windows and parapets of the palace were alive with people in brightly colored clothes.
"A bit thy pace, Sir Knight,"
a tall man with dark hair and beard wearing a black velvet surcoat over his polished mail called down from the parapet to Mandorallan as they clattered into the broad plaza before the palace.
"Lift thy visor, so I may know thee."
Mandorallan stopped in amazement before the closed gate and raised his visor.
"What discourtesy is this?" he demanded. "I am, as all the world knows, Mandorallan, Baron of Omandor. Surely thou canst see my crest upon the face of my shield?"
"Any man may wear another's crest," the man above declared disdainfully. Mandorallan's face darkened.
"Art thou not mindful that no man on life would dare to counterfeit my semblance?" he asked with dangerous tones.
"Sir Andrig," another knight on the parapet told the dark-haired man, "this is indeed Sir Mandorallan. I met him on the field of the great tourney last year, and our meeting cost me a broken shoulder and put ringing in my ears which has not yet subsided."
"Ah?" Sir Andrig replied. "Since thou wilt vouch for him, Sir Halbergran, I will admit that this is indeed the bastard of Omandor."
Beric said quietly to Mandorallan,
"You're going to have to do something about that one of these days."
"It will seem so," Mandorallan replied.
"Who, however, are these others with thee who seek admittance, Sir Knight?" Andrig demanded. "I will not cause the gates to open for foreign strangers."
Mandorallan straightened in his saddle.
"Behold,"
he announced in a voice that could probably be heard all over the city,
"I bring you honor beyond measure. Fling wide the palace gates and prepare one and all to make obeisance. You look upon the holy face of Belgariad the sorcerer, the eternal man, and upon the divine countenance of his daughter, the Lady Palgara, who have come to Vomimbre to consult with the king of Arendia on diverse matters."
"Isn't that a little overdone?"
Gerion whispered to Aunt Paul.
"It's customary, dear," she replied placidly. "When you are dealing with errands, you have to be a little extravagant to get their attention."
"And who hath told thee that this is the Lord Belgariad?" Andrig asked with the faintest hint of a sneer. "I will bend no knee before an unproved vagabond." "Dost thou question my word, Sir Knight?" Mandorallan returned in an ominously quiet voice. "And wilt thou then come down and put thy doubt to the test? Or is it perhaps that thou wouldst prefer to cringe dog-like behind the parapet and yap at thy betters?"
"Oh, that was very good," Beric said admiringly. Mandorlan grinned tightly at the big man. "I don't think we're getting anywhere with this," Wolf muttered. "It looks like I'll have to prove something to the skeptics if we're ever going to get into Secrodulin." He slid down from his saddle and thoughtfully removed a twig from his horse's tail, picked up somewhere during their journeys. Then he strode to the center of the plaza and stood there in his gleaming white robe. "Sir Knight," he called up mildly to Anderig, "you are a cautious man, I see. That is a good quality, but it can be carried too far."
"I am hardly a child, old man," the dark-haired knight replied, in a tone hovering on the verge of insult, "and I believe only what mine own eye hath confirmed."
"It must be a sad thing to believe so little," Wolf observed.
He bent then, and inserted the twig he had been holding between two of the broad granite flagstones at his feet. He stepped back a pace, and stretched his hand out above the twig, his face curiously gentle.
"I'm going to do you a favor, Sir Anderig. I am going to restore your faith. Watch closely."
And then he spoke a single soft word that Garion could not quite hear, but which set off the now familiar surge and a faint roaring sound. At first, nothing seemed to be happening. Then the two flagstones began to buckle upward with a grinding sound as the twig grew visibly thicker and began to reach up toward Mr. Wolf's outstretched hand. There were gasps from the palace walls as branches began to sprout from the twig, and it continued growing. Wolf raised his hand higher, and the twig obediently grew at his gesture, its branches broadening. By now it was a young tree, and still growing. One of the flagstones cracked with a sharp report. There was absolute silence as every eye fixed in awed fascination on the tree. Mr. Wolf held out both hands and turned them until the palms were up. He spoke again, and the tips of the branches swelled and began to bud. Then the tree burst into flower, its blossoms a delicate pink and white.
"Apple, wouldn't you say, Paul?"
Wolf asked over his shoulder.
"It appears to be, father,"
she replied. He patted the tree fondly, and then turned back to the dark-haired knight who had sunk, white-faced and trembling, to his knees.
"Well, Sir Anderig, what do you believe now?"
"Please, forgive me, holy Belgariad," Anderig begged in a strangled voice.
Mr. Wolf drew himself up and spoke sternly, his words slipping into the measured cadences of the membrate idiom as easily as Aunt Paul's had earlier.
"I charge thee, Sir Knight, to care for this tree. It has grown here to renew thy faith and trust. Thy debt to it must be paid with tender and loving attention to its needs. In time it will bear fruit, and thou wilt gather the fruit and give it freely to any who ask it of thee. For thy soul's sake thou wilt refuse none, no matter how humble. As the tree gives freely, so shalt thou."
"Oh, that's a nice touch,"
Aunt Paul approved. Wolf winked at her.
"I will do even as thou hast commanded me, holy Belgariad,"
Sir Anderig choked.
"I pledge my heart to it."
Mr. Wolf returned to his horse.
"At least he'll do one useful thing in his life,"
he muttered. After that there was no further discussion. The palace gate creaked open, and they all rode into the inner courtyard and dismounted. Mandorlan led them past kneeling and even sobbing nobles, who reached out to touch Mr. Wolf's robe as he passed. At Mandorlan's heels they walked through the broad, tapestried hallways with a growing throng behind them. The door to the throne-room opened, and they entered. The Arendish throne-room was a great vaulted hall with sculptured buttresses soaring upward along the walls. Tall, narrow windows rose between the buttresses, and the light streaming through their stained glass panels was jeweled. The floor was polished marble.
and on the carpeted stone platform at the far end stood the double throne of Arendia, backed by heavy purple drapes. Flanking the draped wall hung the massive antique weapons of 20 generations of Arendish royalty, lances, maces, and huge swords, taller than any man, hung among the tattered war banners of forgotten kings. Coradulan of Arendia was a sickly-looking young man in a gold-embroidered purple robe, and he wore his large gold crown as if it were too heavy for him. Beside him on the double throne sat his pale, beautiful queen. Together they watched somewhat apprehensively as the throng surrounding Mr. Wolfe approached the wide steps leading up to the throne. Mandorlan announced, "My king," dropping to one knee, "I bring into thy presence holy Belgariad, disciple of Aldur, and the staff upon which the kingdoms of the West has leaned since time began." "He knows who I am, Mandorlan," Wolfe said. He stepped forward and bowed briefly. "Hail, Coradulan, and Maya Serena." He greeted the king and queen. "I'm sorry we have not had the chance to get acquainted before." The young king replied in a voice whose rich timbre belied his frail appearance. "The honor is ours, noble Belgariad." "My father spoke often of thee," the queen said. "We were good friends," Wolfe told her. "Allow me to present my daughter, Balgura." "Great lady," the king responded, with a respectful inclination of his head. "All the world knows of thy power, but men have forgotten to speak of thy beauty." "We'll get along well together," Aunt Paul answered warmly, smiling at him. "My heart trembles at the sight of the flower of all womanhood," the queen declared. Aunt Paul looked at the queen thoughtfully. "We must talk, Maya Serena," she said in a serious tone, "in private, and very soon." The queen looked startled. Mr. Wolfe introduced the rest of them, and each bowed in turn to the young king. Coradulan said, "Welcome, gentles all. My poor court is overwhelmed by so noble a company." "We don't have much time to waste, Coradulan," Mr. Wolfe told him. "The courtesy of the Arendish throne is the marvel of the world. I don't want to offend you and your lovely queen by cutting short those stately observances which so ornament your court. But I have certain news which I have to present to you in private. The matter is of extreme urgency." "Then I am at thine immediate disposal," the king replied, rising from his throne. "Forgive us, dear friends," he said to the assembled nobles, "but this ancient friend of our kingly line has information which must be imparted to our ears alone with utmost urgency. I pray thee, let us go apart for a little space of time to receive this instruction. We shall return presently." "Bogra," Mr. Wolfe said.
"Oh, go ahead, father," she replied. "Just now I have to speak with Maya Serena about something that is very important to her."
"Can't it wait?"
"No, father, it cannot." And with that she took the queen's arm, and the two left. Mr. Wolfe stared after her for a moment, then shrugged, and he and Coradulan also left the throne-room. An almost shocked silence followed their departure.
"Most unseemly," an old courtier with wispy white hair disapproved.
"Unnecessary haste, my lord," Mandorlan informed him. "As the revered Belgariad has intimated, our mission is the hinge-pin of the survival of all of the kingdoms of the West. Our ancient foe may soon be abroad again. It will not be long, I fear, ere the Membrite Knights will again stand the brunt of titanic war."
"Blessed, then, be the tongue which brings the news," the white-haired old man declared. "I had feared that I had seen my last battle, and would die abed in my dotage. I thank great Caldan that I still have my vigor, and that my prowess is undiminished by the passage of a mere 80 years.
Garion drew off by himself to one side of the room to wrestle with a problem. Events had swept him into King Coradulan's court before he had had the time to prepare himself for an unpleasant duty. He had given his word to Loldoran to bring certain things to the king's attention, but he did not have the faintest idea how to begin. The exaggerated formality of the Arendish court intimidated him. This was not at all like the rough, good-natured court of King Anheg and Val Alhorn, or the almost homey court of King Fulrak and Sindar. This was Vomimbre, and the prospect of blurting out news of the wild scheme of a group of Asturian firebrands, as he had blurted out the news of the Earl Yarvik and Kerrick, now seemed utterly out of the question. Suddenly, the thought of that previous event struck him forcibly. The situation then was so similar to this one that it seemed all at once like some elaborate game. The moves on the board were almost identical, and in each case he had been placed in the uncomfortable position of being required to block that last crucial move, where a king would die and a kingdom would collapse. He felt oddly powerless, as if his entire life were in the fingers of two faceless players, maneuvering pieces in the same patterns on some vast board, in a game that, for all he knew, had lasted for eternity. There was no question about what had to be done. The players, however, seemed content to leave it up to him to come up with a way to do it. King Coradulan appeared shaken when he returned to the throne-room with Mr. Wolfe a half-hour later, and he controlled his expression with obvious difficulty. "Forgive me, gentles all," he apologized, "but I have had disturbing news. For the present time, however, let us put aside our cares and celebrate this historic visit. Summon musicians and command that a banquet be made ready." There was a stir near the door, and a black-robed man entered with half a dozen membrate knights in full armor following him closely, their eyes narrow with suspicion and their hands on their sword hilts, as if daring anyone to bar their leader's path. As the robed man strode nearer, Geryon saw his angular eyes and scarred cheeks. The man was a Murgo. Barak put a firm hand on Hetar's arm. The Murgo had obviously dressed in haste, and he seemed slightly breathless from his hurried trip to the throne-room.
"Your Majesty," he rasped, bowing deeply to Coradulan, "I have just been advised that visitors have arrived at thy court, and have made haste here to greet them in the name of my king, Tower Urgas."
Coradulan's face grew cold. "I do not recall summoning thee, Nachak."
"It is then as I had feared," the Murgo replied. "These messengers have spoken ill of my race, seeking to dissever the friendship which doth exist between the thrones of Arendia and of Cathal Murgos. I am chagrined to find that thou hast given ear to slanders without offering me opportunity to reply. Is this just, August Majesty?"
"Who is this?"
Mr. Wolfe asked Coradulan.
"Nachak," the king replied, "the ambassador of Cathal Murgos. Shall I introduce thee to him, ancient one?"
"That won't be necessary,"
Mr. Wolfe answered bleakly.
"Every Murgle alive knows who I am. Mothers in Thulmurgos frighten their children into obedience by mentioning my name."
"But I am not a child, old man,"
Nechek sneered.
"I am not afraid of you."
"That could be a serious failing,"
Sulk observed. The Murgo's name had struck Geryon almost like a blow. As he looked at the scarred face of the man who had so misled Loldoran and his friends, he realized that the players had once again moved their pieces into that last crucial position, and that who would win and who would lose once again depended entirely on him.
"What lies have you told the king?"
Nechek was demanding of Mr. Wolfe.
"No lies, Nechek.
Just the truth. That should be enough."
"I protest, your Majesty,"
Nechek appealed to the king.
I protest in the strongest manner possible. All the world knows of his hatred for my people. How can you allow him to poison your mind against us?"
Silk commented slyly. "He forgot the these and thous that time."
"He's excited," Barak replied. "Murgos get clumsy when they are excited. It is one of their shortcomings."
"Elons,"
Nechek spat.
"That's right, Murgo,"
Barak said coldly. He was still holding Hetar's arm. Nechek looked at them, and then his eyes widened as he seemed to see Hetar for the first time. He recoiled from the Algar's hate-filled stare, and his half-dozen knights closed protectively around him.
"Your Majesty," he rasped, "I know that man to be Hetar of Belgariad, a known murderer. I demand that you arrest him."
"Demands, Nechek?" the king asked with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Thou wilt present demands to me in my own court?"
"Forgive me, Your Majesty,"
Nechek apologized quickly.
"The sight of that animal so disturbed me that I forgot myself."
"You would be wise to leave now, Nechek,"
Mr. Wolf recommended.
"It's not really a good idea for a Murgo to be alone in the presence of so many Elons. Accidents have a way of happening under such conditions."
"Grandfather?" Garion said urgently. Without knowing exactly why, he knew that it was time to speak. Nechek must not be allowed to leave the throne room. The faceless players had made their final moves, and the game must end here. "Grandfather, there is something I have to tell you."
"Not now, Garion."
Wolf was still looking with hard eyes at the Murgo.
It is important, grandfather. Very important?
Mr. Wolf turned as if to reply sharply, but then he seemed to see something that no one else in the throne room could see, and his eyes widened in momentary amazement.
"All right, Garion,"
he said in a strangely quiet voice. "Go ahead."
Some men are planning to kill the king of Arendia. Nechak's one of them.
Garion had said it louder than he had intended, and a sudden silence fell over the throne room at his words. Nechak's face went pale, and his hand moved involuntarily toward his sword hilt, then froze. Garion was suddenly keenly aware of Barak's hulking form just behind him, and Hetar, grim as death in black leather, towering beside him. Nechak stepped back and made a quick gesture to his steel-clad knights. Quickly they formed a protective ring around him, their hands on their weapons.
"I won't stay and listen to such slander," the Murgo declared.
Coradulin informed him coolly.
"I have not yet given thee my permission to withdraw, Nechak. I require thy presence yet a while."
The king's young face was stern, and his eyes bored into the Murgo's. Then he turned to Garion.
"I would hear more of this. Speak truthfully, lad, and fear not reprisal from any man for thy words."
Garion drew a deep breath and spoke carefully.
"I don't really know all of the details, Your Majesty. I found out about it quite by accident," he explained.
"Say what thou canst," the king told him.
"As nearly as I can tell, Your Majesty, next summer, when you travel to Voaster, a group of men are going to try to kill you somewhere on the highway."
"Easter-Hand traitors, doubtless,"
a gray-haired courtier suggested.
"They call themselves patriots,"
Garion answered.
"Inevitably,"
the courtier sneered. The king said,
"Such attempts are not uncommon. We will take steps to guard against them. I thank thee for this information. There's more, Your Majesty. When they attack, they are going to be wearing the uniforms of Tolnedran legionnaires."
Silk whistled sharply.
"The whole idea is to make your nobles believe that you've been killed by Tolnedrans. These men are sure that Membre will immediately declare war on the Empire, and that as soon as that happens, the legions will march in. Then, when everybody here is involved in the war,
They are going to announce that Asturia is no longer subject to the Arendish throne. They are sure that the rest of Asturia will follow them at that point."
"I see," the king replied thoughtfully. "'Tis a well-conceived plan, but with a subtlety uncharacteristic of our wild-eyed Asturian brothers. But I have yet heard nothing linking the emissary of Tower Urgas with this treason."
"The whole plan was his, your majesty. He gave them all of the details and the gold to buy the Tolnedran uniforms, and to encourage the other people to join them."
"He lies!"
Nechak burst out.
"Thou shalt have opportunity to reply, Nechak," the king advised him. He turned back to Geryon. "Let us pursue this matter further. How camest thou by this knowledge?" "I cannot say, your majesty," Geryon replied painfully. "I gave my word not to. One of the men told me about it to prove that he was my friend. He put his life in my hands, to show how much he trusted me. I cannot betray him."
"The loyalty speaks well of thee, young Geryon. But thine accusation against the Murgo ambassador is most grave. Without violating thy trust, canst thou provide corroboration?"
Helplessly, Geryon shook his head.
"This is a serious matter, your majesty," Nechak declared. "I am the personal representative of Chawaragos. This lying urchin is Belgarad's creature, and his wild, unsubstantiated story is an obvious attempt to discredit me, and to drive a wedge between the thrones of Arendia and Tolmurgos. This accusation must not be allowed to stand. The boy must be forced to identify these imaginary plotters, or to admit that he lies."
"He has given his pledge, Nechak," the king pointed out.
"He says so, your majesty," Nechak replied with a sneer. "Let us put him to the test. An hour on the rack may persuade him to speak freely."
"I have seldom had much faith in confessions obtained by torment," Coradulan replied.
"If it please your majesty," Mondaralan interjected, "it may be that I can help to resolve this matter."
Geryon threw a stricken look at the knight. Mondaralan knew Leldarin, and it would be a simple thing for him to guess the truth. Mondaralan, moreover, was a Mimbret, and Coradulan was his king. Not only was he under no compulsion to remain silent, but his duty almost obliged him to speak. "Sir Mondaralan," the king responded gravely, "thy devotion to truth and duty are legendary. Canst thou, perchance, identify these plotters?" The question hung there.
"Nay, sire," Mondaralan replied firmly. "But I know Geryon to be a truthful and honest boy. I will vouch for him."
"That is scanty corroboration. I declare that he lies. So where does that leave us?"
"The lad is my companion," Mondaralan said. "I will not be the instrument of breaking his pledge, since his honor is as dear to me as mine own. By our law, however, a cause incapable of proof may be decided by trial at arms. I will champion this boy. I declare before this company that this Nechak is a foul villain, who hath joined with divers others to slay my king."
He pulled off his steel gauntlet and tossed it to the floor. The crash, as it struck the polished stone, seemed thunderous.
"Take up my gage, Murgo," Mondaralan said coldly, "or let one of thy sycophant knights take it up for thee. I will prove thy villainy upon thy body, or upon the body of thy champion."
Nechak stared first at the mailed gauntlet, and then at the great knight standing accusingly before him. He licked his lips nervously, and looked around the throne-room. Except for Mondaralan, none of the Membrate nobles present were under arms.
The Murgo's eyes narrowed with a sudden desperation.
"Kill him!"
he snarled at the 6 men in armor surrounding him. The knights looked shocked and doubtful.
"Kill him!"
Nechek commanded them.
1,000 gold pieces to the man who spills out his life.
The faces of the 6 knights went flat at those words. As one man they drew their swords and spread out, moving with raised shields toward Mandaralan. There were gasps and cries of alarm as the nobles and their ladies scrambled out of the way.
"What treason is this?"
Mandaralan demanded of them.
"Are you so enamored of this Murgo and his gold that you would draw weapons in the king's presence in open defiance of the law's prohibitions? Put up your swords!"
But they ignored his words and continued their grim advance. "Defend thyself, Sir Mandaralan," Coradolan urged, half rising from his throne. "I free thee of the law's constraint." Barak, however, had already begun to move. Noting that Mandaralan had not carried his shield into the throne-room, the red-bearded man jerked an enormous 2-handed broadsword down from the array of banners and weapons at one side of the dais.
"Mandaralan!"
he shouted, and with a great heave he slid the huge blade skittering and bouncing across the stone floor toward the knight's feet. Mandaralan stopped the sliding weapon with one mailed foot, stooped, and picked it up. The approaching knights looked a bit less confident as Mandaralan lifted the 6-foot blade with both hands. Barak, grinning hugely, drew his sword from one hip and his war-axe from the other. Hetar, his drawn saber held low, was circling the clumsy knights on cat-like feet. Without thinking, Garion reached for his own sword, but Mr. Wolf's hand closed on his wrist. "You stay out of it," the old man told him, and pulled him clear of the impending fight. Mandaralan's first blow crashed against a quickly raised shield, shattering the arm of a knight with a crimson surcoat over his armor, and hurling him into a clattering heap 10 feet away. Barak parried a sword stroke from a burly knight with his axe, and battered at the man's raised shield with his own heavy sword. Hetar toyed expertly with a knight in green enameled armor, easily avoiding his opponent's awkward strokes and flicking the point of his saber at the man's visored face. The steely ring of sword on sword echoed through Coradolan's throne room, and showers of sparks cascaded from the clash of edge against edge. With huge blows, Mandaralan smashed at a second man. A vast sweep of his 2-handed sword went under the knight's shield, and the man shrieked as the great blade bit through his armor and into his side. Then he fell with blood spouting from the sheared-in gash that reached halfway through his body. Barak, with a deft backswing of his war-axe, caved in the side of the burly knight's helmet, and the knight half spun, then fell to the floor. Hetar feinted a quick move, then drove his saber-point through a slot in the green-armored knight's visor. The stricken knight stiffened as the saber ran into his brain. As the Malays surged across the polished floor, the nobles and ladies scurried this way and that to avoid being overrun by the struggling men. Nechek watched with dismay as his knights were systematically destroyed before his eyes. Then, quite suddenly, he turned and fled. "He's getting away!" Garion shouted, but Hetar was already in pursuit, his dreadful face and blood-smeared saber melting the courtiers and their screaming ladies out of his path as he ran to cut off Nechek's flight. The Murgo had almost reached the far end of the hall before Hetar's long strides carried him through the crowd to block the doorway. With a cry of despair, the ambassador yanked his sword from its scabbard, and Garion felt a strange, momentary pity for him. As the Murgo raised his sword, Hetar flicked his saber almost like a whip, lashing him once on each shoulder. Nechek desperately tried to raise his numbed arms to protect his head, but Hetar's blade dropped low instead. Then, with a peculiar fluid grace, the grim-faced Algar quite deliberately ran the Murgo through. Garion saw the saber blade come out between Nechek's shoulders, angling sharply upward. The ambassador gasped, dropped his sword, and gripped Hetar's wrist with both hands. But the hawk-faced man inexorably turned his hand, twisting the sharp, curved blade inside the Murgo's body. Nechek groaned and shuddered horribly. Then his hands slipped off Hetar's wrists, and his legs buckled under him. With a gurgling sigh, he toppled backward, sliding limply off of Hetar's blade. Chapter 11. A moment of dreadful silence filled the throne room, following the death of Nechak. Then the two members of his bodyguard, who were still on their feet, threw their weapons down on the blood-spattered floor with a sudden clatter. Manderallen raised his visor and turned toward the throne.
"Sire,"
he said respectfully,
"the treachery of Nechak stands proved by reason of this trial at arms."
"Truly," the king agreed. "My only regret is that thine enthusiasm in pursuing this cause has deprived us of the opportunity to probe more deeply into the full extent of Nechak's duplicity."
"I expect that the plots he hatched will dry up once word of what happened here gets around," Mr. Wolf observed.
Perhaps so," the king acknowledged. "I would have pursued the matter further, however. I would know if this villainy was Nechak's own, or if I must look beyond him to Tawarogos himself." He frowned thoughtfully, then shook his head as if to put a certain dark speculation aside. "Arendia stands in thy debt, ancient Belgarath. This brave company of thine has forestalled the renewal of a war best forgotten." He looked sadly at the blood-smeared floor and the bodies littering it. "My throne-room has become as a battlefield. The curse of Arendia extends even here." He sighed then. "Have it cleansed," he ordered shortly, and turned his head so that he would not have to watch the grim business of cleaning up. The nobles and ladies began to buzz as the dead were removed, and the polished stone floor was quickly mopped to remove the pools of sticky blood.
"Good fight," Barak commented as he carefully wiped his axe blade. "I am in thy debt, Lord Barak," Manderallen said gravely. "Thine aid was fortuitous." Barak shrugged. "It seems appropriate."
Hetar rejoined them, his expression one of grim satisfaction.
"You did a nice job on Nechak," Barak complimented him.
"I have had a lot of practice," Hetar answered. "Mogos always seem to make that same mistake when they get into a fight. I think there's a gap in their training somewhere."
"That's a shame, isn't it?"
Barak suggested, with vast insincerity. Garion moved away from them. Although he knew it was irrational, he nevertheless felt a keen sense of personal responsibility for the carnage he had just witnessed. The blood and violent death had come about as the result of his words. Had he not spoken, men who were now dead would still be alive. No matter how justified, how necessary, his speaking out had been, he still suffered the pangs of guilt. He did not at the moment trust himself to speak with his friends. More than anything, he wished that he could talk with Aunt Paul. But she had not yet returned to the throne-room, and so he was left to wrestle alone with his wounded conscience. He reached one of the embrasures formed by the buttresses along the south wall of the throne-room and stood alone in somber reflection until a girl, perhaps 2 years older than he, glided across the floor toward him, her stiff crimson brocade gown rustling. The girl's hair was dark, even black, and her skin was creamy. Her bodice was cut quite low, and Garion found some difficulty in finding a safe place for his eyes as she bore down on him.
"I would add my thanks to the thanks of all Arendia, Lord Garion,"
she breathed at him. Her voice was vibrant with all kinds of emotions, none of which Garion understood.
"Thy timely revelation of the Murgos plotting had in truth saved the life of our sovereign."
Garion felt a certain warmth at that.
"I didn't do all that much, my lady,"
he replied with a somewhat insincere attempt at modesty.
"My friends did all of the fighting." "Oh, but it was thy brave denunciation which uncovered the foul plot," she persisted. "And virgins will sing of the nobility with which thou hast protected the identity of thy nameless and misguided friend."
Virgin was not a word with which Garion was prepared to deal. He blushed and floundered helplessly.
"Art thou in truth, noble Garion, the grandson of eternal Belgariad?" "The relationship's a bit more distant. We simplify it for the sake of convenience." "But thou art in his direct line?"
she persisted, her violet eyes glowing.
"He tells me I am." "Is the Lady Belgariad perchance thy mother?"
"My aunt."
"Oh, a close kinship none the less,"
she approved warmly, her hand coming to rest lightly on his wrist.
"Thy blood, Lord Garion, is the noblest in the world. Tell me, art thou perchance as yet unbetrothed?"
Garion blinked at her, his ears growing suddenly redder.
"Ah, Garion,"
Manderellan boomed in his hearty voice, striding into the awkward moment.
"I had been seeking thee. Wilt thou excuse us, Countess?"
The young lady shot Manderellan a look filled with sheer venom, but the knight's firm hand was already drawing Garion away.
"We will speak again, Lord Garion,"
she called after him.
"I hope so, milady,"
Garion replied back over his shoulder. Then he and Manderellan merged with the crowd of courtiers near the center of the throne-room.
"I wanted to thank you, Manderellan,"
Garion said finally, struggling with it a little.
For what, lad?"
"You knew whom I was protecting when I told the king about Natchak, didn't you?"
"Naturally,"
the knight replied in a rather offhand way.
"You could have told the king. Actually, it was your duty to tell him, wasn't it?"
"But thou hadst given thy pledge."
"You hadn't, though."
"Thou art my companion, lad. Thy pledge is as binding upon me as it is upon thee. Didst thou not know that?"
Garion was startled by Manderellan's words. The exquisite involvement of Arendish ethics were beyond his grasp.
"So you fought for me instead?"
Manderellan laughed easily.
"Of course," he answered. "Though I must confess to thee in all honesty, Garion, that my eagerness to stand as thy champion grew not entirely out of friendship. In truth, I found that Margot Natchak offensive, and liked not the cold arrogance of his hirelings. I was inclined toward battle before thy need of championing presented itself. Perhaps it is I who should thank thee for providing the opportunity."
"I don't understand you at all, Manderellan,"
Garion admitted.
"Sometimes I think you're the most complicated man I've ever met."
"I?"
Manderellan seemed amazed.
"I am the simplest of men."
He looked around then, and leaned slightly toward Garion.
"I must advise thee to have a care on thy speech with the Countess Vesrana. It was that which impelled me to draw thee aside."
"Who?"
"The comely young lady with whom thou wert speaking. She considers herself the greatest beauty in the kingdom, and is seeking a husband worthy of her."
"A husband?"
Garion responded in a faltering voice.
"Thou art fair game, lad. Thy blood is noble beyond measure by reason of thy kinship to Belgariad. Thou wouldst be a great prize for the Countess."
"Husband?"
Garion quavered again, his knees beginning to tremble.
"Me?"
"I know not how things stand in misty Sandaria," Manderellan declared, "but in Arendia thou art of marriageable age. Guard well thy speech, lad. The most innocent remark can be viewed as a promise, should a noble choose to take it so."
Garion swallowed hard and looked around apprehensively. After that he did his best to hide. His nerves, he felt, were not up to any more shocks. The Countess Vesrana, however, proved to be a skilled huntress. With appalling determination, she tracked him down and pinned him in another embrasure with smouldering eyes and heaving bosom.
"Now, perchance, we may continue our most interesting discussion, Lord Geryon,"
she purred at him. Geryon was considering flight when Aunt Paul, accompanied by a now radiant Queen Maesarena, re-entered the throne-room. Mandorlan spoke briefly to her, and she immediately crossed to the spot where the violet-eyed countess held Geryon captive.
"Geryon, dear,"
she said as she approached,
"it's time for your medicine."
"Medicine?" he replied, confused.
"Oh, a most forgetful boy," she told the countess. "Probably it was all of the excitement, but he knows that if he does not take the potion every 3 hours, the madness will return." "Madness?" the Countess Vesrana repeated sharply. "Oh, it's the curse of his family," Aunt Paul sighed. "They all have it, all the male children. The potion works for a while, but of course it is only temporary. We'll have to find some patient and self-sacrificing lady soon, so that he can marry and father children before his poor brains begin to soften. After that, his poor wife will be doomed to spend the rest of her days caring for him." She looked critically at the young countess. "I wonder," she said, "could it be possible that you are as yet unbetrothed? You appear to be of suitable age." She reached out and briefly took hold of Vesrana's rounded arm. "Nice and strong," she said approvingly. "I'll speak to my father, Lord Belgariad, about this immediately." The countess began to back away, her eyes wide. "Come back," Aunt Paul told her. "His fits won't start for several minutes yet." The girl fled. "Can't you ever stay out of trouble?" Aunt Paul demanded of Geryon, leading him firmly away. But I didn't say anything," he objected. Mandorlan joined them, grinning broadly.
"I perceive that thou hast routed our predatory countess, my lady. I should have thought that she would prove more persistent."
"I gave her something to worry about. It dampened her enthusiasm for matrimony."
"What matter didst thou discuss with our queen?" he asked. "I have not seen her smile so in years."
"Maesarena's had a problem of the female nature. I do not think that you would understand."
"Her inability to carry a child to term?"
"Don't errands have anything better to do than gossip about things that do not concern them? Why don't you go find another fight instead of asking intimate questions?"
"The matter is of great concern to us all, my lady," Mandorlan apologized. "If our queen does not produce an heir to the throne, we stand in danger of dynastic war. All Arendia could go up in flames."
"There aren't going to be any flames, Mandorlan. Fortunately, I arrived in time, though it was very close. You will have a crown prince before winter."
"Is it possible?"
"Would you like all of the details?" she asked pointedly. "I have noticed that men usually prefer not to know about the exact mechanics involved in childbearing."
Mandorlan's face slowly flushed. "I will accept thine assurances, Lady Polgara," he replied quickly.
"I'm so glad."
"I must inform the king," he declared.
"You must mind your own business, Sir Mandorlan. The Queen will tell Corodulan what he needs to know. Why don't you go clean off your armor? You look as if you just walked through a slaughterhouse."
He bowed, still blushing, and moved away.
"Men,"
she said to his retreating back. Then she turned back to Geryon.
"I hear that you have been busy." "I had to warn the king." "You seem to have an absolute genius for getting mixed up in this sort of thing. Why didn't you tell me, or your grandfather?" "I promised that I wouldn't say anything."
"Geryon," she said firmly,
"under our present circumstances, secrets are very dangerous." "You knew that what Luldaran told you was important, didn't you?" "I didn't say it was Luldaran."
She gave him a withering look.
"Geryon, dear," she told him bluntly, "don't ever make the mistake of thinking that I'm stupid." I didn't, he floundered. I wasn't. Aunt Paul, I gave them my word that I wouldn't tell anybody.
She sighed.
We have got to get you out of Arendia. The place seems to be affecting your good sense. The next time you feel the urge to make one of these startling public announcements, talk it over with me first, all right? Yes, ma'am, he mumbled, embarrassed. Oh, Garion, what am I ever going to do with you? And then she laughed fondly and put her arm about his shoulder, and everything was all right again. The evening passed uneventfully after that. The banquet was tedious, and the toasts afterward interminable, as each Arendish noble arose in turn to salute Mr. Wolfe and Aunt Paul with flowery and formal speeches. They went to bed late, and Garion slept fitfully, troubled by nightmares of the hot-eyed Countess pursuing him through endless flower-strewn corridors. They were up early the next morning, and, after breakfast, Aunt Paul and Mr. Wolfe spoke privately with the King and Queen again. Garion, still nervous about his encounter with the Countess Vesrana, stayed close to Mandralan. The Membrate Knight seemed best equipped to help him avoid any more such adventures. They waited in an antechamber to the throne-room, and Mandralan in his blue surcoat explained at length an intricate tapestry which covered one entire wall. About mid-morning, Sorandarig, the dark-haired knight Mr. Wolfe had ordered to spend his days caring for the tree in the plaza, came looking for Mandralan.
Sir Knight, he said respectfully, the Baron of Voebo hath arrived from the north, accompanied by his lady. They have asked after thee, and besought me that I should seek thee out for them.
Thou art most kind, Sorandarig, Mandralan replied, rising quickly from the bench where he had been sitting. Thy courtesy becomes thee greatly.
Andorig sighed. Alas, that it was not always so. I have this past night stood vigil before that miraculous tree which holy Belgariad commended to my care. I thus had leisure to consider my life in retrospect. I have not been an admirable man. Bitterly I repent my faults, and will strive earnestly for amendment.
Wordlessly, Mandralan clasped the knight's hand, and then followed him down a long hallway to a room where the visitors waited. It was not until they entered the sunlit room that Garion remembered that the wife of the Baron of Oebor was the lady to whom Mandralan had spoken on that windswept hill beside the Great West Road some days before. The Baron was a solid-looking man in a green surcoat, and his hair and beard were touched with white. His eyes were deep-set, and there seemed to be a great sadness in them.
Mandralan,
he said, warmly embracing the younger knight,
thou art unkind to absent thyself from us for so long.
It is my duty, my lord,
Mandralan replied in a subdued voice.
Come, Narina,
the Baron told his wife.
Greet our friend.
The Baroness Narina was much younger than her husband. Her hair was dark and very long. She wore a rose-colored gown, and she was beautiful, though Garion thought no more so than any of half a dozen others he had seen at the Arendish court.
Dear Mandralan,
she said, kissing the knight with a brief, chaste embrace,
we have missed thee at Voebor.
And the world is as desolate for me that I must be absent from its well-loved halls.
Sorandarig had bowed and then discreetly departed, leaving Garion standing awkwardly near the door.
And who is this likely-appearing lad who accompanies thee, my son?
The Baron asked.
A Sundarian boy,
Mandralan responded.
His name is Garion. He and divers others have joined with me in a perilous quest.
Joyfully I greet my son's companion,
the Baron declared. Garion bowed, but his mind raced, attempting to find some legitimate excuse to leave. The situation was terribly embarrassing, and he did not want to stay.
"I must wait upon the king," the Baron announced. "Custom and courtesy demand that I present myself to him as soon as possible upon my arrival at his court. Wilt thou, Mandoraran, remain here with my Baroness until I return?"
"I will, my lord."
"I'll take you to where the king is meeting with my aunt and my grandfather, sir," Garion offered quickly.
"Nay, lad," the Baron demurred. "Thou too must remain. Though I have no cause for anxiety, knowing full well the fidelity of my wife and my dearest friend, idle tongues would make scandal were they left together unattended. Prudent folk leave no possible foundation for false rumor and vile innuendo."
"I'll stay then, sir," Garion replied quickly.
"Good lad," the Baron approved.
Then, with eyes that seemed somehow haunted, he quietly left the room. Mandoralan asked Nerina,
"Wilt thou sit, my lady?"
pointing to a sculptured bench near the window. "I will," she said. "Our journey was fatiguing."
"It is a long way from Voebor," Mandoralan agreed, sitting on another bench. "Didst thou and my lord find the roads passable?"
"Perhaps not yet so dry as to make travel enjoyable," she told him. They spoke at some length about roads and weather, sitting not far from each other, but not so close that anyone chancing to pass by the open door could have mistaken their conversation for anything less than innocent. Their eyes, however, spoke more intimately. Garion, painfully embarrassed, stood looking out a window, carefully choosing one that kept him in full view of the door. As the conversation progressed, there were increasingly long pauses, and Garion cringed inwardly at each agonizing silence. Afraid that either Mandoralan or the Lady Nerina might, in the extremity of their hopeless love, cross that unspoken boundary and blurt the one word, phrase, or sentence which would cause restraint and honor to crumble and turn their lives into disaster. And yet, a certain part of his mind wished that the word or phrase or sentence might be spoken, that their love could flame, however briefly. It was there, in that quiet, sunlit chamber, that Garion passed a small crossroad. The prejudice against Mandoralan that Laldron's unthinking partisanship had instilled in him finally shattered and fell away. He felt a surge of feeling, not pity, for they would not have accepted pity, but compassion, rather. More than that, there was the faint beginning of an understanding of the honor and towering pride which, though utterly selfless, was the foundation of that tragedy which had existed in Arendia for uncounted centuries. For perhaps half an hour, Mandoralan and the Lady Nerina sat, speaking hardly at all now, their eyes lost in each other, while Garion, near to tears, stood his enforced watch over them. And then Dernick came to tell them that Aunt Paul and Mr. Wolfe were getting ready to leave.